Beneath the veneer of our documented history lies something considerably stranger than fictional accounts. Narratives not merely misplaced over time by happenstance, but seemingly absorbed by something more profound. Entire civilizations that left no final traces, artifacts defying rational explanation, technologies that seemingly should not have existed when they appeared, names once widely spoken, now utterly erased from the record. We are often taught that history constitutes a progression of events, a steady march forward. Yet scattered across ancient vestiges, prescribed manuscripts, and inexplicable gaps within the historical record are silent challenges to this conventional narrative. Why did an empire disappear in a single night, leaving no account of its demise? How could a map delineate territories unknown to anyone at the time of its creation? Who etched impossible symbols into stone before the very concept of writing emerged? These are not mere folklore or tales for children. They represent authentic enigmas embedded within the marginal notes of history volumes, awaiting due recognition. This evening, I intend to unveil what has been either deliberately or accidentally lost to memory. No elaborate conspiracies, no flights of fancy, solely the unsettling riddle of what humanity once grasped and subsequently, in some manner, relinquished. Therefore, I invite you to settle back, unwind, and allow your thoughts to wander into the shadows of bygone eras. This is history strangely misplaced. The mists hang low over the undulate terrain of southern England, shrouding the panorama in a subdued silvery silence. Aged trees, their roots deeply interwoven with earth once saturated by conflict, stand like silent sentinels from the ground. Scattered across the countryside stand the remnants of forgotten strongholds, their stone towers crumbling, keeps collapsed, and moats long since dried to stillness. They serve as a reminder of a period when the land was not unified but fragmented, when legal order faltered and disarray reigned supreme. This era was christened the Anarchy, a time so fractured, so devoid of law, that the very designation became synonymous with collapse. The year was 1135. King Henry the French, the final son of William the Conqueror, had passed away without a legitimate male successor. His sole legitimate offspring, Matilda, who was a king's daughter and an emperor's widow, had been designated his successor. However, her claim, despite being substantiated by lineage and sworn oaths, was tenuous. She was a woman navigating a world apprehensive of female rulers, and fear, when wielded by the wrong individuals, transforms into a weapon. Seizing this opportune moment, Henry's nephew, Stephen of Blois, clandestinely traversed the Channel. He acted with speed, possessed persuasive abilities, and harbored significant ambition. Within mere days, he was crowned king. The barons, some upholding their oaths of allegiance, others driven by a thirst for authority, divided their loyalties. Thus commenced nearly 2 decades of civil strife, a period so violent and disjointed that contemporary chroniclers found it difficult to accurately characterize. Some simply termed it a time when Christ and his saints appeared to slumber. It was not a single conflict, but a multitude. Not one instance of rebellion, but countless. Alliances shifted unpredictably, akin to the tides. Castles were erected, subjected to siege, captured, then rebuilt anew. Entire settlements were razed, families eradicated, and crops incinerated to blacken remnants. From the perspective of the peasantry, there were no kings, only predatory figures wearing crowns. There were years devoid of harvest, when hunger and illness trailed every military force. To reside in England during the Anarchy meant living under the dominion of capriciousness. Yet remarkably, for a conflict so widespread and destructive, the Anarchy left surprisingly few enduring marks upon the official historical record. There were no decisive, legendary confrontations, no final accords inscribed in stone, no dramatic assassinations echoing through literary accounts. Instead, the conflict gradually subsided, silently, like a tempest that had depleted its own energy. In 1153, Stephen consented to name Matilda's son, Henry, the future Henry II, as his successor. Within a year, Stephen had died. The throne passed to the young Angevin prince, and history proceeded onward. But what precisely had transpired? The Anarchy is often relegated to a mere footnote in English history, regarded as an unfortunate, chaotic interlude between reigns. Nonetheless, Some scholars and amateur historians alike have long pondered if its obscurity is part of the enigma. How can a conflict spanning 18 years, affecting nearly every noble lineage in England and disrupting the social order, so readily fade from collective memory? One hypothesis suggests it was a deliberate act of suppression. This theory posits that upon assuming the throne, Henry II initiated a subtle yet effective campaign to restore order, not only in governance but also in the historical account. Documents were lost, rewritten, or simply disregarded. Chroniclers were encouraged to recount successes rather than setbacks. The Anarchy, deemed too complex and ignominious, was permitted to recede into oblivion. Others point to the peculiar scarcity of archaeological findings. While military engagements were chronicled near Oxford, Lincoln, and Bristol, large-scale remnants are rare. Unlike the Norman Conquest or the Wars of the Roses, the enduring signs of the Anarchy remain strangely elusive. Were the battles smaller in scale than depicted, or have their traces simply vanished beneath centuries of accumulating soil and silence? Even stranger questions persist. Local folklore from Wiltshire to Northumbria recounts abandoned villages that were never reoccupied, places where inhabitants disappeared, not felled in combat, but gone without explanation. Some attribute this to raiders, others whisper of pestilence. A few speak of more sinister forces, rituals, curses, ancient deities reawakened during desperate circumstances. While these narratives lack corroboration, their persistence implies a deeper cultural trauma, one unaccounted for in royal archives. Furthermore, there are the structures themselves. Earthworks, mound formations, and artificial ridges discovered in areas ostensibly untouched by the conflict. Some investigators believe these were temporary fortifications or siege locations lost over time. Others contend they predate the war entirely. Ancient sites reactivated amidst the turmoil for inscrutable purposes. Even the castles relate curious tales. In the heart of Berkshire lies a ruined keep, long presumed to be a Norman stronghold. However, beneath it, ground-penetrating radar has revealed an older foundation. Stone arranged in concentric configurations, unlike any Norman design. Was this merely repurposed Roman masonry, or did something else occupy that spot previously? And why was a new fortress constructed directly atop it during the apex of the Anarchy? Speculation abounds that the conflict facilitated the reemergence of ancient power structures. That forgotten wisdom, whether spiritual, architectural, or perhaps even technological, was momentarily rediscovered in the desperation accompanying civil collapse. That something concealed beneath England's verdant fields was disturbed during the bloodshed and then quietly reinterred once tranquility returned. No conclusive evidence substantiates these theories, yet the very absence of answers invites further investigation. Why did Matilda, the legitimate heir and a demonstrably capable leader, never fully secure the throne? Why did Stephen's reign, so chaotic and frequently challenged, conclude not in violent overthrow, but in concession? Why did chroniclers, who meticulously documented everything from epidemics to celestial events, fall unusually silent during pivotal years of the conflict? And most disquieting of all, what did the populace experiencing it genuinely believe was unfolding? Was this merely a contest for the crown, or did it feel as though something more significant was being forfeited? A sense of stability, a truth, perhaps even a recollection of England's intended character. The Anarchy persists as a wound devoid of a scar, a chapter with missing pages, a conflict that dissipated like morning mist, leaving behind a greater number of questions than definitive answers. So what precisely occurred between 1135 and 1153? And what, if anything, still awaits discovery beneath the fields, the ruins, and the silence? Following the upheaval of the Anarchy, I transitioned to another moment of obscurity and shadow, a singular event largely confined to local memory, yet enveloped in a death toll so sudden and extensive that it defies facile explanation. Beneath the tranquil cobblestones of Oxford, where academics now traverse between ancient libraries and ivy-clad colleges, lies a deeper history, one largely unknown to casual visitors. This history is not confined to books or abstract concepts, but pertains to something more somber, something whispered in the corners of old manuscripts, and occasionally recounted in hushed tones by the local populace. It occurred during the summer of 1577. Even then, Oxford presented a city of juxtapositions, of learning and retribution, of enlightenment and judgment. The university stood proudly, its halls and chapels resonant with intellectual discourse and discovery. However, across the city at Oxford Castle, a different form of reality was unfolding. Cold stone walls, cells secured by iron bars, and a courtroom that had witnessed countless death sentences. Justice in its most severe manifestation was routinely dispensed there, swift, harsh, and conclusive. It was within this very setting that a routine assize was convened. This was a session of court, typical for the era, where judges journeyed from town to town to administer the law. The courtroom was filled to capacity: prisoners, guards, officials, jurors, and townspeople. As many as 500 individuals may have been present throughout the proceedings, and then, without any prior indication, mortality began to spread, not with the frenetic energy of violence, but with the slow, stifling progression of illness. One by one, those who had been inside the courtroom started to sicken. Within days, scores had perished. In the ensuing weeks, the death toll escalated dramatically. Some estimates suggest over 300 people died as a direct consequence of attending the assize, including the presiding judge, Sir Robert Bell. There was no conflagration, no act of military aggression, no apparent perpetrator, simply a wave of fatalities that emanated from the courtroom and permeated the core of the city. Contemporary accounts were quick to propose explanations. Many believed it was the plague. Others pointed to a type of fever. The 16th century, after all, was quite familiar with sudden outbreaks of disease. England had experienced waves of the Black Death, the sweating sickness, and various localized epidemics. Yet the specific characteristics of the Black Assize were peculiar, even by the standards of the time. The deaths were almost exclusively limited to individuals who had been present in the courtroom. Those outside, the townspeople who carried on their lives beyond the castle precincts, remained largely unaffected. There were no reports of rats, nor were there accounts of widespread illness in adjacent communities. It was as though the courtroom itself had been afflicted by a curse, contaminated or somehow infected with something far more selective in its targeting. Even more perplexing, the fatalities occurred in succession. Some died within mere days, others lingered for weeks, and a few officials known to have been present simply vanished from official records entirely. Some early chroniclers began to suggest alternative causes. One hypothesis that gained traction in the years that followed was that of a miasma, a noxious vapor that had accumulated deep within the castle, perhaps agitated by the summer heat in the dense congregation of bodies. Others suspected that something had been introduced by the prisoners themselves, an illness they harbored unbeknownst to everyone else. But Oxford is no ordinary locality. For centuries, it has been layered not only with academic pursuits, but with guarded secrets. From the alchemical experiments conducted during the Middle Ages to the esoteric societies of later periods, the city has consistently straddled the divide between the strictly rational and the seemingly arcane. It was inevitable that the Black Assize would capture the attention of more speculative minds. Some proposed a curse, an ancient act of retribution voiced by a prisoner as sentence was being pronounced. A few accounts speak of a man potentially condemned unjustly, who stood before the court and delivered a final, impassioned declaration that all who had condemned him would not exit the chamber alive. A narrative perhaps embellished for dramatic effect, but one that nonetheless persisted. Other theories, even more unusual, posited that the courtroom had been constructed over something far older, something either sacred or profane, and that the very act of holding court in such a place had triggered a consequence, a reckoning. A handful of fringe investigators centuries later pointed to geomagnetic anomalies located beneath Oxford Castle, asserting that disruptions in the Earth's magnetic field could have induced hallucinations, illness, and even death. And then there is the silence. Following the incident, there was no official inquiry launched, no comprehensive investigation undertaken, no medical autopsies conducted as would be customary today. The deaths were quietly attributed to jail fever, a general designation for illnesses contracted within prisons. The surviving records are sparse. The city moved forward. But in Oxford, the past is never far from the surface. In 1996, during renovation work near the castle, laborers unearthed skeletal remains that potentially dated to that period. Some believe they belong to the victims of the Black Assize. Others are not so certain. The bones were collected, cataloged, and placed in storage. No definitive answers emerged. Even in the present day, some locals speak of peculiar sensations near the old castle site, of sudden chills, a palpable heaviness in the air, and inexplicable feelings of dread. These anecdotal accounts, often dismissed, bear resemblance to similar reports from other historical locations associated with plague outbreaks. Yet in Oxford, where the boundary between consciousness and physical reality has consistently blurred, they feel more profoundly personal. What was the true cause of the Black Assize? Was it a rare convergence of disease and architectural factors? A tragic instance of contagion misunderstood by rudimentary medical knowledge? Or was something else released within that chamber, something for which we currently lack the terminology to adequately explain? And were I able to transport myself back to that day in 1577, to stand within the courtroom as judgment resonated off the stone walls? What sensations would I perceive in the air? Whatever transpired there, it left an indelible mark, not solely on Oxford's history, but upon its very atmosphere, something intangible, disquieting, and unresolved. What conclusions can I draw from a courtroom where hundreds perished silently, inexplicably, within a matter of days? And why, centuries later, does the air surrounding Oxford Castle still seem to resonate with an unseen presence? History does not invariably furnish definitive answers. Occasionally, it leaves behind only shadows. And from one shadow, I step into another. This one is cast not over a single urban center, but across the entirety of Europe. A pilgrimage undertaken without navigational aids, a crusade without a military force. Somewhere amidst the undulating terrain of northern France, the dawn breaks over tranquil fields and stone chapels that have endured for centuries. Here exist villages older than many contemporary nations, their histories etched into the weather-beaten lintels of deteriorating churches, their legends transmitted through narratives whispered by firelight. However, one particular story casts a longer shadow over these lands than most, a narrative concerning hundreds, possibly thousands, of children who once traversed these very roads, their voices raised in song, miniature crosses sewn onto their garments. It is a story that commenced with fervent faith and culminated in an enduring silence. The year was 1212. Europe was in a state of disquiet. The official crusades, military expeditions waged by monarchs and knights to reclaim the Holy Land, had lost their initial impetus and glory. Jerusalem remained beyond their grasp. Blood had been shed by all factions, yet peace remained elusive. Into this climate of failure and disillusionment emerged a new movement, one not originating in royal courts or baronial castles, but articulated through the voices of children. According to several historical chronicles, a young boy named Stephen, a shepherd from the village of Cloyes, claimed to have received a divine communication. Stephen recounted that Christ himself had appeared to him, instructing him to lead a new crusade, one comprised not of warriors, but of innocents. Children, he proclaimed, were pure. Their faith, untainted by political maneuvering and avarice, would achieve success where kings had failed. The concept rapidly gained momentum. Stephen commenced preaching in market squares. He reportedly performed what were described as miracles, minor, subtle acts, yet sufficient to attract large gatherings. And from these congregations, children came forward, initially by the dozen, then by the hundred. Some estimations suggest that as many as 30,000 children joined him, although contemporary scholars generally consider this figure to be significantly inflated. Nevertheless, the movement itself was genuine. The procession began its southward journey. Accounts describe a lengthy line of children winding through towns and across the countryside, either barefoot or wearing sandals, clutching simple wooden crosses and singing hymns. Many were no older than 12 or 13. Some were as young as 7. Not all were boys and not all were children. Some adults, perhaps drawn by destitution or profound piety, joined out of hope or desperation. But the essential character of the movement remained unchanged. It was the children who spearheaded it. Their objective was to reach the Mediterranean Sea. There, according to the prevailing narrative, God would miraculously divide the waters, just as he had for Moses. They would then traverse dry land to reach the Holy Land. Their intention was to reclaim Jerusalem, not through the use of swords, but through fervent prayer. However, the sea did not separate. When the children arrived at Marseille, famished, utterly exhausted, and dispirited, they encountered a world largely indifferent to their unwavering faith. Some turned back, some simply disappeared from the record, and some, according to the most grim version of the tale, were sold into slavery. 2 merchants are said to have offered them passage across the sea. 7 vessels were subsequently filled with children. Not one of these ships ever reached the Holy Land. 2 were lost during a storm. The remaining vessels, it is recounted, sailed to North Africa, where their young passengers were sold in slave markets. No specific names, no definitive records. Merely a narrative passed down through generations, characterized by profound sorrow. That constitutes the legendary account. But to what extent does it reflect historical reality? Historians continue to debate the factual basis of the Children's Crusade. Some argue that it was not genuinely a crusade composed primarily of children, but rather a movement of the impoverished, the landless, and the desperate. Others believe the story was subsequently romanticized and exaggerated by chroniclers seeking to impart moral lessons or issue cautionary warnings. Yet fragments of evidence persist. Records discovered in Cologne, in France, and in Genoa all make reference to groups of children traveling towards the sea. Some were intercepted and turned back by bishops. Others simply vanished from the historical record without explanation. In one particular instance, a document from the monastery of Saint-Denis mentions the arrival of a multitude of children who marched with fervent religious zeal, but who knew not the path they walked. What truly motivated them? Was it genuine faith? Was it the persuasive echo of sermons and stories recounted too frequently? Was it naive hope or calculated manipulation? More speculative voices have raised even more peculiar questions. Why do similar narratives emerge in Germany concurrently, where another boy named Nicholas reportedly led thousands across the Alps towards Italy? Why do some accounts specifically mention visions, bright lights, voices heard in dreams, celestial phenomena observed in the sky? Could these experiences, described by children during an age marked by intense religious fervor and pervasive fear, point towards a collective psychological phenomenon or something else entirely? And why do so many individual names disappear from the record? In an era characterized by prolific chroniclers and scribes, where even minor skirmishes were documented with considerable detail, how could a movement involving potentially thousands of individuals leave behind such limited concrete evidence? Even the precise location of their departure, Marseille, is subject to scholarly dispute. Some versions place it further eastward, others suggest they never even reached the coastline. The entire narrative seems to shift depending upon the source, akin to a story retold too many times by too many disparate voices. And yet it lingers, depicted in paintings, preserved in stained glass windows, and recounted in folktales. The image remains evocative, a lengthy procession of children marching towards an unseen promise, their faces turned towards the sky, their songs carried by the wind. What did they genuinely believe they were undertaking? Were they guided by profound faith, or by something else entirely, something more inscrutable? Did they truly anticipate the sea parting beneath their feet? And if it did not, what did they perceive when they stood on the shore, gazing out over the vast expanse of waves? Perhaps the Children's Crusade is not fundamentally a question of historical fact, but rather one of enduring memory. It might represent a collective yearning for purity in a period of widespread cruelty, or serve as a sobering admonition about what transpires when innocence is left vulnerable and unprotected. We may never definitively ascertain the exact number who embarked on this journey or how many never returned, but their footsteps, faint as they are, still resonate across the ancient pathways of France, leading into a mystery that has, in truth, never concluded. What compels children to traverse continents without maps, without weapons, and without any apparent prospect of return? Was it solely faith or something far deeper, more unknowable? History does not always reveal its secrets through quiet whispers. Sometimes it expresses them through song, and occasionally through frenetic movement. The streets of Strasbourg were narrow back then, paved with uneven stones and bordered by tall, half-timbered houses that leaned slightly inward, as if engaged in clandestine murmurs across the alleyways. The month was July of 1518. The air felt heavy and oppressive, swollen with the intense summer heat and the lingering weight of recent famine. The Rhine River flowed sluggishly nearby, and from the cathedral the bells tolled, their sound descending upon a populace already burdened by hunger, widespread illness, and pervading fear. And then, on an unremarkable morning, entirely without fanfare or warning, a woman stepped out into the street and began to dance. She moved in isolation initially. Her name, according to the limited surviving accounts, was Frau Trophäa. There was no accompanying music, no festival underway, no discernible reason for her actions. She simply commenced swaying and twirling, her arms raised as though guided by an unseen force. Her feet struck the cobblestones with a rhythm audible only to her. Initially, people reacted with amusement. Subsequently, they stared in the stunned silence, and then watched with growing unease as hours elapsed and her movements did not cease. By the second day, others had joined her. By the conclusion of the week, more than 30 individuals were dancing uncontrollably in the streets of Strasbourg. They danced throughout the daylight hours and continued into the night. They collapsed from sheer exhaustion, only to rise again and resume their frenetic movements. Some cried out in agony, their faces distorted, their bodies contorting as if manipulated by invisible cords. Witnesses described eyes wide with terror, hands clawing at the air, legs bruised and bleeding. Yet they persisted in dancing. By August, the number of afflicted had swelled into the hundreds. Authorities became concerned, but not yet panicked. In the early 16th century, inexplicable behavior was frequently interpreted through the prism of religious beliefs, astrological influences, or imbalances of bodily humors. The city council consulted with physicians who concluded that the afflictions stemmed from overheated blood, a condition that, paradoxically, necessitated further dancing to purge. Consequently, they erected a temporary stage. Musicians were engaged. A space was cleared within the marketplace. The prevailing belief was that if the afflicted individuals could sweat the illness out, they might recover. However, the plan had the opposite effect. The music merely intensified the frenzy. People danced with greater vigor, for longer durations, and with increased violence. Some reports claim dozens succumbed to heart attacks, strokes, or utter exhaustion. And then, as abruptly as it had commenced, the phenomenon ceased. By early September, the intensity of the dancing diminished. The afflicted dispersed. The music fell silent. No one was held accountable. No one was subjected to blame. The official records simply terminate, much like a door being closed on a room one is not meant to re-enter. What transpired in Strasbourg that summer? Historians have proposed various explanations, some seemingly plausible, others more speculative. One theory posits it was a case of mass psychogenic illness, a form of collective hysteria triggered by extreme stress, fear, and desperation. Strasbourg had recently endured a succession of calamities, failed harvests, escalating food prices, and outbreaks of disease. In such an environment, perhaps a single person's psychological breakdown could spread rapidly, like a spark igniting dry grass. Others suggest ergot poisoning, a hallucinogenic mold that proliferates on damp rye and can induce convulsions, delirium, and a sensation of burning limbs. It is the same fungus from which LSD is derived. The notion that a contaminated grain supply could precipitate widespread mania is not entirely improbable. And yet ergotism typically causes sufferers to writhe in pain, not to engage in synchronized dancing, and it rarely persists for weeks on end. Still others have explored the cultural context of the period. The Middle Ages and early Renaissance were replete with mystical traditions and instances of religious ecstasy. Accounts of saints, martyrs, and divine visions often involved frenetic movement, trance states, or presumed divine possession. Could the dancers have believed, either consciously or unconsciously, that their suffering constituted a form of penance? That through physical anguish they were purifying themselves of sin? There is also the figure of Saint Vitus, recognized as the patron saint of dance and nervous disorders. In certain regions of Europe, devotees would implore him for protection against a condition known as Saint Anthony's fire or Saint Vitus's dance, a genuine neurological disorder characterized by involuntary movements. Some believe the Strasbourg outbreak was a type of communal devotion, a ritual that escalated uncontrollably. More speculative voices whisper of ancient rituals resurfacing, of old, seasonally based rites, perhaps only partially remembered and previously suppressed, breaking through during a period of societal fragmentation. Was the dancing plague a disruption in cultural memory? A submerged tradition attempting to reassert itself? A few individuals venture even further. They draw attention to the peculiar synchronicity of the event, not random or chaotic, but exhibiting a strange pattern. Hundreds moving in concert day and night, as if mesmerized by a singular rhythm imperceptible to everyone else. Could it have been a form of trance state, induced by something now lost to our understanding? Perhaps music, specific vibrations, or even environmental frequencies. There is no universally accepted explanation, no definitive resolution. The dancing plague faded from the official records, as most unsettling events eventually do. It became a historical curiosity, a mere footnote, but it was not an isolated incident. Similar outbreaks occurred in other parts of Europe, though none attained the magnitude of the Strasbourg phenomenon. And in every instance, they left behind the same perplexing questions. Why did they dance? What force compelled their bodies to move until they collapsed? Was it a manifestation of madness, or did it possess some deeper significance? Centuries later, the stones of Strasbourg endure, some of them unaltered. The cathedral continues to dominate the city skyline, casting its elongated shadow across streets that once resonated with the relentless sound of feet pounding against the earth. Sometimes history is commemorated through enduring monuments, and sometimes through unresolved mysteries. Some assert that memory lingers within specific locations, that the very walls possess recollection. If this is true, what do the stones of Strasbourg still retain? Perhaps there was something extraordinary present in the air during that summer of 1518. Or perhaps, for a fleeting period, something emerged from beneath the surface of the world and chose to dance. What could conceivably motivate hundreds of people to dance themselves to death while others merely observed? What force propelled them? Was it fever, profound fear, or something even more deeply concealed? As the peculiar silence returned to Strasbourg, historical attention shifted elsewhere, eastward across windswept steppes and along ancient trade routes, towards a forgotten empire whose very identity remains shrouded in uncertainty. A kingdom that rose, flourished, and subsequently disappeared, leaving behind not prominent ruins, but persistent questions. In the vast expanse of grasslands situated between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, where the Volga and Don rivers meander through plains of rustling grasses and profound silence, there once existed a kingdom unlike any other. Today, the land is dotted with remnants, fragments of pottery, worn coinage, weathered remnants of hill forts, scant indications of what was once one of the most potent and enigmatic empires of the medieval world, the Khazars. They are typically absent from most standard history textbooks. Their major cities are not destinations for tourism. Their memory flickers only in the margins of ancient chronicles and the whispered footnotes of diplomatic dispatches. And yet, for over 300 years, the Khazar Empire held dominion over one of the most strategically critical crossroads on the globe. They formed a bridge between the Christian West, the Islamic South, and the pagan and nomadic populations of the North. They exerted control over crucial segments of the Silk Road trade network. They levied taxes on caravans, forged significant alliances, and wielded considerable military and economic influence. They engaged in military conflicts against the Arab Caliphate, maintained diplomatic relationships with the Byzantine Empire, and possessed a formidable standing army. But who precisely were they? The Khazars were a semi-nomadic Turkic people, likely originating from the steppes of Central Asia. By the 7th century, they had established a powerful state extending across what is now southern Russia, western Kazakhstan, eastern Ukraine, and portions of the Caucasus region. Their capital city, Etil, was situated near the estuary of the Volga River, serving as a multi-ethnic center of commerce, linguistic exchange, and diverse religious practices. And it is at this point that the mystery deepens considerably. At some juncture during their imperial zenith, possibly in the 8th or 9th century, the Khazar ruling elite are reported to have adopted Judaism as the official state religion. This assertion appears in several independent historical sources, including accounts from Islamic geographers, Christian chroniclers, and a notable exchange of correspondence between the Khazar king and a Spanish Jewish scholar named Hasdai ibn Shaprut. However, the specific details surrounding this conversion remain elusive. Why did a Central Asian steppe empire convert to Judaism, an action unique among the major global powers of the era? Was it the result of a genuine spiritual transformation, or primarily a shrewd political maneuver designed to maintain neutrality between the ascendant Christian and Islamic empires surrounding them? Did the entire populace undergo conversion, or was it limited solely to the ruling class? And why is there such a limited amount of archaeological or textual evidence available to substantiate the precise nature or extent of this conversion? Some historians contend that the Khazars embraced Judaism as a means of asserting their independence, positioning themselves as a distinct alternative between the competing monotheistic systems that bordered their territories. Others suggest it represented a syncretic amalgamation of various faiths, more culturally oriented than strictly theological. A few even question whether the conversion occurred at all, or if it was merely an exaggeration propagated by foreign observers attempting to make sense of a powerful people who defied conventional categorization. And then, as abruptly as they had appeared on the historical stage, the Khazars seemingly vanished. By the 10th century, their influence began to wane significantly. The Rus, an emerging Slavic power originating from the north, commenced encroachment upon Khazar territories. Their established trade routes weakened, their alliances frayed and ultimately dissolved. Eventually, the Khazar capital was sacked, their cities were abandoned, and their name faded from the political cartography of the world. No single decisive battle marked their downfall. No surviving account describes a dramatic final stand or last desperate resistance. The empire simply dissolved, its inhabitants absorbed into surrounding populations, scattered or otherwise lost to historical visibility. What became of the Khazar people? Some believe they integrated into adjacent populations, including Turkic, Slavic, and Jewish communities. Others contend they undertook a migration westward. It is here that the mystery takes a more contentious turn. In the 20th century, a theory gained considerable traction, suggesting that many Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews might trace some portion of their ancestry back to Khazar converts. This concept, largely predicated upon the writings of a few medieval sources and notably championed by figures such as Arthur Koestler in his work The 13th Tribe, has ignited intense academic and political debate. The majority of contemporary genetic studies tend to contradict this theory, finding little to no direct Khazar genetic link within Ashkenazi lineages. Nevertheless, the question persists within certain circles, not as an established fact, but as a lingering possibility. Other theories, even more speculative in nature, propose that remnants of the Khazar nobility survived in secrecy, preserving cultural traditions, elements of their language, and perhaps even knowledge that was never disseminated into Western records. Some researchers have gone so far as to propose connections between potential Khazar refugees and the unexpected appearance of Jewish communities in various regions, ranging from the Caucasus to the Carpathians, each potentially carrying subtle traces of a lost collective identity. However, concrete evidence supporting these claims remains scarce. The Khazars left behind very few of their own written records and no known chronicles detailing their history from their perspective. Their system of writing, if one existed, has not survived into the modern era. What information we possess comes predominantly from external sources: Arab historians, Byzantine diplomats, Jewish scholars, and fragments of diplomatic correspondence. It is almost as though the Khazars deliberately erased themselves from history, or were systematically erased by others? What type of powerful empire leaves such minimal lasting evidence of its existence? No enduring architectural monuments of significant scale, no substantial literary legacy, no widely spoken descendant language surviving to the present day. How could a people so pivotal to regional trade, political dynamics, and religious interactions simply dissolve? Perhaps it represented the inherent cost of maintaining neutrality. By consciously selecting a path that distinguished them from both the Christian and Muslim spheres, they inadvertently ensured their eventual isolation. And perhaps that very distinctiveness, which was once a source of their strength, ultimately contributed to their undoing. Today, the wind continues to sweep across the open steppe where Khazar horsemen once rode. Within the soil, archaeologists persist in discovering subtle clues, burial sites, coins, enigmatic inscriptions, but never quite enough to assemble the complete picture, never the entire narrative. Was the Khazar Empire truly lost to oblivion, or merely concealed in plain sight, awaiting rediscovery? And if their memory remains buried beneath centuries of accumulated dust and profound silence, what extraordinary insights might still await their uncovering? History frequently commemorates the victors, but occasionally the most compelling truths pertain to those who simply disappeared. The Khazar Empire, powerful, elusive, and strangely silent, faded away, not with a resounding collapse, but with a gradual retreat into the historical shadows. Its disappearance leaves behind significantly more unanswered questions than definitive conclusions. But not all historical mysteries are interred within forgotten urban centers or concealed within lost familial lineages. Some phenomena sweep across the entire globe, leaving no region untouched. One such moment arrived, not through warfare or the expansion of empires, but through something originating in the very sky itself. The sun rises, but its light is muted. Not golden in hue nor blue, but an oppressive gray, cold and seemingly devoid of vitality. Across Europe, the Middle East, and various parts of Asia, the day commences enveloped in an unnatural silence. Crops fail to germinate. The air hangs heavy and damp. And when individuals look upwards, they perceive a sky that adamantly refuses to radiate its customary warmth and brilliance. This was not the aftermath of a military engagement or the commencement of winter's grip. This was summer in the year 536, and something had gone catastrophically awry. I know about the calamities that struck Pompeii. I study the downfall of Rome. Yet few events in the entirety of human history can truly be compared to what transpired during this single, largely forgotten year. A global-scale catastrophe so profound, so utterly pervasive, that it immersed a significant portion of the world in an unnatural gloom for nearly 2 full years. For centuries thereafter, no one possessed a clear explanation for its cause. The Byzantine historian Procopius, penning his account from Constantinople, described it with stark brevity. The sun gave forth its light without brightness, like the moon, during the whole year. In other regions, Irish monks meticulously recorded a complete failure of cereal crops, leading to widespread famine. Chinese imperial scribes noted the astonishing phenomenon of snow descending in the middle of summer. From Syria, reports detailed widespread famine and the emergence of pestilence. Agricultural yields failed comprehensively across multiple continents. Ambient temperatures plummeted dramatically. And as the heavens grew dim and the global climate cooled, disorder inevitably ensued. Famine ravaged populations across both Europe and Asia. Social instability and unrest surged. In China, the failure of crops destabilized the Northern Wei dynasty, bringing it close to collapse. In Europe, the breakdown of established food production and distribution systems inadvertently paved the way for the emergence of a new wave of devastating disease, the plague of Justinian, which would subsequently claim millions of lives across the known world. In some affected areas, people not only suffered starvation due to the absence of food, but from the unsettling experience of inhabiting a world that no longer adhered to the predictable rhythms of temporal seasons and agricultural cycles. What force could possibly have orchestrated such a widespread global crisis? For generations, historians could only engage in theoretical speculation. Was it perceived as divine retribution? A celestial foreboding? an unambiguous indicator of the impending end times? Theories ranged widely, proposing explanations from the passage of comets to vast clouds of cosmic dust, from distant military conflicts to direct acts of divine intervention. However, none of these proposed hypotheses could fully account for the sheer magnitude or the precise timing of the event that subsequently became known as the Dark Year. Then, within just the past few decades, modern scientific inquiry began to yield insights capable of addressing this enduring mystery. Analysis of ice cores extracted from both Greenland and Antarctica revealed something quite remarkable: a sudden, pronounced surge in atmospheric sulfate concentrations precisely around the year 536. This compelling evidence strongly indicated the occurrence of a colossal volcanic eruption, an eruption of such immense power that it propelled vast quantities of volcanic ash and sulfur dioxide high into the stratosphere, where these aerosols persisted for years, effectively obstructing incoming solar radiation, altering established climate patterns, and causing the skies across the globe to darken dramatically. More recent research now points towards a potential culprit originating in Iceland, possibly associated with the volcanic systems of Víðvatn Katla. However, the evidence does not suggest a single isolated eruption. The ice core data clearly shows a second significant atmospheric event around the year 540, and potentially a third shortly thereafter. This sequence of volcanic activity triggered a chain reaction, initiating a prolonged global cooling phase that scientists now refer to as the Late Antique Little Ice Age. But even this explanation, firmly rooted in empirical data and geological science, leaves several critical questions unanswered. Why is there a complete absence of contemporaneous local records, no Icelandic oral traditions, and no Norse legends that explicitly mention a volcanic eruption of such catastrophic magnitude? Could the source have been located elsewhere, an as-yet unidentified volcano situated in the tropics? Some researchers point towards regions like El Salvador or the Rabaul caldera located in Papua New Guinea as potential origins. The precise geographical location of the primary eruption remains definitively unconfirmed. Furthermore, there is the intriguing matter of the extraordinary rapidity with which the pervasive darkness seemed to spread across the globe. If the eruption had been colossal but geographically confined, why did its effects appear to ripple outward and manifest almost simultaneously across the entire planet? Why did distinct cultures situated in vastly different geographical regions, possessing no direct contact with one another, report not merely analogous weather patterns, but the same unsettling dimness, the same pervasive sense of apocalyptic foreboding? Was the atmospheric disruption caused solely by ash and aerosols, or were other, as yet unidentified factors at play? More speculative minds have questioned whether the purely volcanic explanation comprehensively accounts for the entirety of the phenomenon. Could there have been an impact event, perhaps from a comet or meteor striking the ocean, leaving no readily apparent impact crater, but injecting a sufficient quantity of debris into the upper atmosphere to effectively simulate a volcanic winter? Could the event have been astrophysical in nature, involving an extreme and sudden reduction in the sun's energy output, or potentially a cosmic cloud impacting Earth's climate from beyond our solar system? Some researchers even ponder the inherent fragility of our collective historical memory. Is it conceivable that earlier human societies possessed greater knowledge regarding this specific catastrophe, and that those crucial records were subsequently lost to the ravages of time or deliberate destruction? Could a natural disaster of such immense scale have not only disrupted agricultural production and public health, but also systematically dismantled entire societal systems of writing, meticulous record-keeping, and continuous cultural transmission? The lingering effects of the year 536 did not dissipate rapidly. For nearly an entire decade, the global climate remained unstable and highly unpredictable, marked by phenomena such as snowfalls in June and famines that persisted for years. Established political systems were significantly weakened, or in some cases, completely collapsed. And from the void left by this widespread disruption emerged new empires, new religious movements, and entirely new intellectual frameworks and ideologies. It represented, in a fundamental sense, a reset, not simply in terms of global temperature, but in the very trajectory of civilization itself. And yet, remarkably few people in the present day are familiar with the designation of that pivotal year. Few are educated about the fact that this single, silent, skyborn, and nearly invisible event may have irrevocably altered the course of human history to a greater extent than any military conflict or political revolution. The period of oppressive darkness eventually receded, but it left enduring marks, visible in the growth rings of ancient trees, preserved within polar ice layers, documented in forgotten texts, painstakingly inscribed by fearful hands, and perhaps embedded within a deep layer of our collective cultural memory. A lingering echo of the time when the sun seemingly failed to rise. What truly transpired in the year 536? Was it merely nature demonstrating its capacity for extreme violence? Or did it represent something more profound, a warning, an omen, or an event whose full significance we have yet to fully comprehend? The sky grew dark. The world experienced a profound shudder, and for a brief, utterly terrifying interval, it felt as though the end had arrived. But precisely what ended, and what subsequently began, may still lie concealed beneath accumulated layers of volcanic ash, glacial ice, and the persistent veil of historical silence. The year 536 left the world visibly dimmed and profoundly shaken. It constituted a global catastrophe not stemming from military conflict, but originating from the sky and the enveloping shadows, something beyond human control, beyond immediate comprehension. And yet sometimes history's most somber moments arise not from celestial phenomena, but from within humanity itself, from individuals, from deeply ingrained fears, and from the deliberate silencing of a solitary voice that dared to shed too much light. The Mediterranean Sea shimmers brightly beyond the expanse of Whitestone Harbor facilities in Alexandria, where the prevailing wind carries both the scent of salt spray and the faint odor of smoke. In the early part of the 5th century CE, this city was far more than simply a maritime port. It functioned as a beacon of intellectual illumination. It was a place where meticulously copied scrolls filled the architectural halls of its libraries, where conflicting philosophical doctrines were openly debated in public forums, and where accumulated knowledge was not merely safeguarded, it was actively cultivated and expanded upon. Alexandria had previously served as the esteemed home to the legendary Great Library, to successive generations of exceptionally brilliant scholars, to astronomers who painstakingly charted the trajectories of distant stars, and to mathematicians who expertly manipulated numerical concepts to derive profound meaning. And among this distinguished assembly, there was the figure of Hypatia. She was concurrently a dedicated teacher, a profound philosopher, and a highly capable scientist, a woman of letters operating within a societal structure largely dominated by men. As the daughter of Theon, who was himself a respected mathematician, Hypatia ascended to prominence not solely on the strength of her intellectual brilliance, but also due to her remarkable clarity in her thought processes, clarity in her public discourse, and unwavering clarity in her fundamental principles. She instructed her students within the intellectual framework of the Neoplatonist tradition, guiding them through the intricate mysteries of geometry, the complexities of astronomy, and the fundamental principles of ethics. Her intellectual gravity attracted followers from all corners of the Mediterranean world, both pagans and Christians, men holding high political office, and individuals wearing the simple sandals of the peasantry alike, came specifically to hear her articulate her ideas. Her classroom was, in essence, the bustling street. Her blackboard was the readily available sand upon the ground. Her voice remained consistently calm and measured. And then, tragically, she was murdered, not by opportunistic thieves or by philosophical rivals engaged in academic dispute, but by an enraged mob. In March of 415 CE, Hypatia was violently dragged from her chariot by a group identified as Christian zealots. They proceeded to strip her bare, savagely flayed her skin using sharpened pieces of pottery tiles, and systematically tore her body apart limb from limb. Her dismembered remains were subsequently incinerated, her esteemed name publicly reviled, and her profound teachings were deliberately suppressed beneath the weight of fear and unbridled fury. The officially sanctioned narrative regarding her demise is undeniably complex. The The city of Alexandria itself was embroiled in significant political upheaval during this period. Long-standing religious tensions between various Christian factions and the established pagan intellectual community had escalated to a critical breaking point. At the very epicenter of this volatile situation was a bitter personal and political rivalry between the powerful Christian bishop Cyril of Alexandria and the Roman governor Orestes, who happened to be both a former student and a close political ally of Hypatia. Some historical interpretations contend that her death was primarily political in nature, that she was perceived as a trusted advisor, perhaps even a manipulative force operating behind Orestes' political actions. Other perspectives maintain that her murder was fundamentally religious, that her pagan background, her prominent public profile, and her considerable intellectual influence rendered her a primary target within a city undergoing a rapid and often brutal transition towards Christian doctrinal dominance. However, history often tends to oversimplify events it struggles to fully comprehend in all their multifaceted complexity. Was Hypatia genuinely killed solely for what she represented symbolically or more profoundly, for the extent of the knowledge she possessed and disseminated? The body of her surviving written works is unfortunately sparse, primarily consisting of commentaries on Ptolemy's astronomical works, on the works of Apollonius concerning conic sections, and a limited number of personal letters preserved by her loyal students. However, what has been irretrievably lost is undoubtedly far more substantial. Is it possible that she was in possession of important manuscripts that have since vanished over time? Was she perhaps one of the last living intellectual links connecting her era to the vast resources of the Great Library of Alexandria? A dedicated custodian of crucial texts and ideas no longer deemed safe or politically expedient for a rapidly transforming world? And what are I to make of the circumstances surrounding her violent death itself? Some historical accounts are graphically detailed and disturbingly explicit, while others remain frustratingly vague and demonstrably inconsistent. Even the precise identities of her immediate assailants remain significantly obscured, often described only vaguely as followers of Peter the Reader, a relatively minor ecclesiastical figure whose specific motivations for instigating such violence remain deeply unclear. Was this a spontaneous outbreak of uncontrolled rage, or a meticulously planned and ruthlessly executed purge of dissenting voices and challenging ideas? What is most profoundly unsettling about this entire episode is the chilling silence that followed. There was no formal investigation launched into her murder, no subsequent imperial trial conducted to bring her killers to justice. Bishop Cyril, despite his evident political entanglement in the events leading up to her death, was never officially condemned for any role he may have played. In fact, he was later officially canonized by the Church, becoming recognized as Saint Cyril of Alexandria. And Hypatia, once widely recognized as a powerful symbol of reason and intellectual inquiry, was systematically transformed in many historical records into a vaguely defined pagan sorceress, or, more frequently, simply omitted from the historical narrative entirely. Only centuries later did her name begin to re-emerge from obscurity, revived by the intellectual curiosity of Renaissance thinkers, championed by Enlightenment philosophers, and meticulously researched by modern historians. Today, she is often rightfully revered as a martyr for the principles of scientific inquiry, rational thought, and the pursuit of secular knowledge. However, in her own specific time and context, she may have been perceived far more simply as a dangerous figure, an independent woman unwilling to conform to societal expectations, an unbound intellect, a mind demonstrably too sharp and influential for the prevailing political powers of the day. The tragic events surrounding Hypatia's death represent far more than simply the story of a single individual's murder. It is fundamentally the story of a pivotal historical transition, a decisive turning point when Alexandria, and arguably the broader ancient world, began its pronounced shift away from a culture of open intellectual inquiry towards rigid orthodoxy, from a rich philosophical pluralism towards institutionalized control, and from vibrant living memory into enduring historical mystery. Some fringe theorists have posited that Hypatia's death was part of a much larger, meticulously coordinated effort to systematically extinguish specific forms of forbidden knowledge, whether these were advanced mathematical truths, accurate astronomical models, or philosophical systems that directly contradicted the increasingly rigid dogmas of the ascendant religious authority. There are unsubstantiated whispers, never conclusively proven, suggesting that she possessed detailed maps of the heavens, exhibiting a degree of accuracy that her era ostensibly should not have allowed. That she lectured on the concepts of planetary orbits and eclipses centuries before such ideas became widely accepted within the mainstream scientific thought. That her brilliant mind harbored vestiges of ancient Pythagorean mysticism, complex Platonic cosmology, and enigmatic Egyptian secrets now irretrievably lost to the sands of time. These assertions do not necessarily constitute claims of supernatural phenomena or elaborate clandestine conspiracies, but they undeniably raise a crucial question. What invaluable knowledge is permanently lost when a single, uniquely brilliant mind is violently extinguished? Hypatia left behind no direct intellectual heirs in the sense of disciples who publicly continued her specific line of teaching. Her school was consequently disbanded. Her voice was deliberately silenced, not solely through the act of killing her, but through a calculated process of historical erasure. And Alexandria, once universally acknowledged as the preeminent city of ancient learning, never again achieved the same level of intellectual preeminence it had enjoyed during its golden age. Today, her compelling story exists only in fragments, preserved in scattered letters, in painstakingly reconstructed texts from other sources, and in fictionalized portrayals within literature and film. However, the fundamental truth of who she was and the full scope of the intellectual legacy she may have carried remains an intricate puzzle with frustratingly numerous missing pieces. Was Hypatia the last living guardian of something critically important that we have yet to fully rediscover? Or was she merely a remarkably bright intellectual light prematurely extinguished by the inexorable rising tide of the historical era she inhabited? The wind continues to move ceaselessly through the weathered ruins of ancient Alexandria. The harbor facilities endure. The ancient stones have witnessed the passage of countless centuries, but the fundamental questions linger softly, persistently, much like the rhythmic lapping of waves against forgotten marble structures. What was irretrievably lost to humanity when Hypatia fell? And what, if anything, still lies concealed within the ancient sands upon which she once walked? The streets of Alexandria once vibrated with the myriad voices of knowledge, philosophers, mathematicians, dedicated seekers of truth. When Hypatia met her tragic end, something far more significant than just a single life was extinguished. It marked a profound historical shift, a subtle unraveling of collective memory. And yet her death was not an isolated incident unique to its time. Across the world, spanning multiple generations, other silences began to progressively deepen. They became forgotten, not by mere accident or oversight, but perhaps as a result of deliberate design. I invite you to imagine walking through the sprawling ruins of an ancient urban center. The monumental columns still stand erect, weathered by millennia, but retaining a certain proud dignity. Inscriptions are faintly visible, curling across their surfaces, painstakingly etched in scripts that are no longer actively spoken or understood. Fragments of pottery lie scattered in the dust beneath your feet, once carefully shaped and functional objects, now rendered utterly silent. The people who originally constructed these impressive walls have long since departed, but the essence of what they knew, that is what potentially lingers, or perhaps, crucially, what does not. Because what is most striking about these places is not simply the pervasive emptiness, but the profound silence, the inexplicable historical gaps. There are entire extended periods within the documented trajectory of human history where our collective knowledge appears inexplicably less comprehensive than it logically should be. Civilizations emerge displaying remarkable levels of sophistication, constructing monumental edifices aligned with celestial bodies, implementing complex agricultural techniques, designing intricate tools and precise calendars. And then, seemingly with startling abruptness, something fundamental shifts. It is not merely a process of decline or collapse, but a profound act of forgetting. This recurring phenomenon is often referred to as the Great Forgetting. It is not conceived as a single, isolated historical event, but rather as a discernible pattern, a recurring phenomenon in which vast quantities of accumulated human knowledge, whether scientific, technical, or cultural, appear to vanish mysteriously from the verifiable historical record. Some attribute this phenomenon to the destructive impact of warfare. Others posit it as the inevitable consequence of large-scale natural disasters. However, the more deeply one investigates this pattern, the more elusive and complex the underlying explanations become. Consider, for instance, the archaeological case of Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, acknowledged as one of the oldest known proto-urban settlements, dating back over 9,000 years. Here, people living in the Neolithic era constructed densely packed, multi-level dwelling structures accessed unusually through openings in the roof. They adorned their interior walls with complex and vibrant murals. They practiced a unique burial custom, interring their deceased beneath the living spaces, a practice suggesting profound ritual continuity and a sophisticated social framework. And yet, conspicuously, there exists no clear or compelling evidence of any form of writing system. No deciphered texts, no discernible lineage of ideas systematically transmitted forward through written means. The site was eventually abandoned, and the wealth of knowledge contained within that culture was subsequently lost or overlooked. Or consider the remarkable example of Mohenjo-Daro, situated in the Indus Valley region around 2500 BCE. This ancient city boasted an impressively advanced municipal sewage system that would arguably rival those found in many early modern cities. It featured meticulously planned grid-patterned streets, large public bathing facilities, and a system of standardized weights and measures, demonstrating a high degree of administrative organization. However, the intricate script they employed, known as the Indus script, remains frustratingly undeciphered to this day. And when this advanced civilization eventually collapsed, a substantial portion of its accumulated knowledge disappeared along with it, not gradually, but seemingly all at once. And what of the Antikythera mechanism, the extraordinary Greek artifact recovered from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of the island of Crete? This intricate device, constructed in the 2nd century BCE, was capable of precisely modeling the complex movements of celestial bodies with astonishing accuracy. A device that some scholars have characterized as the world's first known analog computer. And yet, for a period exceeding 1,000 years thereafter, there is no discernible record of any comparable technology existing anywhere in the world. No traceable lineage of technological development, as though someone had briefly reached far ahead of their time and then was simply forgotten by subsequent generations. Could all of these instances simply be a series of unrelated coincidences, the natural and cyclical patterns of societal rise and fall? Or is there something more profound and interconnected at play? The term Great Forgetting initially emerged within anthropological discourse as a concept to describe how early human cultures appeared to consciously or unconsciously abandon existing knowledge, technological tools, complex social systems, or deeply ingrained religious practices for reasons that remained largely unclear to external observers. However, the concept has since evolved into something more expansive, a pervasive historical mystery that spans from the earliest periods of the ancient world right up to the cusp of the modern era. Why is it that humanity periodically seems to collectively forget invaluable knowledge that it demonstrably once possessed? Some researchers point to the fundamental nature of oral tradition. Prior to the widespread adoption of writing systems, knowledge was primarily held within the collective memory of the community, transmitted across generations through storytelling, musical performance, and ritual practice. If an entire community was subjected to displacement or destruction due to war, widespread famine, or a major natural catastrophe, that fragile chain of knowledge transmission could be irrevocably broken within a single generation. Everything that was not permanently inscribed in enduring stone would effectively vanish, not because it was not highly valued by the culture, but precisely because its preservation relied entirely on being held with infallible human memory. Others propose that forgetting is not merely an accidental byproduct of historical processes, but is, in fact, frequently an intentional act. They argue that as power structures shift and new regimes consolidate control, established authorities often actively suppress or deliberately obliterate older ideas, narratives, and historical accounts. Libraries are systematically burned, indigenous languages are suppressed or erased from public use, and historical maps are redrawn to reflect new political realities. In essence, forgetting can be employed as a potent tool of social and political control. We have observed undeniable historical examples of this. The catastrophic destruction of the Library of Alexandria, the systematic burning of Mayan codices by Spanish conquistadors, and the state-sponsored suppression and manipulation of knowledge under numerous totalitarian regimes throughout the 20th century. Repeatedly, historical analysis demonstrates to me that collective memory is inherently vulnerable, not solely to the corrosive effects of time itself, but equally to the deliberate manipulation and imposition of dominant ideologies. Nevertheless, other lines of inquiry delve into more speculative possibilities. Could there have been ancient global-scale catastrophes, perhaps major cometary or meteor impacts, powerful solar flares, or supervolcanic eruptions that effectively reset civilization on multiple occasions, leaving scattered groups of survivors forced to rebuild society largely without the accumulated knowledge of those who came before them? Geological records provide compelling evidence of massive, abrupt climate shifts, sudden and widespread declines in human populations, and unexplained global temperature fluctuations throughout Earth's history. Were these disruptive events sufficiently powerful and pervasive to completely sever the established lines of knowledge transmission across entire societies? And then there exists a more profound, fundamentally psychological possibility that a certain degree of forgetting is simply an inherent, intrinsic aspect of the human condition and the process of societal development. As societies grow increasingly complex, they inevitably undergo specialization. Knowledge becomes compartmentalized, held within the specialized expertise of certain individuals, or embedded within intricate systemic structures that few outside those domains fully comprehend. When those complex systems subsequently falter or collapse, when an entire class of scribes, skilled engineers, or expert astronomers disappears, the specialized knowledge they possessed becomes effectively inaccessible, perhaps even rendered entirely incomprehensible to succeeding generations. Consider a text written in a language that is no longer spoken or understood, a complex machine constructed based on long-forgotten engineering principles, or a detailed star chart whose fundamental meanings have completely faded from collective memory. Is this the inevitable fate awaiting all accumulated human knowledge? To be painstakingly acquired and remembered for a finite period, and then gradually, almost silently, lost forever? There are persistent hints suggesting that far more may have been forgotten than we currently acknowledge. These include enigmatic petroglyphs that bear a striking resemblance to sophisticated astronomical diagrams, megalithic sites of uncertain purpose, whose original functions we can only theorize about, and oral traditions found across various cultures that describe prior worlds or distinct epochs existing before the sun as we currently understand it. Are these compelling accounts mere mythologies and allegorical tales, or do they represent distant, fragmented echoes of genuine historical memories? It is possible we may never definitively ascertain the truth. What is abundantly clear to me is this: despite all our remarkable technological advancements and intellectual progress, the trajectory of human history is not a clear, linear progression forward. It does not represent a steady, uninterrupted ascent towards our current state. Instead, it is a complex and often contradictory patchwork woven from threads of brilliant innovation and catastrophic collapse, moments of clear recollection juxtaposed with periods of profound silence, significant discoveries intertwined with equally significant losses. And situated somewhere within that pervasive silence resides the concept of the Great Forgetting, a fundamental question not merely concerning what specific knowledge we have lost, but why we appear to be perpetually engaged in the process of losing it. So, what other invaluable insights have slipped through the cracks of recorded history? What critical knowledge once fundamentally shaped the world we inhabit and now lies buried, patiently awaiting potential rediscovery and reintegration into our understanding? And if a certain degree of forgetting is indeed an intrinsic rhythm of the rise and fall of civilizations, how much vital knowledge do we still possess the opportunity and the capacity to remember and preserve before it too fades into obscurity? When civilizations undergo a process of collective forgetting, this loss of knowledge does not always occur uniformly or equitably. Specific forms of knowledge disappear, individual names vanish from the record, and entire established systems are lost to the relentless passage of time. However, certain absences feel particularly deliberate, conspicuously targeted, and persistently maintained. It is not solely a question of what history happens to forget through passive omission, but rather precisely who history actively renders invisible. Extending from the faded pages of ancient scrolls to the uncarved, blank spaces on stone monuments, there exists a silence far deeper and more profound than mere ignorance. It is a silence that belongs distinctively to voices that were either never recorded in the first place or were subsequently and meticulously removed from the narrative. It is a silence that takes the very shape of approximately half the human race. Within the hallowed halls of ancient temples, nestled in the narrow margins of medieval manuscripts, and inscribed upon statues whose original dedicatory texts have been worn smooth and illegible by the ceaseless erosion of time, there is a striking omission, not a complete absence, but a notably conspicuous one: the faces of women, their individual names, the specific details of their lived experiences and their unique stories. The deeper I delve into the archaeological and textual evidence from the historical past, the more I discover not an actual absence of women in those societies, but rather a profound and systemic absence of their documented memory within the historical record itself. Where did they go? Consider the fragmented glimpses of their presence that we do manage to recover. In ancient Sumer, more than 4,000 years ago, a woman identified as Enheduanna composed a series of sacred hymns so rich in their complexity and so meticulously structured in their form that many contemporary scholars credit her as the world's very first named author whose identity is known to us, irrespective of gender. A woman who held significant roles as a high priestess, a prolific poet, and a prominent political figure. And yet her remarkable legacy was almost entirely lost to subsequent generations, surviving only because her literary compositions were painstakingly inscribed on clay tablets that remained buried for centuries beneath successive layers of accumulated earth and the debris of numerous conquests. In ancient Egypt, Hatshepsut governed not merely as a queen consort, but as a full-fledged pharaoh. She adopted and wore the symbolic royal beard, personally led military campaigns, and commissioned the construction of grand and imposing temples throughout her realm. Her reign was marked by a period of relative peace and notable prosperity. However, following her death, her name and her sculpted image were systematically chiseled off monuments, meticulously erased from official state records, as though she had never in fact existed at all. In classical Greece, a woman named Agnodice reportedly disguised herself as a man in order to pursue the study of medicine, as women were expressly prohibited from practicing the healing arts at that particular time. Her exceptional medical skills saved numerous lives, and when her true identity was eventually revealed, her compelling case compelled the Athenian authorities to enact legal reforms allowing women to practice medicine openly. Yet her significant story is still frequently relegated to a mere footnote in historical accounts, her very existence questioned by some, and her lasting legacy remains a subject of ongoing debate among historians. And these are just the select few names that we have, through diligent effort, managed to recover from the depths of historical obscurity. How many countless others were never formally recorded in written form in the first place? How many were deliberately omitted from the official narratives? How many groundbreaking ideas, innovative inventions, significant discoveries, or pivotal decisions that fundamentally shaped the course of the world originated from the hands and minds of women who were subsequently excluded from the telling and retelling of history? It is tempting to accept the notion that history simply overlooked women. However, overlooked strikes me as an overly gentle and insufficient descriptor. In countless ancient societies, the names and accomplishments of kings, formidable warriors, and esteemed male scholars were meticulously etched into durable stone, explicitly intended to survive the relentless passage of time itself. Women's contributions, when they were recorded at all, were frequently framed solely in relation to their male counterparts, identified as daughter of, wife of, or consort to. Even when women managed to ascend to positions of power and rule, They often did so under titles borrowed from male precedent, adopting the language and customary dress associated with men merely to secure their place in the historical memory. In certain documented instances, entire historical narratives were systematically revised or rewritten. When Wu Zetian, the sole officially recognized female emperor in the long history of China, rose to power during the Tang Dynasty, she was subjected to intense vilification in later historical records, routinely portrayed as cruel, politically manipulative, and fundamentally unnatural. Yet her actual reign was demonstrably characterized by significant administrative reforms, a notable cultural revival, and a flourishing of artistic expression. Her historical memory was deliberately rewritten by those who succeeded her, not entirely erased, but fundamentally reshaped to conform to patriarchal biases. Similarly, in medieval Europe, brilliant female scholars and influential mystics, such as Hildegard of Bingen, produced vast collections of groundbreaking work encompassing astronomical observations, musical compositions, medical treatises, and profound theological writings, only to be widely recognized and appreciated centuries later, long after their immediate influence had faded from the dominant intellectual narratives of their time. Was this systematic exclusion because these women posed a fundamental threat to the established social and political order? Was it because their very existence and their achievements complicated the prevailing ideas about who rightfully held power and the justifications for that power? Some theorists propose that the process of historical erasure was, in fact, systematic and coordinated. They argue that during periods of significant social consolidation, when vast empires were formed, when religious institutions established strict orthodoxies, when knowledge transitioned predominantly from oral transmission to written form, women's stories were intentionally omitted from the official records to reinforce and solidify patriarchal norms and structures. Others hold the belief that the process was more subtle, that the very mediums traditionally employed for preserving historical information, stone inscriptions, ink on parchment, codified legal documents, were overwhelmingly controlled and utilized by men, and consequently the recorded history of the world reflects primarily what men considered worthy of remembering and preserving. There are also more unconventional and speculative theories that have been advanced. Some fringe researchers point to intriguing archaeological anomalies, unusual burial sites containing high-status women discovered in unexpected geographical locations, or the presence of tools or inscriptions found in contexts that do not align with the traditionally assumed gender roles for that specific historical period. Could these findings represent subtle hints of a parallel, perhaps matriarchal, historical legacy, one that we simply have not yet acquired the necessary interpretive skills to fully comprehend? Could ancient societies where women held primary authority, once theorized extensively in the 19th and 20th centuries, have existed on a far larger scale and for more sustained periods than currently accepted by mainstream historical consensus? Mainstream historians generally maintain a cautious stance regarding these more speculative ideas, citing the limited and often ambiguous nature of the available evidence. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that the mere absence of definitive proof does not automatically constitute proof of absence, particularly when dealing with a historical record that has been so unevenly preserved and demonstrably manipulated over time. And then there is the fundamental role of language itself in shaping historical memory. In countless cultures across the globe, familial names and lines of descent were exclusively transmitted through the male lineage. Land ownership and property were inherited primarily by sons, and societal titles and positions of authority were conferred exclusively by fathers. How many women's individual names were simply never deemed significant enough to be formally recorded in written form precisely because the established structure and conventions of historical memory did not make provision for their inclusion? Even in the present day, historical databases and archival repositories remain overwhelmingly dominated by information pertaining to males. When contemporary researchers undertake searches within historical records, they frequently encounter women categorized solely under the identities of their husbands. Their original birth names are often lost due to marriage, linguistic translation issues, or errors occurring during the process of transcription. This is not merely an issue confined to ancient history. It is an ongoing challenge that continues to affect our understanding of the past. However, this pervasive historical silence is not entirely absolute or unbroken. With each passing year, dedicated scholars continue to uncover new and invaluable documents, utilize advanced digital reconstruction techniques to render faded texts legible once more, painstakingly decipher previously unreadable letters, and discover hidden signatures concealed beneath the surface of old paintings. The process of historical recovery is undeniably slow, but persistently ongoing, akin to a long-lost voice gradually returning to audibility, syllable by painstaking syllable. And as these previously erased names begin to re-emerge from historical obscurity, a new and critical question starts to take shape. It is not merely a question of who was systematically erased from the historical record, but more fundamentally, what crucial ideas and perspectives were lost to humanity as a direct consequence of their erasure? What unique philosophies remained unspoken and undocumented? What potentially groundbreaking scientific insights were confined solely to the private journals of women who were explicitly denied the opportunity or the platform to publish their findings? What potentially transformative social or political revolutions died prematurely, merely existing as quiet whispers, precisely because their originators lacked the necessary public platform to articulate them loudly and broadly? In the grand overarching narrative of human history, I am clearly missing entire, crucial chapters, not because those chapters were never originally written or conceived, but because someone, at some point, deliberately removed them from the collective volume. And consequently, I am left to piece together understanding from fragmented ruins, faint echoes, and persistent, unresolved questions. What would the comprehensive narrative of human history genuinely look like if all voices, irrespective of gender, had been diligently remembered and preserved? What vital knowledge lies waiting to be rediscovered within the marginal notes, within the footnotes, within the vast and largely unwritten spaces existing between the lines of the conventional historical account? Perhaps we are only just beginning the prolonged process of rediscovering what was, in fact, always present, concealed not within tangible darkness, but buried deep within the pervasive silence of omission. And within that profound silence, the systematically erased women of history continue to wait, silently, patiently, for their voices to finally be heard and acknowledged. The quiet and systematic erasure of women from the documented historical record serves as a stark reminder that not all forms of historical loss are physical in nature. Some fundamental absences are intricately woven into the very fabric of how historical narratives are constructed and subsequently transmitted. However, not all instances of historical silence are characterized by quietude. Some silences are imposed through extreme violence. Some are deafeningly loud, their echoes resonating across centuries of time. And in the undulating hills of southern France, the weathered ruins of ancient castles and venerable chapels continue to bear the enduring weight of one such violent silence. A silence carved into stone by the edge of the sword and scorched into the earth by the destructive force of flame during a crusade undertaken not against a foreign land or an external enemy, but directed against fellow Christians within the bounds of Europe. High amidst the limestone cliffs and rolling terrain of the Languedoc region, where ancient villages are cradled within geological formations, and olive groves shimmer under the soft, pale light of the sun, the remnants of imposing fortress walls still cling precariously to mountain peaks, standing like forgotten sentinels of a bygone era. The wind sweeping through these hills carries the evocative scent of both thyme and lavender, and something far older, something less tangible, perhaps the lingering memory of past events, or perhaps the profound collective grief of a persecuted people. These territories once belonged to the Occitans, a distinct people possessing their own unique language, their own deeply ingrained cultural traditions, and, for a significant period, a remarkably striking degree of societal tolerance. Here during the 12th and early 13th centuries, communities adhering to both traditional Catholic doctrine and various heterodox Christian beliefs coexisted side by side in relative harmony. Nobles provided generous patronage to poets and troubadours, fostering a vibrant cultural environment. Philosophical debates were not merely permitted, they were actively encouraged and openly celebrated. It was into this intellectually fertile space that a new and distinct form of Christianity quietly took root and began to flourish. Its adherents referred to themselves simply as good men and good women. The established Catholic Church, however, would subsequently label them as Cathars, a term derived from the Greek word for pure. Their core beliefs were undeniably radical for the historical period in which they emerged, and arguably remain quite radical even from a contemporary perspective. The Cathars fundamentally perceived the entire material world as inherently corrupt and evil, believing it was created not by the benevolent Christian God, but rather by a malevolent demiurgic force. True spiritual purity, according to their theology, necessitated a complete rejection of the physical world and a fervent embrace of the purely spiritual realm. They explicitly denied the ultimate authority of the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy. They rejected the validity and efficacy of its established sacraments. Some even went so far as to claim that Christ was not a tangible human being, but solely a divine entity who had never truly undergone physical suffering or death on the cross. Crucially, however, the Cathars were not inherently violent themselves, nor did they pose a political threat in the conventional sense. They were not actively seeking to seize temporal power or overthrow existing political structures. Their primary objective was simply to live according to the tenets of their deeply held spiritual beliefs. And yet, to the established church, particularly one already grappling with the challenges posed by various heresies and internal reform movements, their beliefs were perceived as far too dangerous to be simply disregarded. In 1208, following the assassination of the papal legate Pierre de Castelnau, an act widely believed to have been perpetrated by an Occitan noble associated with the Cathar cause, Pope Innocent III launched an unprecedented military campaign, a crusade directed not against Muslim populations in the distant Holy Land, but specifically against fellow Christians residing within Europe. This military action, which became known as the Albigensian Crusade, named after the town of Albi, a major center of Cathar activity, would ultimately prove to be one of the most brutal and destructive military campaigns of the entire medieval period. Tens of thousands of individuals were systematically slaughtered. Entire towns were utterly razed to the ground. Vast tracts of land were confiscated from their owners, and established cultural traditions and identities were violently suppressed and uprooted. It was, in essence, a war waged not merely over differences in religious doctrine, but fundamentally a war concerning cultural identity and the deliberate erasure of dissenting belief systems. One of the most infamously chilling moments of the crusade occurred at Béziers in July 1209. When asked by his commanders how to distinguish between Cathar heretics and faithful Catholics within the besieged city, the papal legate, Arnaud Amalric, is famously reported to have given the chilling instruction, "Kill them all. God will know his own." Whether he actually uttered these precise words remains a subject of historical debate, but the subsequent massacre was undeniably real and horrifically extensive. As many as 20,000 inhabitants, men, women, and innocent children, were brutally slaughtered. The city of Béziers was then systematically burned to the ground, and tragically, this horrific event was merely the beginning of the campaign of violence and suppression. For 2 decades, the Albigensian Crusade continued relentlessly. Military campaigns were followed by the systematic institution of the Papal Inquisition, and inquisitorial proceedings were invariably followed by widespread executions of suspected Cathars. Cathar spiritual leaders were relentlessly pursued, captured, subjected to horrific torture, and ultimately burned at the stake as heretics. The once relatively autonomous Occitan lords were gradually forced to submit to the authority and control of the northern French monarchy. By the 1240s, the Cathar movement as an organized force had been effectively crushed and driven underground. However, something inherently strange continues to linger in the historical aftermath of this period. Despite the immense scale of the violence inflicted and the systematic destruction of an entire spiritual movement, remarkably little of the Cathars' own written words or theological explanations have survived directly. Their intricate theology is known to modern scholars primarily through the extensive documentation produced by their implacable enemies, the Catholic Church and the Inquisition. Very few original Cathar texts have managed to survive into the present day. Some were perhaps preserved inadvertently, while others are only referenced indirectly in secondhand sources. Was their resulting silence in the historical record attributable to widespread illiteracy within their communities? Or did they intentionally maintain an oral tradition, wary of committing their beliefs to writing due to the ever-present threat of persecution? Did their core beliefs truly threaten more than just established church dogma? Perhaps they fundamentally challenged deeper, unspoken assumptions about the nature of material power, the fluidity of gender roles within spiritual contexts, or the very foundational principles upon which medieval societal order was constructed. Some researchers have tentatively suggested that the Cathars practiced a more egalitarian spiritual system than was common in the medieval period, positing that women could potentially hold positions of significant spiritual authority within their communities, and that the accumulation of material wealth and private property was explicitly rejected, not merely in abstract theological theory, but in the practical realities of their daily lives. Were they simply a peculiar offshoot or heresy within the broader Christian tradition, or could they have represented the lingering remnant of a far older, possibly pre-Christian spiritual tradition that had survived in relative obscurity in the Languedoc? The Cathars articulated beliefs in reincarnation, in cycles of spiritual purification, and characterized the physical human body as a metaphorical prison of flesh. Some historians and religious scholars perceive in these beliefs echoes of ancient Gnostic systems, complex spiritual frameworks that were once relatively widespread in the early centuries of Christianity, but were later vehemently branded as heretical by the nascent Orthodox Church and systematically suppressed and largely eradicated. Could the Cathars have somehow preserved key tenets and ideas that had been considered lost to Western Christianity for 1,000 years? More speculative voices have drawn potential connections between Cathar beliefs and forms of Eastern mysticism, pointing towards potential links facilitated by established trade routes that carried not only material goods but also philosophical and spiritual concepts across vast distances. Others speculate that the Cathars possessed access to or preserved esoteric knowledge, perhaps even original texts from the early Christian world that had successfully evaded the widespread purges and consolidation efforts of the Roman Church authorities. The undeniable urgency and mercilessness demonstrated by the Church in suppressing the Cathars, these theorists argue, was driven by concerns extending far beyond mere theological disagreement. It was fundamentally about maintaining absolute control over access to what was perceived as hidden or potentially dangerous spiritual truths. Naturally, these more speculative theories remain largely unsubstantiated by conclusive empirical evidence. However, the enduring historical mystery persists. Why was such a campaign of complete and utterly merciless destruction deemed necessary against the Cathars? What the Albigensian Crusade genuinely extinguished may have been far more significant than simply a specific system of religious belief. It may have been an entire alternative worldview, one that offered a fundamentally different relationship to religious faith, to the concept of community, and to the very hierarchical structure of medieval society. A worldview that, had it been allowed to flourish and develop fully, might have irrevocably reshaped the entire landscape of medieval Europe in profound and unpredictable ways. Today, the castles still stand, abandoned, their interiors hollowed out by the relentless passage of time. Their ancient stones are weathered by centuries of exposure. Their once functional staircases now lead only into empty space. In the small village of Montségur, located high in the Pyrenees foothills, where the last major stronghold of Cathar resistance finally fell in 1244, a simple plaque marks the precise location where more than 200 Cathar perfects, their spiritual leaders, were burned alive en masse for steadfastly refusing to renounce their deeply held faith. There is no grand monument erected in their memory, no dedicated museum chronicling their history, only the pervasive presence of the wind, the silent endurance of the stone, and an enduring historical silence. What precisely did the Cathars believe that was considered so profoundly dangerous that it necessitated their complete and utter eradication from the historical record? What specific words did they speak that were deemed too potent, too challenging, to be allowed to echo forward through time? And what fundamental truths, whether spiritual, philosophical, or otherwise, might have perished along with them in the purifying flames? It is possible that I will never definitively know the complete answers to these questions. But sometimes the sheer scale and intensity of the effort undertaken to suppress and erase a memory tells me a great deal about how potentially powerful and enduring that memory must have been to those who sought its destruction. And in the haunting ruins of the Languedoc, something intangible waits, not merely the spectral presence of those who fell victim to the violence, but the fundamental, unresolved questions they left behind. The Cathars were systematically extinguished by the violent forces of fire and the sword, their distinctive voices reduced to mere whispers of rumor and faint echoes in the historical record. But not all peoples lost to history vanished under the circumstances of siege or violent conquest. Some cultures disappeared far more gradually, dispersed across vast oceanic waves and carried by prevailing winds to distant islands, where the fragile threads of collective memory are considerably more challenging to trace and preserve. Beyond the direct reach of crusading armies and expansive empires, another distinct culture faded into historical obscurity, one that still imparts a certain haunting quality to the stones, the caves, and the dramatic volcanic mountain formations of the sea-girt archipelago. Off the northwestern coastline of the African continent, a chain of 7 volcanic islands rises abruptly from the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. Rugged, intensely sun-baked, and seemingly suspended in isolation between 2 continents, the Canary Islands present windswept and ancient landscapes characterized by dramatic formations of black lava rock, dense pine forests clinging tenaciously to steep mountainsides, and towering coastal cliffs that plunge precipitously into the clear turquoise waters of the sea below. In the present day, these islands are primarily recognized for their popular tourist beaches, their vibrant tourism industry, and their consistently mild and agreeable climate. However, centuries before any European mariner or explorer ever set foot upon their shores, these islands served as the exclusive homeland to a distinct indigenous people whose precise origins remain one of the most enduring and perplexing mysteries of the entire Atlantic world. They were collectively known as the Guanches. When Spanish explorers and conquistadors first arrived in the archipelago during the 15th century, they were genuinely astonished to discover indigenous populations inhabiting the islands who bore no discernible physical or cultural resemblance to the Berber peoples of nearby North Africa, nor to the diverse populations of sub-Saharan Africa, nor to the various peoples inhabiting the Mediterranean region of Europe. The Guanches were typically described as possessing notably tall stature, relatively fair-skinned complexions, and in a significant number of cases, conspicuously light-colored hair, physical characteristics quite distinct from the populations of the adjacent mainland. Crucially, they exhibited no knowledge or use of any form of seafaring vessel, and they possessed no discernible system of written language. They primarily resided in natural cave formations, raised livestock, meticulously mummified their deceased, and practiced complex and often perplexing social customs that utterly baffled the European outsiders who first encountered them. Who were these people, and by what means did they manage to arrive on these isolated volcanic islands? Mainstream historians generally adhere to the theory that the Guanches were most likely of Berber descent, potentially having arrived by boat from the North African mainland sometime between approximately 1000 BCE and the early part of the first millennium CE. Linguistic analysis of surviving elements of their language and modern DNA studies provide some evidence suggesting a historical connection to the Amazigh peoples currently residing in the Maghreb region of North Africa. But if this hypothesis is indeed correct, why did they completely lose the fundamental knowledge and practical skills associated with sailing? When the Spanish first established contact with them, the Guanche possessed absolutely no maritime technology whatsoever. They had no canoes, no rafts, and no functional harbors constructed to facilitate seafaring. Despite inhabiting an archipelago where individual islands were separated by distances of only a few miles, some distinct Guanche tribal groups had evidently maintained no contact with the inhabitants of neighboring islands for generations prior to the Spanish arrival. In a world entirely surrounded by the ocean, they lived their lives as if they were effectively stranded, landlocked. Some historical theorists propose that their early seafaring knowledge was gradually lost over an extended period, perhaps due to prolonged isolation, the emergence of cultural taboos prohibiting maritime travel, or severe environmental challenges that made boat building or maintenance prohibitively difficult. Others suggest a more dramatic possibility, that the Guanches may never have been intentional seafarers at all, but rather arrived on the islands purely by accident, perhaps as castaways from a distant unknown shore, carried involuntarily on powerful ocean currents to a new and ultimately final home from which they could not depart. But the fundamental questions regarding the Guanches extend further. How did a people seemingly isolated from the outside world manage to preserve and practice the intricate art of mummification? On the island of Tenerife, archaeologists have unearthed meticulously prepared Guanche mummies, carefully wrapped in animal skins and preserved using resins and various herbs. The techniques employed in these preparations bear striking similarities to practices documented in ancient Egypt and in the Andean regions of South America. Yet there is no discernible direct link between these disparate cultures. No established trade routes connecting them across vast oceans. No shared written texts detailing common rituals. No known influence transferred between them. And what can I conclude about their language? Fragments of the Guanche language survive primarily through Spanish transcriptions made during and after the conquest. These fragments clearly exhibit roots in the Berber linguistic family. However, embedded within these transcriptions are words and phrases that resist straightforward linguistic classification, hinting at either an extremely prolonged period of isolation that led to significant divergence, or potentially linguistic influence from unknown or as yet unidentified sources. The Guanches also notably practiced a unique form of whistled language, a sophisticated means of communication that is still utilized in a modified form today on the island of La Gomera, where it is known as Silbo Gomero. This remarkable vocal system allowed them to effectively communicate across the vast valleys and deep ravines that characterize the island's rugged terrain. It functions as a fully operational, complex mode of speech, a whistled echo of the spoken Guanche language preserved and carried by the wind itself across geographical obstacles. Then, there is the perplexing matter of their religious beliefs. The Guanches held beliefs in a supreme deity, frequently associated with the celestial sky and light, and they envisioned a fundamental dualistic struggle between the forces of good and evil within the cosmos. Some scholars specializing in comparative religion have drawn potential comparisons between elements of Guanche religious thought and aspects of Zoroastrianism or other ancient Indo-European spiritual traditions. But once again, no direct provable link or historical connection can be definitively established to substantiate these comparisons. Their religious rituals involved reverence for sacred mountains, the presentation of various offerings, and the observance of seasonal rites deeply rooted in the cycles of nature. Practices that were profoundly spiritual in nature, yet remain for the most part tragically undocumented from their own perspective. What little understanding I possess regarding Guanche spirituality comes primarily from the written accounts of Spanish chroniclers, many of whom invariably viewed the indigenous beliefs through a lens that characterized them as pagan, inherently primitive, or outright heretical from a Christian standpoint. As is the case with numerous indigenous cultures encountered and subsequently documented by conquering powers, the historical lens through which their story was initially recorded was significantly distorted and heavily colored by the prevailing biases of conquest, religious dogma, and pervasive fear of the unknown. By the late 1400s, the Spanish conquest of the Canary Islands archipelago was well underway. Fierce and often brutal battles were fought between the indigenous Guanche inhabitants and the invading Spanish forces. Guanche resistance proved to be intense and determined, but it was ultimately fragmented and lacked centralized coordination. Without access to effective metal weaponry, without established alliances among the various island tribes, and crucially lacking a unified centralized governmental structure, they were gradually and systematically overrun by the technologically and politically superior Spanish forces. And then, seemingly with startling rapidity, they largely disappeared as a distinct cultural entity. They did not vanish entirely in a genetic sense. The biological legacy of the Guanches undeniably persists. Many contemporary inhabitants of the Canary Islands today carry demonstrable Guanche ancestry within their genetic makeup. However, their unique culture, their spoken language, their intricate belief system, all of it was systematically suppressed, deliberately dismantled, or gradually absorbed into the dominant Spanish culture. Within approximately a century following the completion of the Spanish conquest, the Guanches effectively ceased to exist as a formally distinct indigenous people. Or at least, this is the narrative that has been most widely disseminated. Some dedicated researchers believe that tangible remnants of Guanche culture discreetly persist within contemporary rural customs practiced by islanders, within certain specific place names across the archipelago, and within oral histories quietly passed down through generations of descendants who consciously or unconsciously carry fragments of their heritage. Others have engaged in more speculative contemplation, suggesting that the Guanches might not have been as isolated as previously assumed, but were potentially part of a much older, now forgotten Atlantic maritime tradition. Fringe theories propose instances of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact across the Atlantic, hypothesizing the existence of ancient sea routes that connected the continents of Africa, Europe, and the Americas long before the voyages of Columbus. Some even go so far as to suggest that the Guanches themselves were, in fact, survivors of a far older, advanced civilization, somehow cast adrift and left stranded on these islands after experiencing some distant, global-scale catastrophe. At present, no conclusive evidence definitively supports these more radical claims. Nevertheless, their inherent allure persists, largely because the Guanches, much like many other peoples lost to mainstream historical memory, represent a significant and perplexing gap in the conventional historical map. They constitute a culture that, based on their geographical location and level of sophistication, arguably should have had more extensive external connections, a greater degree of historical continuity, and a more prominent place in recorded memory. And yet their history remains profoundly shrouded in silence. They are neither purely mythical figures nor simply legendary characters, but the verifiable truth regarding their origins and their story feels strangely elusive and out of reach. It seems buried, not merely by the passage of time itself, but by the vast geographical distance and isolation that define their existence. The majestic volcanic mountains of Tenerife still rise dramatically above the surrounding clouds. The ancient caves that once sheltered the Guanches remain physically present. The prevailing wind continues to carry distinct voices, the unique sounds of the Silbo language, across the island's deep ravines. And somewhere, patiently waiting beneath the surface layers of volcanic stone, lies a more complete story yearning to be fully told. Who were the Guanches genuinely? Were they merely isolated survivors of a distant migration? Or were they, in fact, the forgotten inheritors of a much deeper and more ancient past? And what other cultures, now silent, their remnants scattered and their histories erased, might still be concealed and waiting to be discovered on the unexplored edges of the historical map? On the windswept plateaus of the Canary Islands, the Guanches ultimately vanished, not solely through the violent forces of conquest and fire, but through a more insidious process of quiet, systematic erasure, leaving behind only faint echoes rather than clear explanations. However, some disappearances leave behind more tangible remnants than just historical mystery and faint echoes. They leave behind extensive ruins, entire cities seemingly swallowed by the passage of time, and whole civilizations buried beneath the immense weight of shifting historical narratives and imposed silence. Far removed from the distant shores of the Atlantic, situated within the exceptionally fertile expanse of the Nile Delta in Egypt, one such place once stood as a testament to power and presence. It served as a capital of significant regional power, a bustling center of trade, and a seat of political rule, now almost entirely forgotten by mainstream history. Known today primarily by its modern archaeological designation, Tel El Daba, situated in the northeastern corner of Egypt, where the mighty Nile River begins to diverge into its deltaic branches and the land gradually transforms into verdant marshes and soft, silty alluvial soil, lie the faded and scattered remnants of a city that was once grand and influential enough to rival renowned metropolises like Memphis or Thebes. In antiquity, this significant urban center was recognized by the name Avaris, variously described as a city of foreigners, a city of kings, and fundamentally a city of questions, due to its enigmatic history. During the historical period, known as the Second Intermediate Period of Egyptian history, roughly spanning from 1650 to 1550 BC, Avaris ascended to prominence, becoming the established capital city and primary stronghold of the Hyksos, a mysterious foreign people who managed to gain control over and rule northern Egypt for a period extending for nearly a full century. The precise origins of the Hyksos remain a subject of considerable scholarly debate. Their culture appears to have been a complex blend of adopted Egyptian customs interwoven with elements originating from elsewhere, something introduced from beyond the familiar desert boundaries, carried into Egypt on the prevailing trade winds, brought by waves of migration, or perhaps introduced through military incursions. From the perspective of the native Egyptians of the time, the Hyksos were unequivocally viewed as outsiders, as foreign invaders, and as illegitimate usurpers of their traditional rule. However, the actual historical reality of their arrival and ascent to power may be significantly more nuanced and complicated than this simplistic portrayal suggests. The very name Hyksos derives from the Egyptian term Hekau Kasut, which literally translates to rulers of foreign lands, a designation that could encompass a broader range of relationships than outright military conquest. The Hyksos were most likely a people who spoke a Semitic language, possibly originating from regions such as Canaan or the Levant in the Near East. However, archaeological evidence uncovered at Tel el-Daba strongly suggests that their presence in the Nile Delta was not the result of a sudden, overwhelming military invasion occurring overnight. Instead, the evidence points towards a more gradual process of migration into the Delta region, unfolding over multiple generations. These arrivals likely initially consisted of various groups: merchants seeking commercial opportunities, laborers seeking employment, and settlers establishing new communities, who progressively rose in influence and prominence within the region until they eventually managed to seize direct political control and establish their own ruling dynasty centered at Avaris. Avaris served as their primary political and military stronghold. Extensive archaeological excavations conducted at the site have revealed a city that was remarkably vibrant and diverse, characterized by the presence of extensive palatial compounds, richly furnished tombs, large storage warehouses, and numerous temples reflecting a blend of religious practices. The archaeological findings provide clear evidence of a cosmopolitan hub, including imported foreign pottery, architectural styles characteristic of the Levant region, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals indicating widespread trade connections. The appearance of horses and chariots, technological innovations previously unknown in Egypt, is prominently associated with Avaris during this period, suggesting their introduction by the Hyksos and serving as potent symbols of military advancement. The Hyksos may well have been responsible for introducing these transformative elements to Egypt, thereby fundamentally reshaping its methods of warfare, its economy, and its diplomatic relationships with neighboring powers. But Avaris was demonstrably more than just a military base or an administrative center for foreign rulers. It functioned as a dynamic cosmopolitan hub, a city that thrived on trade and cultural fusion. It was a place where Egyptian religious practices blended with the worship of Canaanite deities, where different scripts and symbols crossed geographical and cultural boundaries with relative ease, and where a new hybridized form of Egyptian culture briefly emerged during the period of Hyksos rule. And yet, despite its vibrancy and historical significance, the city was effectively erased from the dominant historical narrative constructed by the later Egyptian dynasties. When the Theban dynasty in the south eventually rose in power and successfully expelled the Hyksos rulers from Egypt, Avaris consequently fell under their control and faced deliberate destruction. The victorious Egyptian pharaoh, Ahmose-Tharn, led the military campaign that successfully reclaimed the Delta region and subsequently ordered the systematic razing of the Hyksos capital. Existing temples were destroyed, and historical records that chronicled the Hyksos presence were intentionally silenced or eliminated. Over time, the very name of Avaris gradually vanished from the official historical accounts and collective memory of Egypt. Its physical location and historical significance were only rediscovered in the 20th century. Led by the Austrian archaeologist Manfred Bietak, the meticulous excavations conducted at the modern site of Tel el-Daba began to progressively uncover and reveal the physical remains of a significant city that had lain buried beneath layers of earth and sediment for millennia. These discoveries brought to light a complex urban center that, contrary to later Egyptian historical accounts, had not been simply built and inhabited by transient invaders, but rather by a diverse population of people who had lived there for generations, actively integrated into the local environment, engaged in extensive trade, and eventually rose to positions of political authority and ruled over northern Egypt. However, the historical mystery surrounding Avaris only deepens with further archaeological investigation. Among the extensive ruins, archaeologists have uncovered compelling evidence of mass graves, hurried burials containing numerous individuals exhibiting clear signs of violent trauma. Some researchers interpret these findings as indicative of a final, desperate battle fought for control of the city. Others suggest a different explanation, that the mass burials are evidence of a devastating plague or epidemic illness that swept through the densely populated urban quarters. Furthermore, the archaeological record reveals abrupt and inexplicable changes in the building styles observed at the site, suggesting that the city experienced phases of sudden and significant cultural shifts throughout its history. Even more intriguing is the notable presence of dwelling structures built in a distinctly Semitic architectural style, situated alongside temples constructed in traditional Egyptian architectural forms. This archaeological picture suggests not a straightforward scenario of foreign rule brutally supplanting existing Egyptian identity, but rather a more complex reality of coexistence, cultural syncretism, or something even more layered and interconnected. What truly transpired in Avaris during its decline and fall? Was it a military conquest initiated from outside forces, or was it fundamentally a revolution or internal upheaval originating from within the society itself? And these perplexing questions inevitably lead to one of the most controversial and debated connections in the history of ancient Egypt and the Levant. In later centuries, a powerful and enduring narrative emerged, transmitted through Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, concerning a group of Semitic people who had at one time resided in Egypt, who were subsequently subjected to prolonged enslavement, and who eventually departed Egypt in a dramatic and divinely orchestrated event known as the Exodus. Some early scholars, particularly during the 19th and early 20th centuries, speculated that the historical presence and expulsion of the Hyksos might have served as the fundamental historical basis for the later Exodus narrative. Other scholars strongly rejected this proposed connection, citing significant discrepancies. Today, the prevailing academic consensus tends to lean towards caution and maintains a degree of skepticism regarding a direct equation between the Hyksos period and the Exodus account. The established archaeological and historical timeline of the Hyksos presence and expulsion from Egypt does not align neatly with most traditional datings of the Exodus narrative as derived from biblical texts. However, the striking similarities, including the presence of foreign Semitic rulers in Egypt, their sudden and relatively unexplained collapse from power, the possibility of widespread plagues occurring during this period, and the violent destruction of their capital city, have ensured that the theory of a potential connection, however tenuous, remains a subject of active discussion within certain scholarly and historical circles. Could the historical memory of the Hyksos, their rule, and their eventual expulsion have been preserved, not within the official written records of their Egyptian adversaries, but rather through fragmented oral traditions passed down through successive generations of displaced Semitic peoples? Could Avaris, in some partial and fragmented manner, represent the historical shadow or a distant echo of a biblical memory? More fringe theories venture even further into speculative territory. Some propose that Avaris served as a repository for ancient knowledge carried from the Eastern Mediterranean or beyond, including advanced astrological systems, sophisticated medical practices, or even hidden scrolls containing esoteric wisdom that were subsequently lost when the city was destroyed. There are persistent whispers, though never definitively proven by concrete archaeological evidence, suggesting the potential existence of underground chambers or temples still buried beneath the modern agricultural landscape surrounding Tel el-Daba. None of these more radical claims have been definitively verified through rigorous archaeological investigation, yet they continue to persist in certain circles of inquiry. Why do these theories endure? perhaps because Avaris represents more than just a physical city lost to time. It functions as a significant and intriguing gap within the established historical record, a place that demonstrably flourished, exerted political authority, and then was seemingly and systematically deleted from the official, sanctioned history. Today, Tel el-Dabba presents a relatively quiet and unassuming landscape, a flat expanse of earth containing scattered archaeological ruins, often overlooked by the vast majority of tourists visiting Egypt. No grand, imposing monuments visibly rise from the soil at the site. No towering temple structures beckon from afar. And yet, patiently waiting beneath the surface ground lie layer upon layer of complex cultural entanglement, compelling archaeological proof that the narrative of history is rarely as straightforward or as neatly defined as presented in simplified chronicles. Who were the Hyksos fundamentally? Did they arrive as foreign invaders who forcibly stole a kingdom? Or did they, in fact, play a crucial role in building and contributing to one? And what significant secrets, historical or otherwise, might still lie hidden beneath the immensely fertile floodplain of the Nile River in this region? In the profound historical silence that now envelops Avaris, something enduring remains. Not merely the memory, however faint, of a lost kingdom, but the persistent possibility that what we conventionally label as foreign or outsider is sometimes simply a reflection of what we have collectively chosen to actively forget or exclude from our accepted narrative. In the scattered ruins of Avaris, I find compelling traces of forgotten rulers and evidence of deliberately suppressed historical memory. The site of a significant capital city buried not only beneath layers of accumulated earth, but also beneath successive layers of imposed historical narrative. But not all forgotten places that challenge my understanding of history were characterized by urban grandeur or imperial power. Some vanished from the historical stage not in the dramatic conflagration of battle or destruction, but through a process of quiet simplicity. Some left behind no monumental structures to mark their existence, only the subtle legacy of quiet defiance. And nestled discreetly within the verdant hills of central Italy, there once existed just such a place, a tiny, independent republic ostensibly born from a geographical border error, which somehow managed to survive for centuries through a combination of deliberate secrecy, unwavering stubbornness, and an extraordinary stroke of unforeseen bureaucratic fortune. Located within the gently rolling hills situated between the well-known regions of Tuscany and Umbria, where meticulously tended vineyards stretch like an intricate patchwork across the landscape, and slender cypress trees stand like silent sentinels, watching over sleepy ancient villages, there exists a place so remarkably small and unassuming that one might easily traverse it without even realizing its historical significance. Today, it appears as merely a cluster of modest houses, a small chapel, and a simple road sign indicating its present identity. But for a period spanning nearly 400 years, this tiny locality was something far more historically peculiar and compelling. The Republic of Kospaya, a distinct microstate that came into being not as the result of a political revolution or a military conquest, but rather seemingly as the unintended consequence of a clerical drafting error. Its unusual history commenced in 1440 when Pope Eugene IV, facing significant financial indebtedness, decided to sell a specific slice of papal territory to the Republic of Florence. This particular transaction was part of a much larger, concerted effort by the papacy to settle accumulated debts and reorganize its territorial holdings, and the political map of the region was consequently redrawn to reflect the terms of the agreement. However, during the process of surveying and drafting the new territorial boundaries, a crucial mistake occurred. A small, narrow strip of land, approximately 1 kilometer in width and extending for several kilometers in length, was inadvertently omitted from the official documentation formalizing the transfer of land. Caught geographically between the spheres of influence of two significantly larger powers, the ambitious Republic of Florence to the north and the extensive Papal States to the south, this narrow buffer zone found itself formally claimed by neither entity. And so, the local inhabitants residing within this small, unclaimed territory, rather than passively waiting for either the Church or Florence to rectify the administrative oversight, simply made the audacious declaration of their own independence. Thus was quietly born the Republic of Kospaya, a tiny sovereign republic that, by all historical accounts, no one had initially intended to create or permit the existence of. What followed constitutes one of history's most intriguing and understated anomalies. Despite its inherent vulnerability, Kospaya possessed no standing army, no formal governmental structure with codified laws, and no established official legal system as understood by contemporary states. And yet, remarkably, it managed to endure as an independent entity for an astonishing 386 years, a free, self-governing republic nestled discreetly within the very heartland of Renaissance Italy, remaining largely untouched by the majority of the widespread wars and significant political upheavals that relentlessly engulfed the rest of Europe during this extended period. How was such a precarious existence possible? Part of the explanation undoubtedly lies in its inherent geographical characteristics. Kospaya was exceptionally small in size, relatively obscure, and consequently very easy for larger powers to simply overlook. The powerful, ambitious city-states surrounding it, notably Florence and the Papal States, were far more preoccupied with their own grand political affairs, territorial expansions, and complex diplomatic maneuverings than with asserting direct political control over policing a mere handful of seemingly insignificant independent farmers inhabiting a tiny buffer zone. For centuries, Kospaya effectively existed within a unique kind of political blind spot, inadvertently shielded from external interference, largely by its own apparent irrelevance on the larger geopolitical stage. However, the Republic's extraordinary longevity was not solely a matter of pure luck or fortunate oversight. It also stemmed from its remarkable capacity for strategic adaptation and leveraging its unique status. Kospaya became particularly well-known and economically prosperous for its extensive cultivation and trade of tobacco, a cash crop whose cultivation and sale were strictly banned or heavily restricted in many neighboring regions, under various religious decrees or stringent economic regulations imposed by larger states. But within the anomalous territory of Kospaya, with no direct papal authority to issue prohibitive decrees and no powerful duke empowered to levy taxes or enforce restrictions, tobacco cultivation thrived unchecked. The small republic consequently transformed into a de facto smuggler's haven. Merchants from across the Italian peninsula would discreetly converge on Kospaya to purchase the highly sought-after contraband tobacco crop, thereby fueling a vibrant local economy that deliberately flourished in the shadows of secrecy and unregulated trade. The enduring phrase perpetua et firma libertas, meaning perpetual and steadfast freedom, became the unofficial yet deeply resonant motto of the Republic of Kospaya. It is a phrase still visible etched onto surviving historical stones and remembered with quiet pride by local inhabitants today who carry within them the memory of this peculiar heritage. But how did such a seemingly fragile and vulnerable political entity manage to successfully resist outright occupation or absorption by one of the surrounding, significantly larger powers for such an extraordinarily long period? Why did none of its powerful neighbors simply decide to annex it and incorporate its territory into their own? Some historians suggest that Kospaya's precarious independence was, in fact, tacitly tolerated by its larger neighbors, perhaps viewed pragmatically as a useful loophole in the system, functioning as a convenient neutral ground for clandestine activities, or even serving as a minor buffer zone between competing spheres of influence. Others believe that both Florence and the Papal States may have quietly benefited, either directly or indirectly, from the illicit tobacco trade conducted within Kospaya's borders, or at the very least found it significantly more convenient and less troublesome to simply allow the political anomaly to persist undisturbed, rather than attempting to actively correct the original bureaucratic error or forcefully integrate the territory. There are also more speculative and unconventional theories that have been proposed. Some researchers claim that Kospaya may have been secretly protected by complex, unrecorded alliances, that certain powerful nobles or influential merchants held vested interests in preserving its unique autonomy and discreetly exerted their influence and connections to maintain its independent status. A few fringe historians venture even further, suggesting that Kospaya served as a clandestine haven for various esoteric groups, unconventional spiritual communities, or philosophical societies that required a state of political freedom and non-interference from external authorities to operate without persecution. There is currently no definitive, direct evidence to conclusively support these more radical claims. Yet Cospaya's remarkable and unusually prolonged longevity continues to puzzle and intrigue scholars of history and political science. Micronations that emerge from unusual circumstances typically vanish from the historical stage relatively quickly, either being absorbed by their larger and more powerful neighbors or simply fading into historical obscurity without leaving a lasting impact. But Cospaya stands as a notable exception, having successfully endured for centuries, existing almost invisibly on the periphery of major historical events. What is arguably most remarkable about the Republic of Cospaya is precisely what it conspicuously lacked. There were no formalized taxes levied upon its citizens, no established system of jails or prisons, and virtually no formal bureaucracy in the modern sense. Internal conflicts and disputes were typically resolved communally, often with the informal guidance and wisdom of village elders or through ad hoc local assemblies. The conventional separation of church and state was not a relevant concept, fundamentally because there was no centralized state apparatus to separate the church from. And yet, despite this apparent lack of formal structure, the society demonstrably functioned effectively. Its inhabitants engaged in agricultural activities, conducted trade, entered into marriages, raised families, and lived and died under no national flag other than their own unique, self-proclaimed banner of freedom. Cospaya's eventual end did not arrive through violent conquest or forceful annexation, but rather through a quiet and almost unnoticed act of collective resignation. In 1826, after centuries of enjoying de facto independence secured by administrative oversight and geopolitical indifference, the tiny republic formally ceded its territory, dividing it peacefully, half to the Grand Duchy of Tuscany and the other half to the Papal States. The transition was peaceful, seemingly voluntary, and attracted barely any notice from the rest of the world. The Republic of Cospaya simply ceased to exist as a formal political entity, vanishing from the historical stage just as quietly and unexpectedly as it had originally come into being. Today, only a handful of physical markers remain to indicate its former existence. A weathered boundary stone, a fragment of a forgotten wall. Its history persists primarily through oral traditions diligently passed down through generations of descendants who still recount the story of their strange and improbable heritage with a quiet sense of pride. But questions related to its existence and longevity continue to linger. Why did the major regional powers of the day permit this political anomaly to persist for such an extended period? What specific ideas or unconventional practices, whether economic, spiritual, or philosophical, were nurtured within its unique atmosphere of unregulated freedom that might have been stifled or suppressed elsewhere? And could Cospaya's remarkably simple and decentralized model of societal organization potentially suggest that governmental complexity is not always an absolute prerequisite for achieving stability and longevity? In a historical age overwhelmingly dominated by powerful kings, influential popes, and expansive empires, Cospaya stood out as a remarkable outlier, a living contradiction to the prevailing norms, a subtle whisper of a fundamentally different way to organize human society, one constructed not upon the principles of power or territorial conquest, but paradoxically, upon an absence, a republic born from nothingness. And perhaps in some subtle and enduring way, the echo of its unique history still resonates through the tranquil hills of Umbria. What else in the vast expanse of human history has managed to endure and survive simply because it was, for all intents and purposes, largely forgotten or overlooked by the dominant powers and historical narratives? And how many other similar anomalies, tiny, unrecorded, self-contained historical worlds, might still lie hidden, patiently waiting to be discovered within the unexplored margins of the conventional historical map? Cospaya ultimately vanished without any significant resistance, its unique quiet independence gradually dissolving into the broader currents of history like the morning mist dissipating over the Umbrian hills. It was forgotten, not through the application of violent force, but through the passive act of neglect, an accidental consequence of administrative borders that was unintentionally preserved by geopolitical indifference. But not all historical mysteries are confined to specific geographical locations. Some exist in the form of tangible objects, artifacts that are physical, cool to the touch, and yet remain utterly incomprehensible in their nature and purpose. Objects that have successfully survived the rise and fall of empires, the relentless passage of time, and the inevitable processes of decay, only to continue defying all attempts at rational explanation by modern investigators. One such enigmatic artifact has been repeatedly discovered across the vast geographical expanse of Roman Europe. And to this day, no one can definitively state what its true purpose or function was. Within the protected drawers of European museums, nestled within the quiet, often overlooked corners of private collections, and occasionally unearthed by observant farmers plowing their muddy fields or by individuals equipped with metal detectors, lies a small, solid, and persistently enigmatic object typically fashioned from bronze, or in some rarer instances, from stone. This object possesses 12 perfectly flat, pentagonally shaped faces, meticulously connected at sharp angles, forming a near-perfect geometrical solid, a dodecahedron. At each of the 12 corner points of this geometric shape, rounded knobs protrude outward, resembling blunt antennae, and situated precisely at the center of every single one of its pentagonal faces is a circular hole, with the diameter of these holes varying significantly. Some are notably wide, while others are considerably narrower, each painstakingly crafted with apparent precision. There are no inscriptions present on their surfaces, no identifying markings whatsoever, and no accompanying instructions or explanatory text. What remains is simply pure geometrical symmetry and a profound, enduring silence regarding their purpose. Over 120 of these peculiar objects have been formally documented and found distributed across the geographical extent of the former Roman Empire. Their discovery locations span a wide area, ranging from as far north as England down to Hungary in the east, and from France across to Switzerland in the west. Notably, these artifacts are consistently found within the western provinces of the Roman Empire, and virtually never within the core heartlands of Rome itself or the eastern territories. Furthermore, they are almost invariably discovered in isolation, devoid of any clear archaeological context that might immediately explain their function. Crucially, there is a complete absence of any mention or description of these objects in any surviving Roman texts or documents. This remarkable silence within the extensive and typically meticulous Roman record-keeping is a significant factor contributing to what makes the Roman dodecahedron such a profoundly haunting and enigmatic artifact. For a vast empire renowned for its pragmatic approach, its extensive infrastructure projects, and its seemingly relentless documentation of every aspect of its civic and military life, the existence of these objects represents a striking anomaly. They do not appear listed in any surviving Roman inventories. They are conspicuously absent from decorative mosaics, wall paintings, and frescoes that depict various aspects of Roman life and technology. No surviving scrolls or literary works from the period make any reference to them. It is almost as if they were deliberately excluded from documentation, or perhaps were simply never intended to be explained or understood by the wider populace. That enduring silence surrounding their origin and purpose is, in itself, a central part of the mystery. Some researchers who have studied these objects believe they were functional tools of some kind. One particularly prevailing theory suggests they might have been measuring devices, perhaps utilized, for example, for determining the optimal dates for agricultural sowing based on specific angles of sunlight. In this conceptualization, the dodecahedron could have functioned as a type of handheld solar gauge. The varying sizes of the holes on each face might have been designed to allow sunlight to pass through in specific, predictable ways at different times of the year, thereby aligning with the critical needs of the agricultural calendar. Others propose a more mechanically oriented function. Could they have served as calibration tools for Roman artillery pieces or complex water distribution systems? Could they have been used as specialized frames for knitting intricate gloves or other textile items? Were they perhaps designed as sophisticated candle holders, as instruments for surveying land, or even as components of a system of military signal devices used for long-distance communication? Each of these proposed theories possesses its own internal logic and its own set of contradictions or aspects that do not entirely fit the available evidence. Many dodecahedra have been discovered in burial contexts within graves or in close proximity to what are believed to have been religious sites, locations far removed from where one would typically expect to find pragmatic technical instruments routinely in use. Their discernible craftsmanship suggests a high degree of precision and skilled workmanship. Yet paradoxically, no two discovered dodecahedra are exactly identical in their precise size or detailed design. Some exhibit holes with visibly ridged inner surfaces, while others have smooth perforations. Some show clear traces of extensive wear and use, while others appear remarkably unused, as if they were never put into active service. And despite centuries of speculation and investigation, the fundamental mystery endures unresolved. Speculative voices within the historical and archaeological community have ventured into less conventional territory. Could the dodecahedra have possessed significant symbolic or ritualistic meaning within Roman society? Their distinct geometric form, the 12-faced dodecahedron, was deeply associated in Platonic philosophy with the concept of the cosmos itself, believed to represent the overarching structure of the heavens. From this perspective, it is plausible to consider that the dodecahedra were not primarily utilitarian tools, but rather served as abstract cosmic models, powerful spiritual talismans, or objects specifically utilized in unknown religious rites or ceremonies. Some researchers have proposed that they were employed as instruments for divination, perhaps held in the hand, with sunlight or candlelight passing through the precisely sized holes, casting complex patterns of shadows or beams, whose specific meanings were understood only by a select group of initiated individuals. Could these objects have been the instruments of a lost mystery cult, something profoundly personal, esoteric, and deliberately intended to be hidden from the common view of the general populace? More fringe theories speculate even further, extending the realm of possibilities. Some have proposed that the dodecahedra were in fact ancient astronomical calculators, perhaps akin to a highly simplified version of the Antikythera mechanism, used to meticulously chart the complex movement of stars, or perhaps to track specific celestial events deemed important for agricultural planning or religious calendars. Others firmly believe that these objects possessed inherent mystical properties, potentially linked to early forms of sacred geometry, and were deliberately designed to connect with metaphysical forces or energies existing beyond what we would conventionally categorize as either empirical science or simple superstition. And then there are those who entertain even more far-reaching and speculative ideas, suggesting that these objects may not have been originally Roman creations at all, but rather were inherited from a much older, now forgotten civilization. Their fundamental form and perhaps their purpose representing a vestige of memory passed down not through oral histories or written texts, but solely through the enduring persistence of their distinct geometric shape. But for all the numerous and varied theories that have been proposed, one crucial fact remains undeniably constant. We still do not definitively know what these objects were used for, not with any conclusive certainty, not with any truly convincing evidence. There is something simultaneously humbling and profoundly haunting about this persistent lack of definitive understanding. In a historical era marked by our ability to decode the intricacies of the human genome, to digitally scan ancient texts using advanced multispectral imaging techniques, and even to uncover the buried foundations of entire ancient cities from orbital satellite imagery, there remains a remarkably small bronze object, physically cold and stubbornly resistant to explanation, that we simply cannot adequately account for or understand its intended use. Perhaps its purpose was never intended to be widely understood in the first place. Perhaps the true meaning and function of the dodecahedron were intensely private, possibly even considered sacred, held exclusively within the minds of a limited number of skilled artisans or spiritual mystics whose specialized knowledge unfortunately perished along with them. Or perhaps, and this is a possibility that cannot be entirely dismissed, its original purpose was something utterly mundane and commonplace, a child's toy, a forgotten everyday novelty item, or a tool so incredibly obvious in its use to the people who created and utilized it that no one ever considered it necessary to formally document its existence or function in writing. but the historical silence it leaves behind in the archaeological and textual record is profoundly powerful. The Roman dodecahedron serves as a tangible and compelling reminder that not all historical mysteries are lost to humanity through the dramatic processes of violent destruction or military conquest. Some are lost simply because no one possessed the insight or the inclination to ask the correct questions about them at the relevant time. Some historical artifacts or pieces of knowledge vanish from our understanding, not because they were deliberately concealed, but paradoxically because no one at the time considered them sufficiently important or noteworthy to be specifically remembered or documented for posterity. So what precisely were they? A practical tool, a profound symbol, an intricate cipher, a key to unlocking forgotten knowledge, or merely an enduring historical riddle with no definitive or satisfying answer? The fundamental truth concerning their purpose may still lie buried deep within the earth, patiently waiting to be unearthed by future archaeological investigations. Or, perhaps equally likely, it may already reside in full view behind the protective glass of a museum display case, physically present and complete, its original meaning having quietly dissolved away, not solely due to the relentless passage of time, but primarily due to the profound and persistent silence that surrounds its history. The enigmatic Roman dodecahedrons serve as a potent reminder that even within the most extensively documented and seemingly well-understood civilizations of antiquity, some objects manage to escape definitive categorization, resisting straightforward explanation, and quietly guarding the secret of their intended purpose. However, some artifacts challenge more than just my conventional understanding of their practical use or historical context. They directly confront my very sense of time and geographical placement. They raise the distinct and unsettling possibility, not merely of knowledge that was forgotten over time, but of knowledge that appears to have been acquired inexplicably too soon by the standards of the known historical record. One such artifact exists not in the form of enduring stone, but on a fragile piece of parchment, a map that is faded, fragmented, and remains to this day profoundly unsettling in its implications. It consists of a single piece of parchment fashioned from gazelle skin, measuring just slightly over 2 feet across in its surviving state. Its edges are visibly frayed, and its original vibrant colors have faded significantly over the centuries. Inked meticulously by hand, its sweeping coastlines are delineated in dark green, red, and black pigments, while elegant script in the Ottoman language flows along the margins of the map like whispered historical commentary. Decorative ships, rendered in stylized forms, float upon the depicted seas. Strange animals, some readily recognizable from the natural world, others seemingly products of imagination, roam the unoccupied margins of the map. And strikingly, situated prominently in the central portion, are the coastlines of continents that, according to conventional historical understanding, should not have been known or accurately mapped at the time of its creation. This is the Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and highly skilled cartographer named Piri Reis. At first examination, it appears to be a representative example of an early 16th century portolan chart, a type of nautical map characterized by rhumb lines radiating from compass roses, typically focusing on coastlines and harbors, rendered with a degree of artistic flair and incorporating speculative geographical elements common to maps of that era. However, a closer and more detailed examination reveals its inherent strangeness and the aspects that defy easy explanation. The map accurately depicts the western coastline of the continent of Africa, the eastern coastline of South America, and, most notably and controversially, what appears to be the northern coastline of the continent of Antarctica, accurately charted centuries before that landmass was officially discovered by European explorers. But how could this possibly be? Piri Reis himself provides a crucial part of the puzzle in his own words. In extensive notes meticulously inscribed directly onto the surface of the map itself, he explicitly claims to have based his compilation not solely on his own personal maritime voyages and geographical observations, but rather on a collection of significantly older source maps, some of which he states date back as far as the era of Alexander the Great. He specifically references utilizing a total of 20 charts in Mapai Mundi, world maps, some of which originated from Arab geographers, and others potentially sourced from the now-lost libraries and intellectual centers of antiquity. And among this collection of source materials, he controversially claims, were maps personally drawn by Christopher Columbus himself, a claim that has fueled speculation, suggesting that Columbus may have possessed secret geographical knowledge or access to older maps that guided his voyages across the Atlantic. And yet, the Piri Reis map clearly depicts parts of the world that Columbus, by all historical accounts, never explored or even encountered. It illustrates a remarkably detailed eastern coastline of South America, extending geographically far below the known limits of European exploration at the time of its creation. Furthermore, the map includes geographical details that strongly suggest the presence of a large landmass situated in the approximate location of where Antarctica lies on modern maps. Crucially, this depicted landmass is not shown as being covered in vast sheets of ice, but is instead rendered with visible mountains, flowing rivers, and a clearly discernible coastline. Modern Antarctica was not officially sighted and explored until 1820, more than 3 centuries after Piri Reis compiled his map. And even more curiously still, the coastline depicted on the Piri Reis map does not resemble the predominantly ice-covered continent that is known today. Instead, some researchers argue that it appears to mirror the subglacial landmass, the actual topography of the continent beneath the ice sheets, as revealed by modern seismic and radar imaging technologies. Could this astonishing correspondence simply be a random coincidence, a fortunate or perhaps misleading distortion of the known shape of South America, as some scholars suggest? Or was Piri Reis indeed diligently copying information from a far older, now lost source map, one that somehow accurately recorded the coastline of Antarctica at a time before it became perpetually frozen under its massive ice sheets? The prevailing mainstream historical view remains firm on this point. The southern portion of the map is simply geographically inaccurate, a result of misinterpretations by Piri Reis of earlier charts that were themselves distorted by the limited geographical knowledge available at the time. The strange, seemingly accurate southern coastline, some experts contend, could simply be a mirrored continuation of the known coastline of South America, or perhaps a mythical or speculative geographical addition. A common practice in early cartography, where the unknown or unexplored regions of the world were frequently filled in with educated guesswork, imaginative speculation, or the incorporation of legendary landmasses. But other researchers remain deeply unconvinced by these conventional explanations. In 1960, a United States Air Force captain and skilled cartographer named Charles Hapgood proposed a radical and highly controversial theory. In his influential book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, Hapgood suggested that the Piri Reis map, along with several other anomalous ancient maps, were based on even older, highly advanced source maps, potentially created by a now-lost civilization possessing seafaring and surveying capabilities far exceeding those of their known historical contemporaries. According to Hapgood's analysis, the Piri Reis map depicts Antarctica's coastline as it would have appeared without its extensive ice cover, a condition that, based on geological evidence, may not have existed for a period exceeding 6,000 years. This interpretation would strongly imply that the original source materials used by Piri Reis predate all known civilizations that are conventionally considered capable of undertaking such extensive geographical exploration and accurate mapping. Hapgood's groundbreaking and controversial work even managed to capture the attention of none other than Albert Einstein, who penned a foreword to Hapgood's book expressing a sense of cautious intrigue regarding the profound implications of his theory. And yet, despite the compelling nature of Hapgood's hypothesis and the intriguing details on the map itself, no original source map definitively older than the Renaissance period has ever been discovered to directly support this theory. There is no physical archaeological evidence whatsoever of a globe-spanning ancient culture possessing the advanced cartographic and navigational capabilities that would have been required to create such detailed source maps. Could the maps simply reflect an extraordinary and now lost cartographic tradition? Perhaps one practiced by ancient mariners, such as the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, or even the Egyptians, who may have charted far more of the world's coastlines than mainstream history currently gives them credit for? And if that is the case, where are the crucial records, the navigational logs, and the sophisticated instruments they would have required to accomplish such feats? Or was the Piri race map merely a fascinating Renaissance-era curiosity compiled from various inconsistent sources, creatively interpreted by Piri race, and now being read and analyzed far too literally by modern eyes seeking hidden secrets? Adding another layer to the already complex intrigue is the fact that the Piri race map, as it exists today, is only a partial survival. The fragment we possess represents only the western third of what was originally intended to be a comprehensive world map. The remaining sections of the map are currently lost to history. Were they destroyed deliberately, perhaps intentionally hidden away? Or are they potentially still waiting to be discovered in some forgotten archive or private collection? And why was the map itself almost completely unknown to the wider world for several centuries after its creation? It was eventually rediscovered in 1929, tucked away in the extensive library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. Its rediscovery was essentially a historical fluke. Had it been discarded as unimportant or simply remained unnoticed for a slightly longer period, it might well have disappeared from historical knowledge forever. The precise timing of its rediscovery in 1929, a period when archaeology, aerial mapping technologies, and geological science were all rapidly advancing and capable of analyzing its details with new insights, only served to deepen the mystery surrounding it. The more my understanding of the Earth's geography and geological past advanced, the more peculiar and challenging the Piri race map became. Was Piri race genuinely merely compiling existing legends and speculative geography? Or was he, perhaps unintentionally, preserving the faint echo of a geographical knowledge far older than I can conventionally imagine? Today, scholars continue to vigorously debate its true meaning and historical significance. Some dismiss the apparent anomalies as simply instances of overinterpretation and wishful thinking by modern researchers. Others view them as compelling, albeit fragmented, evidence of a hidden or lost chapter in the history of human exploration and cartography. But no one can definitively explain every single aspect of the map's detail, not conclusively and not to the satisfaction of all. The Piri race map remains quite literally a map that seemingly leads nowhere within the conventional historical narrative. It offers a tantalizing glimpse of a world that I do not readily remember inhabiting, an artifact drawn from source materials whose precise origins and nature I cannot conclusively trace. What specific coastlines did Piri race genuinely copy onto his map? What ancient libraries did his mysterious source charts once reside within? And what geographical knowledge did humanity perhaps possess long before the historical era conventionally known as the Age of Discovery officially commenced? Perhaps the definitive answers to these questions lie not solely within the intricate lines and details of the map itself, but crucially in what was deliberately omitted from or lost within the historical record surrounding its creation and subsequent history. The Piri race map strongly hints at the unsettling possibility that ancient knowledge was preserved in fragmented form. Coastlines accurately charted centuries before their official discovery, and continents recorded long before they were formally named and placed on maps. But what happens when the very artifact itself appears to fundamentally defy not merely the established understanding of geography and its chronological development, but seems to transcend the boundaries of time altogether? In the arid desert regions of Peru, located far inland and distant from any major sea or ocean, lie hundreds of stones meticulously carved with images that, by all conventional historical and archaeological understanding, should not exist. Images that continue to challenge and potentially redefine the very boundaries of established archaeology, historical understanding, and deeply held beliefs about humanity's past. Scattered haphazardly across dusty shelves, in the back rooms of small, often overlooked museums and within private homes in the city of Ica, Peru, is an extensive collection of smooth, rounded river stones. The majority of these stones are no larger than a human skull. Their surfaces are typically a dark gray or black color, polished naturally over immense periods by the erosive forces of water and sediment. Their weight feels cool and solid when held in the hand, But it is the imagery painstakingly carved into their surfaces that has ignited decades of intense controversy and debate. These are anomalous engravings that appear to depict vivid scenes from a world that we have, according to the accepted narrative of history, never truly known, and perhaps were never intended to know. The Ica stones, as they are now widely recognized, first came to global attention in the 1960s when a local Peruvian physician named Dr. Javier Cabrera Darquea began actively collecting them in exceptionally large numbers from various sources. Over the course of many years, his personal collection grew exponentially, ultimately encompassing more than 11,000 individual stones, forming the basis of what he provocatively termed a glyptolithic library, a vast visual record, he claimed, documenting the history and knowledge of a sophisticated, long-lost prehistoric civilization. What makes these stones so profoundly controversial and a source of ongoing contention is not merely their sheer quantity, but critically the extraordinary and seemingly anachronistic content of their carvings. Etched with remarkable precision and often displaying intricate and complex lines, the Ica stones depict an astonishingly wide range of scenes that appear utterly inconsistent with the known timeline of human history. These include explicit depictions of human beings coexisting with dinosaurs, shown taming them, hunting them, or interacting with them in various ways. Other carvings illustrate complex surgical procedures, including what appear to be depictions of open-heart transplants and intricate brain surgeries. Some stones depict what seem to be detailed astronomical maps and representations of telescopic observations of distant planets. Still others show human figures utilizing what appear to be advanced flying machines, sophisticated tools, and various mysterious technological devices. The imagery presented on the Ica stones is undeniably provocative and deeply unsettling to conventional historical narratives. If these stones and their carvings were conclusively proven to be authentic artifacts originating from a prehistoric period, they would necessitate a radical reassessment of humanity's understanding of its own deep past, suggesting the existence of a prehistoric civilization possessing a level of technology, scientific understanding, and complex social organization that would rival or even significantly surpass our own civilization's achievements in those areas. However, if conversely, they are determined to be modern forgeries, a conclusion favored by mainstream archaeology, then the story and motivations behind their creation become, in their own right, just as puzzling and enigmatic. Who meticulously crafted these thousands of stones and with what specific purpose? Mainstream archaeology has, for the most part, firmly rejected the Ica stones as contemporary hoaxes or elaborate fabrications. A significant number of the stones that contributed to Dr. Cabrera's collection were sourced from local farmers in the region, most notably from a man named Basilio Ushuaia, who later publicly confessed to having personally carved the stones he sold to collectors and researchers. Ushuaia even reportedly demonstrated his carving methods using a simple dental drill and was able to reproduce similar designs on new stones. However, Ushuaia's confession, while seemingly resolving the authenticity question for many, simultaneously raised its own set of perplexing questions. Why would a humble farmer residing in a rural town undertake the laborious and time-consuming effort required to produce thousands of intricately carved stones, some of which feature designs that are so remarkably detailed and depict subject matter so obscure and beyond the scope of typical local knowledge or popular culture? Why would other individuals seemingly join in this effort, collectively reproducing such a massive volume of imagery with a notable degree of stylistic consistency? And why, if their primary motivation was fabricating these scenes solely for financial profit, would they choose to include imagery that is so undeniably bizarre, esoteric in its content, and fundamentally out of step with popular trends, cultural expectations, or readily marketable themes? Some individuals who defend the authenticity of at least a portion of the Ica stones argue that not all of them were necessarily forged in modern times. A few specific pieces, they contend, were reportedly discovered in legitimate archaeological contexts, allegedly unearthed during excavations from ancient tombs or found eroded from demonstrably old geological strata. Others point to the detectable presence of oxidation within the grooves of some of the stone carvings, suggesting that at least a portion of the collection may be genuinely ancient, their engravings having been weathered and aged naturally by the passage of immense periods of time. However, the age of the stones is not the only mystery they present. The themes and subject matter depicted on the Ica stones possess no known parallel or precedent in the extensive body of pre-Columbian art discovered throughout Peru and the wider Andean region. Peru, with its incredibly rich and well-documented history encompassing the complex Inca civilization and numerous sophisticated pre-Inca cultures, has left behind a vast legacy of artistic expression preserved in murals, intricate pottery, and elaborate textiles, none of which contain any imagery remotely resembling depictions of dinosaurs, advanced medical procedures, or ancient aircraft. If the Ica stones were conclusively proven to be authentic prehistoric artifacts, they would undeniably represent a distinct culture entirely unknown to and currently unaccounted for by mainstream historical and archaeological frameworks. And if they are not authentic, why does the illusion they create feel so remarkably persistent and compelling to so many? There are deeper, more speculative theories that attempt to explain the existence and content of the Ica stones. Some propose that the stones represent fragmented remnants of Atlantean knowledge, artifacts purportedly originating from a legendary civilization lost not merely to the conventional record of history, but to human collective memory itself. Others believe they were meticulously created by survivors of a catastrophic ancient event, painstakingly recording what they could in stone before their advanced world was utterly swallowed by the relentless passage of time and subsequent geological or environmental changes. A few voices propose the possibility of extraterrestrial influence, claiming that the imagery depicted on the stones represents not a forgotten aspect of Earth's ancient past, but rather documented encounters with beings or civilizations from beyond our planet. Still others suggest that the Ica stones function more as a profound psychological mirror for contemporary humanity, that the striking and anachronistic imagery they contain, regardless of its factual authenticity, reflects something intrinsic within the human psyche. A deep-seated yearning for a different kind of history, one in which advanced knowledge existed in ancient times, and the conventional boundaries separating empirical science and spiritual belief were not yet so rigidly defined or divided. However, at the core of the intense debate surrounding the Ica stones lies a fundamental and unresolved problem. There is no clear, verifiable origin story for the collection as a whole. There is no documented archaeological workshop where the stones were systematically produced, no officially recorded discovery site from a controlled excavation, and no written account predating Dr. Cabrera's acquisition of the stones that explicitly mentions their existence or describes their carvings. The vast majority of the Ica stones entered collections and the public eye not through rigorous excavation logs or formal scholarly reports, but rather through informal back channels, word-of-mouth dissemination, and fragmented rumors circulating within the desert region. And consequently, they remain suspended ambiguously between established historical categories, too strange and challenging to be readily accepted as authentic prehistoric artifacts by mainstream archaeology, yet too numerous and persistently compelling in their imagery to be simply dismissed and forgotten entirely. Even if the overwhelming majority of the Ica stones are definitively proven to be modern hoaxes, what conclusion should be drawn about the few individual stones that appear genuinely weathered and aged, or that were reportedly unearthed in contexts that do seem plausible from an archaeological standpoint? What about the scattered anecdotal reports of similar carved stones being found decades earlier, long before the significant boom in tourism and collector interest in the region created a financial incentive for large-scale fabrication? Could there have been a genuine ancient seed of truth, a small number of authentic, unusual carved stones, that was long buried and subsequently discovered and then extensively embellished upon and reproduced by modern hands seeking to capitalize on their mystery? And if that is the case, what exactly constituted that original, authentic seed of historical enigma? The Ica stones, in their entirety, ultimately pose far more challenging questions than they provide definitive answers. They fundamentally challenge the conventional linear perspective of historical progression, the deeply ingrained idea that civilization originated at a singular, fixed point in time, and subsequently advance steadily and continuously forward in a predictable fashion. These enigmatic stones invite me to seriously consider the profound possibility that knowledge, much like human memory, may be cyclical, periodically surfacing in unexpected geographical locations or cultural contexts, only to subsequently disappear again into obscurity. Were the Ica stones ever truly intended by their creators to be discovered by future generations? Do they represent the final, fading echoes of a sophisticated, long-forgotten ancient science? Or are they merely the initial, subtle whispers of a modern fabrication too intricate and elaborate to fully disentangle from the truth? And in a complex world where both convincing forgeries and genuine historical truths can be meticulously carved by the very same human hand, how does one reliably distinguish between the two with certainty? The silent desert landscape resolutely guards its secrets, and the Ica stones themselves remain stubbornly mute, offering no direct answers. In the dry, pervasive stillness of the Peruvian desert, the enigmatic Ica stones seem to whisper narratives that may, in the end, never be definitively confirmed, accounts of seemingly impossible visions or events meticulously carved into enduring stone. But sometimes a historical artifact does not merely challenge my understanding of the historical past. It directly confronts the very foundations of faith itself. It transcends being simply a question of history or archaeology and becomes intrinsically intertwined with fundamental questions of identity, deeply held belief systems, and the remarkably thin and often blurred line separating what is perceived as a miraculous event from what is categorized as an unresolved mystery. Folded and preserved within layers of ancient linen and the immense weight of time, there exists one such object, a relic unlike any other known in the world, the Shroud of Turin. Housed beneath the high vaulted ceilings of the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy, reposes a length of linen cloth measuring approximately 14 feet in length and slightly over 3 feet in width. Its surface, faded to a pale sepia tone by the passage of centuries, bears the faint, almost indistinct image of a human figure. Specifically, the elongated form of a man, his arms crossed across his body, his eyes closed, appearing unmistakably in a state of death. The markings visible on the cloth are subtle and difficult to discern at first glance, barely perceptible when viewed under ordinary lighting conditions. However, when a photographic negative of the cloth is examined, a human face emerges with haunting clarity and striking detail, the face of a bearded man displaying visible wounds on his hands, feet, and side. Bloodstains are clearly delineated, tracing the pattern of what appears to be a crown of thorns around the head, marks consistent with severe scourging across the back, and puncture wounds located at the wrists, not in the palms. This is the Shroud of Turin, arguably the most intensely studied, fiercely contested, and deeply venerated religious relic within the entire history of Christianity. To a significant number of believers, it is unquestionably the authentic burial cloth of Jesus of Nazareth, bearing a sacred, perhaps divinely created imprint left behind at the moment of his miraculous resurrection. To others, it is unequivocally a masterfully crafted medieval forgery, a sophisticated artifact deliberately designed to inspire intense religious awe, profound devotion, and encourage lucrative pilgrimages among the faithful. But to virtually everyone who has seriously examined it, regardless of their belief system, it remains a compelling and unresolved mystery. The shroud first appears definitively within the verifiable historical record in 1354, located in the small French village of Lorey. At that time, a local knight claimed to be in possession of what he asserted was the genuine burial cloth of Christ. The official church hierarchy at the time reacted with considerable skepticism, with bishops questioning its authenticity and some even going so far as to publicly dismiss it as a clever sleight of hand or an artful deception. Yet despite the official doubts, the object immediately began to attract thousands of devout visitors and pilgrims. Various miraculous occurrences were attributed to its presence, and over the subsequent centuries, the shroud passed sequentially from one noble family to another, eventually being entrusted to the prominent House of Savoy, and finally transferred to Turin, Italy, where it has resided, primarily in the cathedral, to this day. However, if the shroud is indeed a creation of the medieval period, as some evidence suggests, why does it continue to resist a full and complete explanation regarding the nature of the image it bears? In 1898, a dedicated amateur photographer named Secondo Pia was granted permission to take the first ever photographs of the cloth. What subsequently appeared in his photographic negatives profoundly astonished the world. Instead of a faint, indistinct, ghostly imprint barely visible to the naked eye, the negative revealed a remarkably detailed, almost startlingly lifelike positive image. An image that was demonstrably more anatomically accurate and emotionally evocative than anything previously discernible directly on the cloth itself. The emergence of this striking negative image immediately generated international headlines. Suddenly, the long-standing debate surrounding the shroud's authenticity intensified dramatically. A compelling question was posed. Was this, in fact, the very first photograph in human history? An image miraculously created not by the mechanical operation of a camera, but by some unknown and perhaps divine force? Over the course of the ensuing century, scientists, historians, and skeptical investigators from various disciplines rigorously examined the shroud utilizing increasingly sophisticated analytical tools and techniques. They meticulously analyzed the intricate weave of the linen fibers, the chemical composition of the bloodstains, and the physical properties of the fibers that constituted the cloth. In 1988, a series of highly anticipated radiocarbon dating tests were conducted independently by 3 separate and reputable laboratories located in Oxford, Zurich, and Tucson. The results obtained by all 3 laboratories were notably consistent with one another. The radiocarbon analysis dated the linen cloth to a historical period, falling between approximately 1260 and 1390 CE. Based on these results, the conclusion presented by the participating scientists seemed inescapable. The shroud was a product of the medieval era. However, the controversy surrounding the shroud's authenticity was far from resolved. In fact, it continued unabated. Critics of the radiocarbon dating results immediately pointed to several potential methodological flaws and sources of error. They argued that the small samples of cloth tested were taken from a corner portion of the shroud, an area that may have been subjected to extensive repair work after a significant fire damaged the relic in 1532. Some contended that contamination from centuries of extensive handling, prolonged exposure to smoke, or the pervasive growth of microbial organisms on the fibers could have potentially skewed the radiocarbon dating results, making the cloth appear younger than its actual age. Then there is the persistent and highly perplexing matter of the image itself. It contains no discernible pigment, exhibits no visible brushstrokes identifiable under magnification, and cannot be attributed to the application of any known medieval dye. Under high-powered microscopic analysis, the image is found to reside solely on the outermost, topmost layer of the linen fibers, affecting a depth of less than 1/5 the diameter of a human hair. Crucially, it lacks any discernible directionality, which would be expected from an image created by painting, rubbing, or applying pigment with a tool. Furthermore, unlike traditional artistic depictions created on a two-dimensional surface that represent a contoured object, the image on the shroud exhibits no visible distortion when analyzed in relation to the presumed underlying contours of a human body. How, then, was this peculiar image formed upon the cloth? Theories proposed to explain its formation have ranged widely, from entirely naturalistic explanations to highly extraordinary and even speculative ones. Some researchers suggest that the image was caused by a complex chemical reaction, perhaps a sudden burst of heat and ammonia gases emanating from a rapidly decaying body, interacting chemically with the organic cellulose fibers of the linen cloth over time. Others have hypothesized a form of photochemical exposure, possibly involving unknown chemical compounds present on the cloth or the body, or even a brief burst of intense radiation. More fringe interpretations venture into the realm of theological speculation, positing that the image is the residual effect of a burst of transformative energy occurring at the precise moment of the purported resurrection, an event so utterly unique and powerful that it left a literal physical shadow imprinted upon the cloth that enveloped the body. Still others entertain more elaborate and intriguing ideas. Could the shroud have been created using early forms of photographic techniques, centuries before the official invention of photography as we know it? Some proponents of this theory have proposed the conceptual use of a camera obscura, a darkened room or box with a small aperture, along with a lens and some form of light-sensitive materials applied to the cloth. Could a genius artisan, whose identity and methods are now lost to the historical record, have secretly pioneered this process in the medieval period? If so, what was their ultimate intent in creating such a remarkable and enigmatic object? Was it solely to inspire profound religious faith among the populace? To perpetrate a deliberate deception for unknown purposes? Or perhaps to encode within the image a message or truth that we have not yet successfully deciphered? And beyond the technical questions of how the image was formed, there are deeper, more existential questions to consider. Not merely how the image was physically created, but why it continues to possess such profound significance and relevance to millions of people today. The man depicted on the shroud displays wounds and physical marks that align remarkably well with historical accounts and forensic understanding of crucifixion narratives. Specifically, nail wounds placed through the wrists, not in the palms, as was conventionally depicted in medieval art, clear marks indicative of severe scourging, and a distinct wound in the side consistent with being pierced by a lance. These anatomical and historical details appear remarkably accurate, particularly given the historical period from which the shroud is dated by radiocarbon analysis. But how would a 14th century artist or forger have possessed detailed knowledge of these specific nuances of crucifixion, many of which only became widely understood and accepted through the application of modern archaeology and forensic medical science centuries later? Even more curiously, the analysis of pollen grains found embedded within the fibers of the shroud suggests that the cloth may have, at some point in its history, traveled through regions of the Middle East, including areas corresponding to modern-day Israel and Turkey. Some researchers specializing in ancient textiles claim that the specific weave pattern of the shroud fabric closely matches weaves known to have been used in the region of 1st century Palestine. However, other experts argue that these findings are inconclusive, the pollen evidence potentially attributable to later contamination, or the fabric weave similarities coincidental. And yet, despite the scientific debate and conflicting interpretations, the fundamental questions surrounding the shroud persist unresolved. If it is indeed a medieval fake, as radiocarbon dating suggests, why is it so utterly unlike anything else created during that historical period in terms of its imaging properties and anatomical accuracy? Why would a medieval artisan go to such extraordinarily intricate lengths to create an image whose remarkable characteristics would not even be fully visible or appreciated until the subsequent invention of photography many centuries later? If conversely it is genuinely the burial cloth of Christ, how did it manage to survive the tumultuous centuries of history, warfare, and religious upheaval? And why was its existence and significance not recorded earlier and more prominently within the historical accounts of the early church? What is the fundamental origin of this enigmatic image? Not simply in terms of its physical formation, but in terms of its symbolic power and enduring meaning? Is the Shroud of Turin a genuine relic of the divine, a masterpiece of human artistic or technical genius whose methods are now lost, or a beautifully constructed and deeply compelling enigma deliberately intended to test the boundaries of human belief and scientific understanding? It is possible that I may never definitively know the complete answer. However, in its profound silence, in its inherent contradictions, and in the enduring questions it poses, the shroud continues to exert a powerful influence, speaking across centuries, transcending cultural boundaries, and challenging deeply held convictions. It invites not only rigorous scientific inquiry and skeptical analysis, but also profound personal reflection and introspection. It implicitly asks me to seriously consider what I choose to believe and why I choose to believe it. Is it an elaborate medieval forgery, an inexplicable miracle, or an enduring mystery patiently waiting for the precise historical or scientific conditions, the right light, to finally reveal its ultimate truth? Perhaps the most accurate and meaningful answer resides not solely within the complex properties of the cloth itself, but rather within the dynamic and often ambiguous space that exists between unquestioning faith and empirical, historical, and scientific fact. The Shroud of Turin continues to perplex and fascinate the world, an image suspended precariously between the realms of science and faith, seemingly defying the conventional passage of time and resisting definitive explanation. But not all mysterious objects that challenge my understanding are considered sacred or imbued with religious significance. Some are forged not within the context of linen and sacred legend, but within the silent depths of the earth, crafted from stone and mystery. Deep beneath the planet's surface, embedded within geological layers significantly older than the very existence of humanity itself, lie artifacts that, according to conventional understanding, simply should not exist in those ancient strata. These are spheres shaped with an uncanny degree of precision, resting within rock formations dating back billions of years, as if deliberately placed there with conscious intent. And yet they were seemingly never intended to be discovered by human beings. These are known as the Klerksdorp spheres, in the region of South Africa renowned for its rich gold deposits, specifically within the Northwest Province, situated just outside the modern mining town of Klerksdorp. The geological history of the Earth reveals a narrative far older than the documented history of human civilization. Here, miners engaged in excavation and geologists conducting scientific surveys have repeatedly unearthed strange, spherical objects embedded within layers of pyrophyllite rock, a relatively soft, sedimentary formation whose age has been scientifically dated to be approximately 3 billion years old. These peculiar objects are relatively small in size, with most measuring no more than 1 to 3 inches in diameter. However, their apparent simplicity is remarkably deceptive. Perfectly spherical in shape, or, in some cases, slightly flattened along one axis. They are either naturally formed or, as some observers contend, meticulously carved with distinct grooves encircling their equators, resembling the lines of latitude on a globe. Some of the spheres exhibit an almost perfect symmetry, while others contain a seam-like indentation that suggests a division into 2 distinct halves. They are typically dark, possessing a metallic or reddish-brown color, and are remarkably smooth to the touch. To the local miners who encountered them during excavation, and to the general populace in the area, they initially became mere curiosities, interesting geological oddities unearthed from the deep earth. However, to a limited number of more observant and speculative individuals, they quickly transcended being simple curiosities and evolved into something far more significant and perplexing. Objects that, based on the accepted geological timeline and the nature of the surrounding rock strata, fundamentally should not, and indeed could not, exist in the geological context where they were found. These are the Klerksdorp spheres, and they have quietly, persistently, and profoundly challenged fundamental assumptions regarding the history of human civilization, the processes of natural geological formation, and the very boundaries of what is considered physically possible within the Earth's deep past. Mainstream geologists and earth scientists classify these objects as concretions, naturally occurring geological formations created through a process of mineral precipitation and accumulation around a central nucleus within sedimentary rock. Over immense spans of geological time, dissolved minerals within groundwater permeate porous sedimentary materials and solidify into compact, often spherical shapes. Their form and structure influenced by the specific chemistry of the minerals, the surrounding environmental conditions, and the immense pressures exerted by overlying rock layers. It is a well-documented and understood geological process. Concretions are found in diverse geological settings all over the world. Some exhibit naturally spherical forms, while others are oval, disc-like, or irregular in shape. In many documented instances, concretions can appear in remarkably bizarre, even seemingly artificial forms, standing as compelling testament to the strange and unexpected creativity inherent within geological processes. However, the Klerksdorp spheres feel distinctly different to many who have examined them closely. Their equatorial grooves appear unusually well-defined and remarkably precise for a natural geological formation. Their surfaces possess an unusual degree of smoothness. Some of the spheres present an appearance that seems more indicative of having been mechanically machined or intentionally shaped rather than simply naturally formed through geological processes. Qualities that inevitably raise questions extending beyond the realm of geology into the philosophical realm of discerning intentional design from natural occurrence. How does the blind force of nature, operating within the deep silence of the ancient earth over billions of years, manage to create such striking symmetry and apparent order? And why do some of these specific objects appear so markedly distinct and unlike their surrounding counterparts within the same geological formation? Even more strangely, anecdotal reports persist that a few of the Klerksdorp spheres exhibit a peculiar characteristic. They reportedly rotate. One sphere, housed within the Klerksdorp Museum and enclosed within a sealed display case, is said to rotate slightly on its axis without any apparent external force acting upon it. Skeptics are quick to dismiss these reports as purely anecdotal, attributing the perceived motion to factors such as subtle vibrations within the building or inherent imbalances within the sphere itself. However, others remain deeply intrigued by these reports, viewing the rotation as yet another unexplained quirk or anomaly within an already enigmatic phenomenon. The mystery surrounding the spheres deepens significantly when one considers the immense age of the rock strata in which they are discovered, dated at approximately 3 billion years old. According to the accepted scientific understanding of Earth's history, 3 billion years ago, there were no human beings, no sophisticated tools, no capacity for metalworking, and no civilizations capable of shaping objects with any degree of precision. Life itself, as currently understood based on the fossil record, was limited to very primitive microbial organisms. And yet these spheres, at least to the perception of the casual observer, appear to bear discernible marks suggestive of intentional shaping or deliberate placement. How is one to reconcile this apparent contradiction between the immense age of the geological context and the seemingly artificial nature of the objects themselves? For the majority of geologists and earth scientists, the answer remains straightforward and grounded in established geological principles. The spheres they maintain are not ancient artifacts created by intelligent beings. They are fundamentally mineralogical curiosities. Remarkable formations, yes, but entirely attributable to natural geological processes. Their striking symmetry, they argue, is the result of slow, prolonged crystallization processes influenced by the specific chemical composition and environmental conditions of the surrounding rock formation. Their distinctive grooves can be plausibly explained by factors such as differential layering of minerals, pressure-induced fracturing occurring over geological timescales, or erosional processes acting upon the rock. However, a persistent minority of researchers and curious individuals remain unconvinced by these purely geological explanations. Could these enigmatic spheres potentially represent the fossilized remnants of some unknown biological or chemical process that occurred billions of years ago, a process long since extinct and unknown in the modern world? Could they have formed under specific planetary conditions that no longer exist on Earth? Perhaps a peculiar byproduct of ancient planetary chemistry lost to time? Or could they, as more radical theories propose, represent something far more extraordinary and potentially revolutionary? Compelling evidence of intelligence that did not originate from our own species, or perhaps even intelligence existing outside of our current geological epoch? Some fringe theorists have boldly suggested that the Klerksdorp spheres are the enduring legacy of a pre-human civilization that existed on Earth billions of years ago. A civilization long since erased by the cataclysmic forces of tectonic shifts, geological upheavals, and mass extinction events. Others venture even further into speculative territory, proposing an extraterrestrial origin for the spheres, likening them to advanced data capsules or navigational tools that were perhaps implanted on Earth by alien visitors and subsequently forgotten or lost within the deep geological record. Naturally, there is currently no concrete empirical evidence whatsoever to support such extraordinary claims. No discernible inscriptions on the spheres, no associated technological artifacts discovered alongside them, and no convincing traces of machinery or clear evidence of their intended purpose beyond the intriguing mystery of their shape alone. And yet, despite the lack of supporting evidence for these more radical hypotheses, the idea of their potentially artificial origin persists and continues to fuel speculation. The enduring mystery of the Klerksdorp spheres is perhaps less about what they definitively prove about the past and more about what they powerfully suggest regarding the limits of my current understanding and the potential for the past to be radically different from how I conventionally imagine it. Why do these specific objects provoke such widespread fascination and intense debate? Perhaps it is precisely because they appear to exist ambiguously within a space between the definitively natural and the seemingly artificial. They are too geometrically perfect in order to be easily dismissed as mere random geological formations, yet too simple in their construction to be readily explained as products of known ancient technology. They are not imposing grand monuments or intricate elaborate machines. They are instead small, unassuming, and remarkably simple objects, yet they are profoundly unsettling precisely because they should be entirely mundane and unremarkable based on their geological context, but their unusual characteristics suggest that they are not. The Klerksdorp spheres serve as a powerful and compelling reminder that the linear progression of time as I perceive it may not be the entire story, and that even within the oldest and deepest layers of Earth's crust, I may still unexpectedly encounter phenomena that defy ready explanation. They are undoubtedly stones, yes, but they are stones possessing a palpable presence, exhibiting a symmetry that intellectually provokes inquiry and carrying a profound silence that seems to speak volumes about the mysteries hidden within the deep earth. What else, I wonder, lies buried beneath my feet in the planet's ancient strata, undisturbed, unclassified, and currently beyond the limits of my imagination? And if these relatively small, simple spheres are the only fragments that have managed to survive billions of years of geological processes, what truly extraordinary things might I have already unknowingly passed over or failed to recognize, mistaking a genuine, profound mystery for a mere mineralogical curiosity? The Earth holds secrets that run far deeper than the reach of human memory, and sometimes in ways I do not yet fully comprehend. It presses those secrets into tangible forms, shapes that endure across unimaginable timescales. The Klerksdorp spheres, patiently nestled within rock formations significantly older than the advent of life itself, compellingly raise profound questions about the hidden potential encoded within the vastness of geological time, about what the Earth itself may collectively remember and preserve long after human civilization has passed into obscurity. But some artifacts that challenge my historical understanding do not originate from deep geological epochs spanning billions of years. They come instead directly from human hands, shaped and hardened by the transformative power of fire, and forged with a level of knowledge and technical skill that appears inexplicably centuries ahead of its expected time period. From the cold, often conflict-ridden soils of Northern Europe, a different kind of historical enigma has been repeatedly unearthed, an object intrinsically associated with warfare, yet simultaneously evoking a sense of profound wonder and mystery. Within the subdued illumination of a museum display case, or occasionally discovered during archaeological excavations from the long-forgotten grave of a Viking warrior, a particular and distinctive type of sword has surfaced time and time again across a wide geographical area. These weapons are simple in their basic shape, designed with deadly efficiency for their intended purpose, but they consistently bear a name etched onto the blade that resonates with historical mystery. Inscribed in clear, deliberate, and unmistakable Latin characters, often rendered with a kind of stark elegance, are the letters Sciapusfol Ber T+. The letters themselves are unambiguous Latin script, arranged with apparent care and frequently flanked by symmetrical crosses, often depicted with a notable sense of stylistic precision. And these distinctive markings have been found on numerous swords discovered across a wide geographical swathe of Europe, dozens of them to be precise, dating from a historical period extending roughly from 800 to 1000 CE. These swords have been unearthed from burial sites ranging from Scandinavia in the north down to the Rhineland region in what is now Germany. But what makes the Ulfbert swords truly remarkable and historically significant is not merely the presence of this enigmatic name or the extensive geographical reach of their distribution. It is the exceptional quality of the steel from which they were forged. During the historical period when the Ulfbert swords were being produced, a time when the vast majority of European swords were typically made from brittle, impure iron that was highly vulnerable to bending, warping, or even shattering catastrophically during the intense physical demands of combat, the Ulfberht blade stood conspicuously apart. Metallurgical analysis conducted on these swords has revealed something astonishing to material scientists. They were crafted from high-carbon crucible steel, a type of steel produced at a level of metallurgical quality and purity that would not reappear in widespread use in Europe for a period of nearly 800 subsequent years, until the advent of the Industrial Revolution. This specific type of steel, characterized by its remarkably uniform internal structure, extremely low levels of impurities, and its inherent capability to hold an exceptionally sharp, razor-like edge, even under strenuous use, possessed a chemical composition much closer to that of the famously prized Damascus steel of the Middle East or even modern industrial-grade steels. Its production required the attainment of extraordinarily high temperatures during the forging process, along with a degree of precise temperature control and advanced metallurgical technique that, based on the known historical record, should not have been readily available in Europe during the early part of the Middle Ages. So, from precisely where did this advanced metallurgical knowledge and the necessary materials originate? The Ulfberht swords are frequently attributed to a Frankish origin, suggesting they were likely produced within workshops located in or around the geographical area that constitutes modern-day Germany. The name Ulfberht itself could potentially refer to a specific family lineage of skilled smiths, a single master swordsmith of exceptional talent, or possibly even a monastic forge specializing in high-quality metalwork. Some scholars believe the name served as a form of early trademark, a recognizable signature of superior quality and craftsmanship in a historical era when the reputation of a brand and the inherent quality of a blade could literally mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. But at this point, the historical mystery surrounding the Ulfberht swords deepens considerably. Not all swords bearing the distinctive +5L BRA CD plus inscription are of the same exceptional quality. Metallurgical analysis has demonstrated that some of these swords were indeed made with true, high-quality crucible steel, consistent with the most advanced examples. However, others are clearly crude imitations, bearing the identical inscription but forged from significantly lesser quality materials. The presence of misspellings of the name, such as Solfbertopspluis or Sevelbert+, strongly suggests that the name itself became so highly valued and sought after that it was forged and replicated by less skilled smiths just as frequently as the genuine high-quality blades themselves were produced. Was Ulfberht a singular historical person? Did the name represent a specific lineage or family of smiths? Or perhaps a highly specialized guild dedicated to producing superior steel? And more intriguingly, how did the true Ulfberht swordsmiths acquire the profound metallurgical knowledge and gain access to the necessary raw materials required to consistently produce steel of such remarkable quality at that time? Within the conventionally known world of the early Middle Ages, only one geographical region was reliably capable of producing crucible steel with this level of consistency and purity: Central Asia, particularly in areas that today form part of the countries of Iran, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. The steelmaking technology employed in Central Asia during this period was likely inherited from and refined upon earlier Indian steelmaking techniques, notably the production of what was known as Wootz steel. This Eastern technology was demonstrably far ahead of the existing metallurgical capabilities in Europe during the same era. This observation leads to one plausible historical possibility. The high-quality steel utilized in the crafting of the genuine Ulfberht swords was not produced locally in Europe, but was instead imported, potentially brought westward along ancient and established trade routes, such as the Silk Road, or perhaps passed through the extensive Viking trade networks which, surprisingly, stretch remarkably far across the continent and beyond. The Vikings, although historically renowned for their raiding activities, were also significant and enterprising traders, venturing deep into the river systems of Russia, reaching the distant shores of the Black Sea, and establishing contact with the more technologically advanced Islamic world. Is it conceivable that this elite-grade steel was sourced from these eastern regions and subsequently transported back to Europe, where it was then expertly forged into high-quality weapons within Frankish workshops? If this is the case, it raises a series of further perplexing questions. Why are these swords relatively rare in the archaeological record? Fewer than 200 have ever been discovered to date. Why are they disproportionately clustered around the burial sites of elite individuals and frequently associated with individuals of high social status, suggesting they were objects of prestige and wealth? And how did the crucial metallurgical knowledge required for their creation seemingly disappear from Europe, only to reappear many centuries later with the advent of the Industrial Revolution? Or could there have been a more secretive element at play throughout their production? Some researchers speculate that the true Ulfberht blades were the product of sophisticated metallurgical knowledge that was either inherited from lost Roman or even pre-Roman smithing traditions and managed to be preserved in isolation, perhaps within the cloistered environment of monastic orders, or held exclusively by highly specialized and secretive smithing guilds. In a historical period when literacy was limited and specialized, craft knowledge was often jealously guarded and transmitted only through direct apprenticeship. Could these exceptional sword makers have deliberately kept their advanced techniques hidden from the wider populace, passing them down only to trusted and sworn apprentices within their close circles? More speculative theories have suggested that the Ulfberht swords possessed ritual significance or were imbued with sacred or even mystical properties. The presence of the symmetrical crosses prominently bracketing the name +VLFBERHT+ on the blades has led some scholars to propose that the swords were perceived not merely as functional tools of warfare, but as spiritual weapons, perhaps forged in the name of God or under the influence of divine inspiration. Was it widely believed that these swords carried inherent protective power in combat or against malevolent forces? Were they considered significant offerings, symbols of legitimate authority, martial power, or spiritual purity within a world where the act of wielding a sword held profound, symbolic, and even sacred meaning, often representing a solemn bond or oath? And what can be inferred from the existence of the numerous imitations? Their very presence in the archaeological record strongly suggests that the demand for genuine Ulfberht swords significantly outpaced the available supply. This high demand implies that the Ulfberht name had, in its time, become unequivocally synonymous with exceptional quality and prestige. So much so that less skilled smiths actively attempted to replicate the associated prestige by copying the inscription, even if they were entirely incapable of matching the remarkable metallurgical quality of the genuine blades. But in the present day, I am left with little more than tantalizing fragments and unanswered questions. The real Ulfberht, if he or they existed as historical individuals, left behind no written records documenting their techniques, no metallurgical manuals explaining their process, and no surviving workshop facilities that have been definitively identified. All that remains are blades of steel, now rusted with the passage of centuries, and a distinctive name painstakingly carved into the metal. A name that somehow managed to travel geographically far beyond what should have been realistically possible for that historical period. Was Ulfberht a singular, isolated genius in the field of metallurgy, operating from a forge now lost to time and history? Do these swords represent a subtle hint of a sophisticated global knowledge network that existed and operated much earlier than I have conventionally acknowledged? Or were these swords simply rare, exceptional miracles of historical circumstance? Perfect, inexplicable storms of material availability, advanced metallurgical method, and persistent historical mystery? The Ulfberht swords endure as cold and silent as the ancient graves from which they have been recovered. But in their strange, anachronistic perfection, they compellingly challenge my deeply held assumptions about what was technologically possible in the early Middle Ages, about the extent of knowledge that was truly possessed by people in that era, and about how much of human history, much like steel subjected to intense fire and subsequent hardening, has been fundamentally shaped, tempered, and then subsequently forgotten or lost to collective memory. The Ulfberht swords serve as a powerful reminder that even objects explicitly designed as tools of war can carry the quiet, almost imperceptible mark of forgotten knowledge, etched into the very steel from which they were forged, representing a level of craftsmanship and material science that seems to transcend the boundaries of their historical time. But not all relics that challenge my understanding are instruments of warfare. Some speak to a deeper, more profound celestial understanding, one born not from the ambition of conquest, but from quiet contemplation and careful observation. Deep beneath the ancient forests of central Germany, buried in darkness and hidden from human view for over 3 millennia, a remarkable ancient object was unexpectedly unearthed. An artifact that compellingly suggests a sophisticated relationship with and understanding of the stars existed long before the widespread adoption of written language in the region. It is known simply as the Nebra sky disk. It consists of a circular piece of metal, no larger in diameter than a modern dinner plate. Its surface is composed of rough, oxidized bronze, visibly marked by the slow, corrosive effects of centuries buried within the earth. Yet embedded meticulously into its surface, still gleaming faintly despite the passage of immense time, are intricate shapes fashioned from gold. Delicate, deliberately placed, and rendered with a remarkable degree of precision. These gold inlays depict a crescent moon, a prominent round golden shape representing either the sun or perhaps a full moon, and numerous scattered gold dots arranged like a spray of stars across the disk's surface. Additionally, an arc of gold curves along one edge of the disk, and another arc curves along the opposite edge. Together, these gold inlays form a celestial composition that is simultaneously visually simple and profoundly strange in its historical context. An ancient image intended to represent the night sky, painstakingly captured in enduring metal. The Nebra sky disk was originally discovered in 1999 by 2 individuals engaged in illegal treasure hunting activities near the small village of Nebra in the state of Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. It was found buried beneath the forest floor alongside a collection of bronze swords, axes, and bracelets from the same period. Initially, due to its extraordinary and unexpected nature, the disk was dismissed by some as being too fantastical to be genuinely ancient or authentic. And yet, as professional scientists and archaeologists began to meticulously study the disk and its associated finds, a strong consensus gradually started to emerge. The disk was indeed authentic, and it was remarkably ancient. Radiocarbon dating performed on the organic material found adhering to the surrounding artifacts discovered alongside the disk, combined with rigorous soil analysis from the discovery site, collectively placed the Nebra sky disk's creation and burial at approximately 1600 BCE, placing it squarely within the European Bronze Age, a historical period that predates the widespread development of written language in this specific region of Europe, before the establishment of complex urban centers and prior to the formation of centralized kingdoms or states. And yet, despite originating from this seemingly less complex historical period, the Nebra sky disk compellingly suggests the existence of a society possessing a far more advanced understanding of celestial phenomena than was previously attributed to them. The arrangement of the gold symbols on the disk is not random or arbitrary. The distinct cluster of small gold dots positioned near the center appears to represent the Pleiades, a prominent open star cluster that was known, observed, and often revered in ancient cultures across the globe, from the Maya civilization in Mesoamerica to the ancient Greeks and various cultures in East Asia, including Japan. The arcs of gold positioned along the sides of the disk correspond with remarkable accuracy to the angle of the sunrise and sunset, as observed during the summer and winter solstices at the specific geographical latitude of Nebra, where the disk was discovered. The Nebra sky disk, in essence, may have functioned as a sophisticated cosmological instrument, a practical tool utilized by Bronze Age people as a way to accurately track the complex movements of the heavens, to understand and measure the passage of time, and to mark the sacred cyclical rhythms that govern the relationship between the earth and the sky. But how could a culture that possessed no formal written language, no known established scientific institutions, and only what are considered rudimentary tools for metalworking and measurement, have successfully created such a precise and cosmologically significant object? The level of craftsmanship displayed in the disk's creation is notably advanced for its time. The gold used for the inlays was likely sourced from distant regions, possibly the Carpathian Mountains, while the bronze alloy used to cast the disc itself shows clear signs of sophisticated metallurgical knowledge. Copper was mixed with a precise proportion of tin to create a durable and workable alloy. The artisans who created the Nebra sky disc demonstrably possessed a significant understanding of complex metallurgy, the predictable cycles of celestial bodies, and fundamental geometrical principles. But their names, their spoken language, the specific characteristics of their society, all of these details remain tragically lost to historical knowledge. Significantly, the Nebra sky disc was not discovered within the confines of a palace or a temple. Structures often associated with elite power or formal religious institutions. It was found deliberately buried on a hilltop known today as Mount Middleburg, a location widely believed to have held sacred significance in the Bronze Age. Some scholars interpret the disc's burial as a ritual deposit, an offering made to the gods or spiritual entities associated with the sacred hilltop. Others theorize that it may have been intentionally hidden, perhaps during a period of cultural upheaval, conflict, or social instability when valuable knowledge or sacred objects were at risk of being lost or destroyed. And then there is the profound mystery of its apparent uniqueness. Why have no other objects precisely like the Nebra sky disc been discovered in the archaeological record from the European Bronze Age? Why this single remarkable disc found in this one specific location, with no clear archaeological precedents that directly led to its creation or any known successors that built upon its implied knowledge? Was it an isolated creation, part of a much larger, more comprehensive astronomical system that has since entirely vanished without a trace? Was it the singular work of an individual genius whose advanced understanding was unique to him? Or does it represent evidence of a broader cultural tradition of celestial observation and knowledge that I have simply not yet fully uncovered or understood through archaeological investigation? Some theorists specializing in ancient astronomy and archaeology have speculated that the disc was a portable device, a specialized tool utilized by Bronze Age priests or early astronomers for specific purposes, such as aligning sacred architectural structures with celestial events or accurately performing seasonal rituals timed to the movements of the sun and stars. Others argue that its primary function was not as a literal scientific instrument, but rather as a symbolic object, a powerful representation of cosmological power and order, more akin to a spiritual mandala than a purely functional chart. A few even propose that the disc subtly encodes forgotten mathematical knowledge, preserved visually in a manner that effectively transcended the limitations of spoken or written language in its time. More speculative voices within the field have explicitly linked the Nebra sky disc to hypothetical lost civilizations, to enigmatic pre-Druidic priesthoods whose knowledge is now obscure, or even to the possibility of ancient visitors arriving from distant lands, perhaps traders or travelers who carried advanced astronomical wisdom and navigational knowledge across continents long before the historical period conventionally recognized as classical antiquity. While these more speculative ideas remain unproven and largely outside the mainstream archaeological consensus, they undeniably reflect the profound and unsettling strangeness of the disc itself. It feels historically disconnected, appearing almost entirely out of its expected place within the conventional narrative of the European Bronze Age, akin to receiving a mysterious message left behind in a bottle, written in a language whose symbols and meanings I have not yet fully learned to read or comprehend. What is perhaps most intellectually striking and compelling about the Nebra sky disc is the way in which it seems to effortlessly bridge seemingly disparate worlds of human understanding and experience. It appears to be both a work of art and a piece of applied science, both a sacred object imbued with spiritual significance and an empirical tool grounded in observable natural phenomena. It is both physically rooted in the earth from which it was unearthed and symbolically reaching towards the distant stars it depicts. And in its very existence, it subtly hints at something that is easily forgotten or overlooked within the narrative of technological progress. That long before the rise of complex cities and vast empires, before the establishment of formal libraries and scientific laboratories, human beings were actively observing the night sky, meticulously tracking its patterns and constructing profound meaning from those celestial observations. It suggests that even in prehistoric Europe, dwelling beneath the dense canopy of dark forests and illuminated by starlit nights, people possessed a sophisticated understanding of the sky, perceiving it not merely as a passive backdrop for earthly life, but as an active, predictable blueprint governing the rhythms of time and nature. Today, the Nebra sky disk is carefully housed and displayed within the State Museum of Prehistory in Halle, Germany. Its distinctive image has become iconic, widely recognized as a powerful symbol of ancient Germanic heritage and a compelling testament to the intellectual capabilities of people living during the Bronze Age. However, despite extensive study, it remains fundamentally and profoundly mysterious in its ultimate purpose. Was it primarily a calendar, a teaching tool for instructing others in celestial cycles, a sacred object used in religious rites, or a combination of these functions? Was it an isolated creation, or was it part of a broader, more complex cosmology and system of knowledge that has since entirely disappeared beneath the soil of Europe? And if one remarkable disk could successfully survive buried and undisturbed for over 3,600 years, how many more similar artifacts, potentially holding even greater secrets, might still remain buried, patiently waiting in silent obscurity just beneath my feet or within the unexcavated layers of Earth's history? The Nebra sky disk invites not only scientific admiration for its craftsmanship and astronomical accuracy, but also intellectual humility in the face of its unresolved mystery. It serves as a powerful reminder that the seemingly clear dividing line between what I perceive as ancient myth and what I categorize as empirical science is not always situated precisely where I expect it to find it. It reminds me that the historical past is not a flat, two-dimensional plane stretching predictably behind me, but rather a deep, multifaceted sky of its own, filled with countless constellations of forgotten knowledge and unanswered questions that I have yet to fully name, chart, or comprehend. And perhaps, much like the distant stars themselves, the full meaning of the Nebra sky disk is truly present and accessible, if only I possess the requisite knowledge and willingness to look closely enough and interpret its silent language. The Nebra sky disk, with its ancient gold inlays charting celestial patterns across the Bronze Age sky, stands as a powerful cosmic relic that reminds me of the silent wisdom and profound understanding embedded within the hands and minds of ancient peoples. But some historical relics do not quietly whisper of the stars in the celestial realm. Some artifacts seem to gaze inward, delving into the deeper, more complex realms of human fear, overwhelming ambition, and the concept of divine transgression. Deep within the quiet, vaulted silence of old, venerable libraries, one such enigmatic relic patiently waits, a book of immense physical size and weight, shrouded in profound historical mystery. It is a volume so massive that it earned its descriptive name directly from its sheer scale, and arguably from something even darker associated with its legend. Known as the Codex Gigas, it currently rests within the dim stillness of the National Library of Sweden, securely locked away behind protective glass. Its original leather cover is faded and worn by the passage of centuries, and its heavy iron clasps are tarnished with age. The book stands nearly 3 feet tall and weighs an astonishing 165 pounds, a weight so considerable that a single person cannot lift it alone. Its pages, painstakingly created from the processed skins of over 100 individual animals, are thick, smooth to the touch, and rustle with a quiet, almost reverent sound beneath a gloved hand. To anyone traversing the candlelit corridors of medieval Europe, encountering such a book would have seemed an utterly impossible and almost miraculous achievement. It stands as a monumental creation, not a monument constructed from stone or dedicated to the glory of an earthly empire, but rather a testament to the dedication of ink, the enduring power of silence, and something profoundly unspoken residing within its pages. This is the Codex Gigas, a Latin term that literally translates to giant book. However, it is far more famously and widely known by another, more evocative name, the Devil's Bible. The creation of this monumental manuscript is historically placed in the early part of the 13th century, most likely within the walls of the Benedictine monastery of Pelagius, located in what is now the modern-day Czech Republic. The Codex contains the complete Latin translation of the Bible, the Vulgate, alongside a comprehensive compendium of other texts, including medical treatises, historical chronicles detailing events up to the 13th century, various calendars, and even detailed instructions for performing exorcism rituals. It is, in essence, a complete universe of knowledge and belief, painstakingly stitched together and bound into a single monumental codex. However, its enduring fame and the origin of its captivating mystery stem primarily from a singular page within its vast contents, specifically Folio 290 Recto. This particular page features a full-page illustration of the devil himself. This depiction is unlike anything else typically found within the illuminated manuscripts of the medieval religious period. The image is strikingly bold and uniquely singular in its focus. It portrays a horned figure, crouching ominously between two towering structures, his clawed hands extended, his eyes wide open and unsettlingly blank. He is depicted in isolation, framed by a background of pervasive darkness. No other illustration contained within the entire book approaches this particular image in either its scale, its intensity of tone, or its thematic focus. And directly across from this jarring depiction of the devil, on the facing page, is a contrasting illustration of the heavenly city, rendered in vibrant colors and depicting a scene of divine order and harmony. This juxtaposition immediately prompts a fundamental question. Why would a monk, bound by solemn vows of silence, personal humility, and devout religious devotion, deliberately choose to place such a profoundly jarring and seemingly contradictory image as a large-scale depiction of the devil directly at the physical and symbolic center of his sacred work? The enduring legend associated with the Codex Gigas, of course, begins with a narrative rooted in human sin and desperation. According to a tale that has been passed down through centuries, whispered rather than formally recorded in the monastery's chronicles, the Codex Gigas was created by a monk who had been condemned to death for an unspecified crime, a transgression whose exact nature is now lost to historical knowledge. Seeking a means to attain redemption and miraculously earn his freedom, the condemned monk is said to have desperately begged the abbot of the monastery to spare his life, proposing a seemingly impossible condition. He would produce a single book containing all of human knowledge and understanding within the span of a single night. The abbot, perhaps incredulous but intrigued, agreed to the monk's desperate proposal. As midnight deepened and the monumental task he had undertaken proved utterly impossible for a single individual to complete within the allotted time, the monk is said to have made a desperate and forbidden pact, not with God, but with the devil himself. In exchange for the eternal damnation of his soul, the demonic entity agreed to complete the immense manuscript before the arrival of dawn. And the monk, in dark tribute to his new, unholy patron, is said to have painted the striking image of the devil directly into the pages of the completed book as a permanent mark of their infernal agreement. It is a story that has been transmitted orally through generations, whispered furtively rather than formally recorded in official documents. There exists no concrete historical proof to substantiate this dramatic legend, yet the story persistently clings to the Codex Gigas, enveloping it like an enduring shadow. Even when viewed solely from a rigorous historical and paleographic perspective, the Codex Gigas remains a remarkably extraordinary artifact. Scholars who have meticulously studied the manuscript estimate that the sheer physical act of writing and illustrating the entire book would have realistically required at least 20 years of dedicated labor for a single scribe, and potentially even longer to complete. And yet, detailed analysis of the handwriting style throughout the entire manuscript strongly suggests that the entire book was penned by a single individual scribe, utilizing the same unique ink composition and maintaining an astonishingly consistent and unchanging hand throughout its more than 300 large parchment pages, many of which are densely covered in tightly packed columns of Latin script, without exhibiting any discernible signs of fatigue, stylistic variation, or significant errors. Who was this individual scribe who possessed such extraordinary stamina, focus, and unwavering consistency? How could a single person maintain such a uniform hand across such a vast number of pages, many filled with dense and complex Latin text, and returning to the central enigma, Why did this individual choose to include the prominent and unsettling depiction of the devil within this otherwise sacred work? Some researchers have proposed that the inclusion of the demonic figure was not intended as an act of worship or homage to evil, but rather as a powerful visual warning, a potent visual anchor within a medieval world where images were understood to carry profound spiritual and symbolic weight. Others believe the image was symbolic, representing the perennial and fundamental struggle between the forces of darkness and light, between ignorance and knowledge, serving as a powerful and constant reminder that in the human pursuit of total understanding and spiritual enlightenment, one must necessarily confront and acknowledge all facets of existence, even those that are terrifying or inherently evil. However, the Codex Gigas harbors other historical mysteries beyond the legend of its origin and the striking illustration. Over the centuries following its creation, the book moved through various empires and changed hands numerous times. It was kept in the libraries of different monastic orders. It was stolen as a valuable prize during periods of warfare, and it passed into the collections of various European royal houses. During the turbulent period of the 30 Years' War in the 17th century, Swedish military forces looted the Codex Gigas from Prague, transporting it northward to Sweden, where it has remained as part of the National Library's collection ever since. Notably, some pages within the manuscript are missing, removed not through hasty tearing, but apparently excised with a degree of precision. Was this deliberate removal intended to protect potentially dangerous secrets contained within those pages? To erase specific knowledge deemed heretical or politically inconvenient? Or was it simply the result of physical damage occurring over the long history of the book? I cannot definitively know the reason for their absence. The location of these missing folios, particularly the notable gaps situated between the Old Testament and the New Testament sections of the Bible, has fueled extensive speculation among researchers. Some believe these removed pages once contained forbidden texts, heretical interpretations of Scripture, or instructions for performing hidden, perhaps illicit, rituals. And then there is the fundamental matter of the book's sheer physical construction and its unprecedented scale. The immense size of the Codex Giga is genuinely perplexing. No other known manuscript from its historical era even approaches its monumental dimensions. Was it ever truly intended to be read page by page in the conventional sense? Or was its primary purpose ceremonial, designed to function as an impressive showpiece for the monastery, or as a potent spiritual object symbolizing divine authority or comprehensive knowledge? The diverse nature of its contents, a complex blend of sacred scripture and various secular texts, suggests an overarching ambition not merely to preserve religious doctrine, but to compile virtually all that was known and understood at the time, to create a comprehensive, total worldview contained within the physical covers of leather and iron. Could the Codex Gigas have represented something far more significant than just a conventional book? Was it a deliberate attempt to encode a specific philosophy, a complex belief system, or perhaps even a cryptic warning to future generations? Was the inclusion of the devil's image intended to symbolize the omnipresence of temptation in the world? Or was it, as the legend suggests, meant to acknowledge or depict the very authorship of a portion of the work itself? No one definitively knows the true motivations that drove the creator of this extraordinary manuscript. No personal diary was left behind to explain his intentions. No marginal notes within the text offer clarifying insights. Only the astonishingly consistent hand of the single scribe, the sprawling scope of the knowledge meticulously compiled, and the unsettling gaze of the devil's illustration, fixed, frozen in time, and seemingly unblinking across the centuries. Today, the Codex Gigas is carefully preserved under meticulously controlled environmental conditions within the National Library of Sweden. Very few individuals are granted the privilege of turning its massive pages. Even fewer are permitted the opportunity to study its contents closely and directly. But the profound questions that the book raises continue to endure and provoke thought. What extraordinary dedication or singular motivation would drive an individual to devote decades of their life to the creation of such a monumental work? What fundamental truths were intended to be revealed to those who studied its pages? Or conversely, what dangerous knowledge was perhaps deliberately hidden or concealed within its structure? And if the centuries-old story surrounding its creation is only partially a legend, what constitutes the remaining factual half of the narrative? Was it a genuine pact with dark forces, a form of divine punishment inflicted upon the monk, or perhaps a desperate final prayer offered in the face of insurmountable odds? The physical book itself remains remarkably whole and largely intact, while the identity and fate of the monk who created it are long since lost to history. But in the profound darkness that seems to reside metaphorically between the meticulously penned words on its pages, something intangible still watches and waits. And perhaps, much like the stars accurately traced on the surface of the ancient Nebra sky disk, the true meaning and significance of the Codex Gigas reside not solely in what is immediately visible to the eye, but rather in what can be understood or intuited if one possesses the courage and the willingness to look closely and deeply enough into its mysteries. It rests in the dim stillness of the National Library of Sweden, locked behind glass, its leather cover faded, its iron clasps tarnished with age. It is nearly 3 feet tall and weighs over 165 lbs. One man cannot lift it alone. Its pages, parchment made from the skins of over 100 animals, are thick, smooth, and quiet beneath a gloved hand. In the candle-lit corridors of medieval Europe, such a book would have seemed impossible, a monument not to stone or empire, but to ink, silence, and something unspoken. This is the Codex Gigas, Latin for giant book, but it is more famously known by another name, the Devil's Bible. The manuscript was created in the early 13th century, likely in the Benedictine monastery of Padlajic, in what is now the Czech Republic. It contains the full Latin Bible as well as a compendium of medical texts, historical chronicles, calendars, and exorcism rituals. A complete universe of knowledge stitched into a single codex. But its fame and its mystery come from a single page. Folio 290, a full-page illustration of the devil. Unlike anything else in medieval religious manuscripts, the image is bold and singular, a horned figure crouching between two towers, claws extended, eyes wide and blank. He is alone, framed in darkness. No other illustration in the book approaches this in scale or tone, and directly across from it, a depiction of the heavenly city, vibrant and ordered. Why would a monk sworn to silence, humility, and devotion place such a jarring image in the center of his sacred work? The legend, of course, begins with sin. According to a centuries-old tale, the Codex Gigas was created by a monk condemned to death. His crime is lost to history. Seeking redemption, he begged to be spared if he could produce a book that contained all human knowledge in a single night. The abbot acquiesced to the monk's desperate plea. As the darkness of midnight deepened and the monumental nature of the task proved utterly beyond any single man's capability to complete, the monk is said to have entered into a desperate forbidden pact, not with the divine, but directly with the devil. In exchange for the surrender of his immortal soul, the demon purportedly finished the immense manuscript before the break of dawn, and the monk, as a grim tribute to his new malevolent patron, painstakingly painted the striking depiction of the devil onto one of the book's pages. It is a narrative passed down through generations, transmitted primarily through hushed whispers rather than formal written documentation. While there is no concrete historical proof to corroborate this dramatic tale, the legend tenaciously clings to the book, enveloping it like a pervasive shadow. From a purely historical and paleographic perspective, the codex is no less extraordinary or perplexing. Experts who have studied the manuscript estimate that the sheer physical effort required to write the entire book, copying text by hand onto processed animal skins, would have necessitated at least 20 years of dedicated labor for a single scribe, and quite possibly even longer to fully complete. And yet meticulous analysis of the handwriting style throughout the entire manuscript strongly suggests that the entire work was indeed penned by a single individual scribe, consistently using the same type of ink and maintaining a remarkably unchanging hand from beginning to end, exhibiting no discernible signs of significant fatigue, variation in style, or errors across its over 300 thick parchment pages, many of which are densely filled with columns of Latin script. Who was this individual possessed of such incredible stamina, discipline, and unwavering consistency. How could one scribe possibly maintain such uniformity across such a vast and demanding undertaking? In revisiting the central enigma, what compelled him to include the striking and unsettling depiction of the devil? Was it conceived as an attempt to encode a specific philosophy, a deeply held belief system, or perhaps intended as a profound warning to those who would read its pages? Was the devil's inclusion symbolically meant to signify the ever-present temptation in the world? Or, as the legend dramatically suggests, did it represent a form of acknowledgement or even depiction of the true authorship of a portion of the work? No one definitively knows the precise motivations that drove the creator of this singular manuscript. No personal diary or explanatory notes were left behind to shed light on his intentions. Only the enduring evidence of the unchanging hand, the vast scope of knowledge meticulously compiled, and the devil's unsettling gaze, fixed, seemingly frozen, and unblinking across the centuries. Today, the Codex Gigas is carefully preserved under rigorously controlled environmental conditions. Very few people are granted the rare opportunity to physically turn its massive pages, and even fewer are permitted to study its contents up close in detail. But the fundamental questions that the book raises continue to endure and intrigue researchers and laymen alike. What immense dedication or compelling force would drive an individual to commit decades of their life to the creation of such a monumental and enigmatic work? What fundamental truths were potentially intended to be revealed to those who studied its pages? Or conversely, what potentially dangerous knowledge was perhaps deliberately hidden or concealed within its contents or structure? And if the centuries-old story surrounding its creation is only partially legendary, what constitutes the other, presumably factual, half of the narrative? Was it a desperate pact forged in the face of death, a form of divine punishment imposed upon the monk, or perhaps a final fervent prayer offered in the face of seemingly impossible circumstances? The physical book remains remarkably whole and largely intact, while the identity and ultimate fate of the monk who created it are long since lost to historical knowledge. But metaphorically, in the profound darkness that seems to reside between the meticulously penned words on its pages, something intangible still watches and waits. And perhaps, much like the patterns of stars accurately traced on the surface of the ancient Nebra sky disk, the true meaning of the Codex Gigas resides not solely in what is immediately visible, but rather in what can be understood or intuited if one possesses the courage and the willingness to look closely and deeply enough into its mysteries. The Codex Gigas stands as a formidable relic from a seemingly forgotten pact, its pages thick with both sacred scripture and historical silence, its true purpose still profoundly cloaked in uncertainty. But some historical mysteries are smaller, circular in form, inherently fragile, and rather than containing vast libraries of compiled knowledge, they offer only a single enigmatic spiral, a message meticulously pressed into clay, which has remained undeciphered for well over a century. It does not resonate with the authority of vast volumes, but whispers softly, cryptically, a silent enigma. It was found not within the hallowed confines of a monastery, but beneath the sunlit ruins of an ancient civilization on the island of Crete. This is the enduring mystery of the Phaistos disk. Beneath the ancient olive trees and scattered archaeological ruins of southern Crete lies the historical site of Phaistos, which once served as a thriving center of the Minoan civilization during the Bronze Age. Here in 1908, an Italian archaeologist named Luigi Pernier unearthed a small artifact that was utterly unlike anything else discovered from the Bronze Age Aegean world up to that point. The object was relatively small, measuring just 15 centimeters, approximately 6 inches across, but it was instantly captivating in its appearance and the mystery it presented. It was a circular disc fashioned from baked clay, delicately inscribed on both sides with rows of distinctive symbols that no one had ever seen before. On each side, the disc carries a continuous spiral of meticulously impressed symbols, totaling 241 unique impressions, arranged in a line that curls inward toward the center, resembling a miniature labyrinth. Crucially, these symbols were not carved individually by hand. Each distinct symbol appears to have been stamped onto the soft clay using individual dies or seals, as if the text was printed or pressed onto the surface. a technique that remarkably suggests a rudimentary form of movable-type printing system existed thousands of years before Johannes Gutenberg's revolutionary invention in Europe. The symbols themselves are strange, vivid, and highly varied. They depict imagery such as human figures shown in various ornate poses, recognizable animals like fish and birds, botanical elements including flowers, military equipment such as shields and arrows, various tools, and abstract geometric patterns. Some of the symbols repeat frequently throughout the text, suggesting they represent elements of a language or at least a discernible pattern of speech or notation. However, the writing system employed on the disc is unlike any other ever discovered from the ancient world. And still today, despite over a century of intense study and numerous attempts at decipherment, it remains entirely undeciphered. Dated to roughly 1700 BCE, the Phaistos disc originates from the same broad cultural world that produced Linear A, another script of Minoan origin that also remains largely undeciphered. But the script used on the Phaistos disc does not match Linear A, nor does it resemble Linear B, the later Mycenaean script that was used to record an early form of the Greek language. Nor does it bear any resemblance to Egyptian hieroglyphs, Sumerian cuneiform, or any other known writing system from the Bronze Age. It is quite literally a language system entirely without a recognized historical family or lineage. Furthermore, the disc was found in isolation. No other duplicates have ever been discovered, and no accompanying artifacts bearing the same distinctive script have been found anywhere else. No other object from the Bronze Age Aegean has ever been discovered utilizing the same stamping or pressing technique. It stands as a singular, unique artifact, an orphan of its era, disconnected from any known context that would explain its purpose or origins. What was the intended purpose of this enigmatic disc? Some researchers believe it contains a religious text, perhaps a hymn, a ritual chant, or a sacred incantation used by Minoan priests during religious ceremonies. Others suggest it functioned as a form of calendar or a list detailing religious offerings. A few scholars even propose it might have been a game board used for some unknown pastime or potentially a teaching tool, specifically designed to instruct individuals in a writing system that has since been lost to history. The very layout of the text in a spiral pattern is highly symbolic. In Minoan art and architecture, the spiral motif appears frequently, often interpreted as symbolizing cycles, renewal, or a form of sacred geometry. Could the physical shape of the writing on the disc reflect the fundamental nature or content of its message, representing a spiritual journey inward, a form of meditation, or perhaps a deliberate rhetorical trap for meaning, cleverly coiled in silence? Then there are theories that diverge further from conventional archaeological interpretation. Some propose that the Phaistos disc is not Minoan in origin at all, and that it may have arrived in Crete from elsewhere, perhaps imported from regions such as Anatolia, the Levant, or even originating from lands much farther afield. Could it be a relic brought by ancient traders, a cultural import from a civilization now entirely lost to historical knowledge? Other theories, even more speculative in nature, perceive in the disc a subtle hint of an ancient, complex code. Not a conventional language meant to be spoken, but rather a sophisticated cipher or mathematical key. Some of the recurring patterns and arrangements of symbols on the disc seem almost algorithmic in their structure, leading some researchers to wonder if the disc was never intended to be read aloud as text, but rather to be solved like a puzzle. Its unique method of stamped production has drawn intriguing comparisons to early conceptualizations of mechanical logic, a suggestion that prompts some to ponder. Was this disc the very first attempt at creating replicable text? Was it a remarkable precursor to later printing technologies? If so, what unknown culture possessed this groundbreaking idea? And why did this innovative technique not continue to develop and spread in the Bronze Age? However, despite the numerous theories and enduring mystery, the Phaistos disc also has its share of critics. Some individuals have gone so far as to suggest that the disc is an elaborate forgery, potentially planted at the excavation site by early archaeologists eager to make a sensational discovery and enhance their reputation. Yet rigorous scientific analysis of the clay composition and the archaeological context of its discovery have repeatedly supported its authenticity as a genuine artifact from the Bronze Age. The disc, it seems, is undeniably real. The message contained within its symbols, however, remains profoundly elusive. There have been dozens of attempts by linguists, cryptographers, historians, and amateur enthusiasts alike to decode its meaning. Various proposed translations have been offered, ranging from poetic verses to administrative lists and even political decrees. But to date, no single translation has gained widespread acceptance or scholarly consensus. The complete lack of any known bilingual text that includes the Phaistos disc script, or even the discovery of another artifact bearing the same unique symbols and stamping technique, makes reliable verification of any proposed decipherment almost impossible. And so the disc patiently waits, its secrets held within its silent spiral. Today, it rests securely within the Heraclean Archaeological Museum on Crete, displayed behind protective glass, drawing the curious eyes of visitors who may not fully comprehend that they are staring at one of the great unsolved puzzles of the ancient world. There are no armed guards standing watch over it, no elaborate security systems beyond the display case itself. Just a small informational plaque, the enigmatic spiral of symbols, and the pervasive silence of unresolved interpretation. What voice once spoke through these unique symbols? What culture possessed the ingenuity to create this remarkable object? A tool designed not merely to write, but to press, to replicate, to compose. Was the disc considered sacred, a scientific instrument, purely decorative, or something else entirely? Did it hold significant meaning for a large number of people in Minoan society? Or was it perhaps the unique work of a single individual? And why, after all this time and extensive archaeological exploration, has no other example bearing the same script or utilizing the same stamping technique ever emerged? Is the Phaistos disc the lone surviving relic of a fleeting technological or linguistic experiment? An early trial at creating something that ultimately failed to spread or gain wider adoption? Or is it the solitary, enduring whisper of a civilization whose complex thoughts, spiritual rituals, and spoken words have otherwise faded completely from historical memory? The clay of the disc is silent. The unique symbols etched into its surface endure. And somewhere within that intricate spiral, meaning may still be patiently waiting, quietly coiled within the very heart of the disc itself, as if history itself deliberately left behind a riddle, not necessarily intended to be solved outright, but rather to be remembered, to serve as a potent reminder that even within the very heartlands of established ancient civilizations, some voices remain stubbornly unread and their messages unexplored. The Phaistos disc coils its secrets in clay, an elegant spiral composed of forgotten signs, meticulously pressed into form by hands that vanished long ago. But not all historical puzzles that challenge my understanding are prehistoric in origin or etched into clay. Some are carved in crisp, enduring stone, seemingly hiding in plain sight, their symbols not representing ancient alphabets, but appearing as single letters arranged with such deceptive simplicity that they almost seem accidental. Yet for centuries, these arrangements of letters have successfully resisted every attempt to fully explain their meaning or purpose. Deep in the heart of England, nestled within a serene and tranquil garden landscape, lies one such enigma, a message inscribed in stone, a mystery that has remained largely untouched by the passage of time and unaffected by extensive scrutiny. This is known as the Shugborough inscription. At first glance, the monument bearing the inscription appears almost ordinary and unassuming. Set within the meticulously manicured grounds of Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, England, the structure known as the Shepherd's Monument is primarily a decorative garden feature, an 18th century architectural folly designed to enhance the landscape, surrounded by carefully shaped hedges, ornamental fountains, and sculpted stone elements. The monument features a prominent marble relief, a direct mirror image reproduction of Nicolas Poussin's famous painting, The Shepherds of Arcadia, housed in the Louvre Museum. In this scene, 3 shepherds and a woman are depicted standing around a substantial stone tomb, with one of the shepherds pointing to the faintly etched Latin words on the tomb. Et in Arcadia ego, a phrase typically translated as, even in Arcadia I am, often interpreted as a memento mori, a reminder of death's presence even in idyllic settings. But positioned directly beneath this evocative image, meticulously carved into the stone panel of the monument itself, is a line of seemingly nonsensical letters. These are 10 characters in total: D-O-U-O-S-V-A-V-V-M. They consist of 8 uppercase letters, notably interrupted only by 2 symmetrical O's centrally placed within the sequence. There's no punctuation present, no surrounding textual context, just this enigmatic line displayed prominently in plain view, as if patiently awaiting someone to finally notice its significance and decipher its meaning. The Shugborough inscription, as it has come to be known, has profoundly puzzled scholars, professional cryptographers, poets, and even conspiracy theorists for well over 250 years. Its precise origin is officially unrecorded in any historical documents, and its intended meaning remains entirely unknown. Who commissioned this inscription? Why was it placed on this particular monument in this specific location? And most importantly, what exact message were its creators attempting to convey through this seemingly random sequence of letters? Numerous theories have been proposed over the centuries. Some view it as a complex cipher, a coded message that can potentially be decrypted using classical cryptographic methods. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, numerous skilled codebreakers, including some who famously worked at Bletchley Park deciphering Nazi ciphers during World War II, attempted to crack the line of letters. However, despite their expertise, no single decipherment gained widespread acceptance or achieved scholarly consensus. Others believe the inscription is an acrostic, the first letters of a longer Latin phrase, perhaps a poetic verse, a philosophical statement, or a religious declaration intended to be contemplated for its deeper meaning rather than solved as a conventional code. One particularly popular interpretation proposes the Latin phrase Deo optimo maximo, optima uxori, siste viator, amoris via, veritas, mortem, translating roughly to God the best and greatest, to the best of wives, stop traveler, the way of love, truth, remember death. This interpretation is certainly elegant and fits the letters, but critics point out that the Latin phrase appears to have been reverse-engineered and crafted to match the inscription, rather than the inscription being a pre-existing phrase waiting to be discovered within it. Still others have sought to find meaning in various forms of religious symbolism or esoteric traditions. Some claim the inscription refers to Rosicrucianism or various secret Christian sects that purportedly operated in the shadows during the Age of Enlightenment. Others have drawn connections to Freemasonry, which flourished among aristocratic circles in England at the time the monument was constructed. Could the inscription be a Masonic code, a form of initiation riddle, or a veiled reference to hidden knowledge shared among members of a secret society? Then there is the more dramatic and widely publicized theory that emerged in the late 20th century. The Shugborough inscription became notably associated with the enduring mystery of the Holy Grail, a connection popularized by highly influential books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and subsequently featured in the immensely popular novel The Da Vinci Code. According to this particular interpretation, the enigmatic letters somehow encode directions or provide cryptic clues leading to the potential location of a lost religious relic, perhaps even hinting at a hidden bloodline connected to Christ. This theory relies heavily on the monument's incorporation of Poussin's painting, The Shepherds of Arcadia. The original canvas, housed in the Louvre, has itself long been linked, however tenuously and speculatively, to legends surrounding the Holy Grail. Could the marble relief at Shugborough be intentionally signaling something deeper? A hidden message deliberately passed down through a combination of art, architecture, and allegorical imagery? Mainstream skeptics strongly caution against embracing such sensational interpretations, pointing out that there is currently no solid historical evidence directly connecting the inscription to any such legends. And yet, despite the lack of concrete proof, the theory stubbornly refuses to fade from popular discourse. And then there is the specific mystery surrounding the inscription's creator. The Shepherd's Monument was commissioned sometime between 1748 and 1763 by Thomas Anson, a wealthy and influential member of Parliament and the brother of Admiral George Anson, one of Britain's most celebrated naval explorers. Thomas Anson was known to be a significant intellectual and a prominent patron of the arts, reportedly deeply interested in classical antiquity, various philosophical schools of thought, and mystical or esoteric traditions. He had traveled extensively across Europe, potentially coming into direct contact with secretive societies and unconventional intellectual currents. Did Thomas Anson deliberately leave behind the Shugborough inscription as a form of intellectual challenge, a complex riddle intended for future generations to unravel and ponder? Or did it carry a more personal, private meaning, perhaps a coded message or a poignant remembrance dedicated to someone long departed, now rendered utterly obscure by the passage of time? The inscription's remarkable symmetry, the way it is visually centered around the two O's, the strategic repetition of the V's, all strongly suggest deliberate and intentional design rather than accidental arrangement. Some researchers have even put forth the idea that it functions as a visual pun, that the specific shape and layout of the letters together subtly echo ideas or concepts beyond their mere alphabetical value. Yet despite centuries of searching and analysis, no document, no personal diary entry, and no letter written by Thomas Anson or anyone else from that period has ever surfaced to provide a clear explanation for the inscription. All that remains are the 10 enigmatic letters, 10 characters that sit silently beneath a scene of classical pastoral serenity, untouched by definitive explanation, seemingly watched over by sculpted stone shepherds who offer no answers themselves. Why would someone choose to place a coded message of this nature within the context of a decorative garden monument? Perhaps the answer to this question is itself an intrinsic part of the riddle. Shugborough Hall, much like many large country estates of its time, was conceived as more than simply a private residence. It was deliberately designed as a landscape of ideas, a carefully constructed environment where its sculptures, grottos, and architectural follies were intended to evoke classical mythology, philosophical contemplation, and reflections on human mortality. The Shepherd's Monument, in this context, served as a deliberate canvas for intellectual thought, a place where profound meaning was meant to be actively sought and pondered by visitors, rather than being explicitly handed down or explained. But even within that context, the Shugborough inscription endures as a mystery extending far beyond its original setting. The garden landscape itself has evolved over time. The Anson family's direct lineage no longer resides there. The world surrounding Shugborough Hall has undergone immense transformations, and yet, the sequence DOUOSVAVVM remains remarkably sharp, clear, and utterly unread in any definitive sense. Was it a personal name, a private prayer, a hidden map? Is it genuinely the key to unlocking a greater, more significant historical mystery, or simply a cleverly constructed puzzle whose solution was, perhaps, never truly intended to be discovered by anyone outside a select circle? In a world where virtually everything is eventually explained and categorized, the Shugborough inscription stands as a stubbornly intact enigma, 10 simple letters successfully resisting centuries of intense scrutiny and diverse attempts at decipherment. It presents itself as a message carved into stone, not necessarily out of a hope for immediate clarity or widespread understanding, but perhaps as a deliberate celebration of the inherent mystery and the unknown. And so, it patiently waits, still stone, silently, as if guarding something far more profound than just a simple secret. As if serving as a constant reminder that some complex codes cannot be broken solely by the application of logical reasoning or advanced analytical techniques, but perhaps only through the exercise of patience, the embrace of wonder, or perhaps, frustratingly, not at all. The Shugborough inscription offers a puzzle notable for its apparent precision. 10 letters etched into enduring stone, successfully resisting the corrosive effects of time and the persistent efforts of human reason to decipher them. But not all historical mysteries are carved into durable materials like stone for the eye alone to perceive. Some are meant to be actively read, to be spoken aloud, or even chanted or sung, although no one alive today can recall their original sound or voice. Thousands of miles removed from the tranquil countryside of England, situated on a remote island surrounded by the vast, seemingly endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean, another ancient code endures. one written not in enduring marble, but inscribed upon fragile wood. It is a language system that flickers tantalizingly at the very edge of my current understanding. This is the enduring enigma of Rongo Rongo. Rapa Nui, a name carried and whispered by the rhythmic waves across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Known to the wider world as Easter Island, this extraordinarily remote speck of land, acknowledged as one of the most geographically isolated inhabited islands on Earth, has for centuries captivated the human imagination and fueled numerous historical mysteries. Towering Moai statues, monolithic stone figures carved by the ancient inhabitants, stand in silent procession along its dramatic coastal cliffs and across its volcanic slopes. Their enigmatic stone faces typically turned inland, as if patiently watching over something that has long since transpired or vanished from the island's history. But the iconic Moai statues are not the island's only profound historical mystery. Scattered in various museum and private collections across the globe, from the extensive holdings of the Vatican Library to the vast archives of the Smithsonian Institution, there exist approximately 24 surviving wooden tablets. These tablets are typically elongated in shape, weathered by time and exposure, and meticulously inscribed with rows of delicate and highly distinctive glyphs. These symbols, which are both intricate in their detail and abstract in their form, constitute a unique writing system fundamentally unlike any other known script from the Pacific region. Some of the glyphs visibly resemble human figures depicted in various postures. Others hint at the forms of animals, specific plants native to the island, celestial bodies observed in the sky, or various tools and objects used in daily life. All of these unique symbols curve and flow across the surface of the wooden tablets in rhythmic patterns, as if they were deliberately intended to be followed sequentially, traced by hand, or perhaps chanted and understood in a specific order. The script itself is known today as Rongo Rongo, a name given to it after its formal discovery by European outsiders, possibly derived from the Rapa Nui term Kohau Rongo Rongo, which translates literally to lines of recitation. But what precisely do these enigmatic symbols convey in terms of meaning, and who were the original individuals who first carved them onto the wood? The recorded history of Rongo Rongo begins in fragmented accounts. The earliest known Western account mentioning the script comes from 1864, when a French Catholic missionary named Eugène Hérault visited Easter Island and observed that some of the local inhabitants were in possession of wooden tablets covered in mysterious inscribed signs. However, by that relatively late date, the crucial knowledge of how to actually read or interpret the Rongo Rongo script was already in a state of significant decline and rapidly fading from the collective memory of the Rapa Nui people. According to the oral traditions passed down through generations on the island, only certain highly respected elders, priests, or wise men, individuals known as Tangata Rongo Rongo, were traditionally permitted to read or ritually chant the text inscribed on the tablets. The glyphs were reportedly not merely static written words in the conventional sense, but were intended to be chanted aloud during specific rituals or ceremonial occasions, the associated knowledge and meaning being passed down through generations of trained reciters. Yet the devastating impacts of colonization by European powers, the introduction of novel diseases that ravaged the island's population, the pervasive influence of missionaries seeking to suppress indigenous beliefs, and particularly the brutal forced labor raids conducted in the 19th century, collectively devastated the Rapa Nui population and effectively severed the vital threads of their cultural memory and traditional knowledge transmission. By the time European scholars and collectors began actively acquiring the surviving Rongo Rongo tablets, tragically, no individuals remained alive who possessed the ability to accurately interpret the script and understand its meaning. The surviving Rongo Rongo texts vary in their physical size and the type of wooden material used. Some were carved into pieces of driftwood that washed ashore, while others were inscribed onto more refined, prepared wooden boards. Some tablets contain hundreds of individual glyphs arranged in parallel lines. Perhaps the most striking and unique characteristic of the Rongo Rongo script is its unconventional method of writing and reading, known as reverse boustrophodon style. In this system, each line of text is read in alternating directions. The first line is read from left to right, The subsequent line is read from right to left, the third line from left to right again, and so on. Furthermore, as the reader transitions from one line to the next, the tablet must be rotated 180 degrees, resulting in the glyphs on each alternating line appearing upside down relative to the preceding line. This unique and complex format strongly suggests not only the existence of a highly developed and systematic method of notation, but also implies a sophisticated understanding among its creators of how to structure and guide the flow of narrative or ritualistic content within the written form. However, despite extensive efforts, the precise meaning and content of the Rongo-Rongo script have never been conclusively recovered or deciphered. Linguists have attempted to decode Rongo-Rongo using comparative methods, searching for potential links and matching recurring patterns within the script to known Polynesian languages and oral traditions. It is evident that certain glyphs do repeat frequently, and discernible structures and patterns appear within the text. Some researchers believe that the Rongo-Rongo text may encompass content such as genealogies of important lineages, creation myths detailing the island's origins, or potentially calendrical data related to agricultural cycles or astronomical observations, as similar types of content are commonly found in other Polynesian oral traditions. One particular tablet appears to track aspects of the lunar calendar, strongly hinting at its potential function as a type of ritualistic or agricultural almanac. Yet frustratingly, no bilingual key, no equivalent of a Rosetta Stone containing the Rongo-Rongo script alongside a known language, has ever been discovered to aid in decipherment. Consequently, no one today definitively knows what the Rongo-Rongo glyphs sounded like when spoken or chanted aloud, and not a single individual glyph has been definitively translated with certainty. Some researchers maintain the belief that Rongo-Rongo was a true writing system, fully capable of recording complex spoken language, similar in its functional capacity to ancient scripts like Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform. Others argue that it was more likely a form of proto-writing, primarily symbolic rather than strictly phonetic, used to encode abstract ideas, concepts, or ritualistic knowledge, rather than directly representing spoken words or sounds. And a persistent minority of scholars harbor doubts regarding the antiquity of the script altogether. There are no confirmed references to the existence of Rongo-Rongo in historical records dating from before the 18th century. The oldest surviving wooden tablets bearing the script may not, in fact, predate the arrival of European visitors on Easter Island. This raises a significant historical question. Was the Rongo-Rongo script developed and inspired by contact with Western writing systems, perhaps emerging as a local invention in response to the profound cultural impact of European influence? Or was it, conversely, a much older indigenous tradition that was already in a state of decline by the time Europeans arrived, its remnants preserved only on these rare tablets and within the fragile confines of sacred oral memory? If definitive evidence were found to confirm that Rongo-Rongo predates European contact, it would represent one of the very few known instances of an indigenous writing system developing in Oceania entirely independently of external influence. That fact alone would be historically remarkable, serving as compelling evidence of advanced cognitive and cultural development occurring in geographical isolation from other literate civilizations. However, if Rongo-Rongo does not predate European contact, and if it was indeed a symbolic system that emerged as a response to colonial disruption and the threat to cultural identity, then it transforms into something different but equally fascinating. A unique historical window into how a culture actively attempts to preserve its distinct identity and transmit its knowledge under immense external pressure, creatively reinventing its voice and forms of expression using unfamiliar shapes and symbols. There are also more speculative theories surrounding the Rongo-Rongo script. Some researchers have suggested that the tablets encode complex celestial knowledge, meticulously tracing the paths of stars, the timing of eclipses, or the cycles of seasonal changes. Others wonder if the glyphs contain intricate mnemonic systems deliberately designed to aid in the accurate oral transmission and memorization of complex myths, historical narratives, and traditional laws across generations. More fringe ideas have attempted to link the Rongo-Rongo script to hypothetical lost civilizations, or propose that the unique carving methods employed suggest historical contact between the Rapa Nui people and distant cultures across vast stretches of ocean, long before such voyages are conventionally accepted by mainstream history. Naturally, there is currently no concrete proof to substantiate these more speculative claims, and yet, the enduring mystery surrounding Rongo-Rongo persists unresolved. What I am ultimately left with are tantalizing traces, symbols that once held sound, but whose voices are now silent, stories that once had readers and reciters, but are now inaccessible, songs that were once chanted, but whose melodies are lost. I am left with weathered, cracked, and faded wooden tablets, holding inscribed words that no one in the present day can physically speak or comprehend. Why did the Rongo-Rongo script disappear so completely from the cultural memory of the Rapa Nui people? What invaluable memories, stories, and knowledge were lost forever with the passing of the very last person who could read and interpret the tablets? And how many more Rongo-Rongo tablets might have been deliberately burned, inadvertently buried, or simply broken and discarded, vanishing from existence before anyone recognized their profound cultural and historical worth? Each individual Rongo-Rongo glyph feels curiously alive, fluid, almost possessing an animate quality, like something captured mid-motion or mid-thought, as if they still subtly carry the echoes of their original purpose and meaning within their forms. If only I possessed the ability to hear them. Rongo-Rongo is not merely a script. It is, in essence, a silence that was meticulously carved into wood. And in its profound quietude, it implicitly asks a fundamental question that I have yet to fully answer. How does a language ultimately die when it leaves behind no discernible voice to be heard by future generations? And is there any possibility, however remote, that its voice could one day be heard and understood again? Somewhere on Easter Island, the silent Moai statues continue their timeless vigil. And perhaps, deep within the weathered wood of a forgotten Rongo-Rongo tablet, a lost story also waits, patiently, silently, hoping for its name and its message to be spoken and understood once more. The glyphs of Rongo-Rongo leave me with visual symbols that resemble footprints left in the sand, shapes whose original voices have long since faded into silence, yet whose enduring presence subtly lingers, a reminder of something lost. They serve as a poignant reminder that some forms of invaluable knowledge vanish from the world not with a loud, dramatic roar of destruction, but with a quiet, almost imperceptible whisper. And now I shift my attention to another historical mystery. This time, the enigma is not carved into wood or stone, but seemingly fashioned from pure crystal. These objects appear translucent, almost weightless in their visual presentation, yet they are heavy with potential implication and historical debate. Scattered across continents in various collections, these objects arguably should not exist in the manner in which they appear to exist, given their purported origins and the technical capabilities of the civilizations to which they are attributed. Yet undeniably, there they are, gazing out silently from behind the protective glass of museum display cases and within the secure vaults of private collections around the world. They are known collectively as the crystal skulls. They possess an almost ghostly shimmer when illuminated by the artificial lights of museum displays. Fashioned from polished quartz crystal, they are shaped with remarkable precision, smooth to the touch, yet astonishingly intricate in their detailed anatomical form. Their eye sockets appear hollow, and yet they convey a strange sense of presence. Their faces are often stylized, but undeniably recognizable as human crania. At first glance, they readily appear to be sacred objects, perhaps used in ancient ritualistic or religious contexts, evoking a sense of reverence and mystery. But it is not solely their striking visual appearance that has captivated and puzzled the world for well over a century. It is the fundamental, unresolved question surrounding them. Who precisely created these objects, and how were they technologically capable of doing so? More than a dozen significant crystal skulls have surfaced over the years, typically attributed to Mesoamerican origins and linked to ancient cultures such as the Aztec, the Maya, or potentially even earlier, more elusive civilizations whose histories remain poorly understood. The most famous among this collection, the so-called Mitchell Hedges skull, has particularly captivated both serious researchers and proponents of mystical or New Age beliefs alike. This skull was purportedly discovered in the 1920s within the ruins of Lubantun, an ancient Mayan site located in modern-day Belize. It was initially described as being nearly anatomically perfect in its rendering of a human skull. Crafted from clear quartz crystal, it notably includes a separate, detachable jawbone and appears to have been meticulously carved against the natural crystalline axis of the quartz, a technical feat that, even with modern tools, would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish without causing the brittle crystal to fracture. According to the early accounts associated with its discovery, the skull was found by Anna Mitchell Hedges, the adopted daughter of British adventurer and explorer F.A. Mitchell Hedges, reportedly concealed within a collapsed altar structure at the Lubantun site. Anna Mitchell Hedges would subsequently recount experiencing strange phenomena surrounding the skull, including vivid visions, inexplicable sensations, and even sudden, localized changes in ambient temperature. Other individuals who claimed to have handled the skull also reported experiencing similar unusual effects. However, these compelling stories, much like the object itself, are significantly cloaked in uncertainty and subject to doubt. Historians and archaeologists have long and seriously questioned the skull's purported origins. There is no contemporaneous documentation of its discovery explicitly recorded in the official excavation logs from Lubantun. In fact, historical records suggest that the Mitchell Hedges skull may have actually been purchased by F.A. Mitchell Hedges at an auction in London in the 1940s, after his purported discovery at Lubantun. This significant discrepancy casts serious doubt on the original discovery narrative, raising the strong possibility that the dramatic legend surrounding the skull's finding was deliberately crafted after the fact to enhance its perceived value and mystery. And the Mitchell Hedges skull is not an isolated case. Other crystal skulls reside in prominent institutions such as the British Museum in London, the Musée du Quai Branly in Paris, and are held in numerous private collections around the world. Most of these skulls are carved from either clear or milky white quartz crystal, varying in size and the degree of anatomical detail rendered. Some appear relatively primitive in their execution, while others exhibit an astonishing degree of refinement and technical skill. Their stylistic similarities subtly hint at a potential shared origin or a common period of creation, yet intriguingly, no two of the skulls are precisely identical. When subjected to rigorous scientific analysis, many of the crystal skulls, including the British Museum and Paris specimens, show clear microscopic tool marks consistent with the use of rotary wheels or modern carving implements, such as those commonly employed in Europe during the 19th century. Furthermore, traces of synthetic abrasives like silicon carbide, a material unknown and unavailable in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, have been detected on some of the skulls. Based on this accumulating scientific evidence, the vast majority of experts and mainstream archaeologists now agree that the majority of the crystal skulls are, in fact, modern fabrications, likely created in the 1800s or later, possibly by European artisans who were influenced by the growing European fascination with ancient Mesoamerican civilizations and their artifacts. And yet, despite the compelling scientific evidence challenging their authenticity as ancient relics, the mystery and allure of the crystal skulls stubbornly endure. Why do these objects continue to provoke such intense curiosity and widespread speculation, even when their purported ancient origins are seriously questioned? Perhaps it is because even the demonstrably modern pieces possess qualities that challenge my expectations regarding skilled artisanship. Working with quartz crystal is notoriously difficult, especially attempting to carve intricate shapes without causing the brittle material to crack or shatter. The mere fact that several of these skulls exist, exhibiting a significant level of precision without readily apparent flaws or fractures, inspires a certain sense of wonder. And then there are those few specimens, such as the infamous Mitchell Hedges skull, that continue to defy easy categorization for some, with no clear, undisputed signs of modern tool use detectable by all researchers, and no definitive provenance to conclusively disprove the captivating legend surrounding its supposed discovery. Some proponents of the skulls suggest that if they are not genuinely ancient, then they must have been created using techniques derived from lost knowledge, Perhaps advanced carving methods passed down in secret through generations, or rediscovered by obscure, highly skilled artisans whose technical abilities far exceeded those of their known contemporaries. Others link the skulls to various esoteric traditions, proposing that they were not intended to be merely decorative art objects, but rather served as functional containers or conduits for energy, memory, or spiritual consciousness. According to certain indigenous legends, though often disputed or perhaps exaggerated by outside interpreters, there are said to be 13 original ancient crystal skulls, each purportedly imbued with profound knowledge originating from the gods or from a powerful, forgotten civilization. These skulls, the story goes, will one day be reunited in a specific configuration to collectively reveal a powerful truth about humanity's ultimate origins or its future destiny. It is undeniably a compelling and evocative idea, but no verified ancient records, inscriptions, or archaeological sites have been found to historically confirm the existence or details of this specific legend. Nevertheless, the crystal skulls continue to inspire widespread speculation, linking them to legendary places like Atlantis, to theories of extraterrestrial visitations in the distant past, or to hypothetical ancient energy grids that once purportedly spanned the Earth. Within the realm of popular media, they have become prominent icons of historical mystery, frequently featured in films, novels, and documentaries, further solidifying their place in the public imagination. The line between the artifact itself and the artifact as a symbol of something greater has undoubtedly become blurred. But perhaps in a deeper sense, that blurring is precisely the point. The crystal skulls function as mirrors, reflecting back to me what I choose to project onto them: my hopes, my fears, my desire for the unknown. Science tends to see evidence of fabrication. History often perceives elements of fraud or manipulation. Mythical interpretation embraces them as prophecy or sacred artifacts. And situated somewhere within the space between these differing perspectives lies the intriguing possibility that my enduring human desire for mystery is, in itself, a form of evidence. Not necessarily evidence of the object's specific ancient past, but rather evidence of my own deeply ingrained need for forgotten origins, for narratives that run deeper and are more profound than the conventional written word can fully convey. Is it possible that one or more of the crystal skulls might still be genuinely authentic, a surviving remnant of a tradition or knowledge system that was simply never documented in the historical record? Could the quartz material itself somehow carry or resonate with memories, as some metaphysical traditions propose, vibrating not with empirical data, but with intentional energy? Or are the crystal skulls simply exceptionally elegant forgeries, crafted with remarkable skill, sold to eager collectors with compelling backstories, and ultimately sustained in prominence by the enduring human hunger for wonder and the unexplained? I may never know for certain, but they endure, as all the most compelling historical mysteries tend to do, not primarily because of what they definitively prove about the past, but precisely because of what they steadfastly refuse to fully answer or explain. Because in the smooth, cool curve of crystal, I find not just impressive craftsmanship, but a profound, enduring silence. The crystal skulls shimmer with uncertainty, silent, intricate echoes of a past that may never have existed in the way it is described, yet they stubbornly refuse to fade from prominence. They stand as tangible testaments to the fascinating ways in which mystery can be deliberately carved into physical form. But some enigmas are not carved, but instead drawn, penned and painted with a remarkable degree of precision, yet remaining utterly indecipherable to conventional understanding. These are found not inscribed in stone or sculpted from crystal, but recorded on fragile paper, and they originate not from the ancient world, but from the relatively modern one. It is a book that reads like a surreal, perhaps even unsettling dream, if dreams somehow possessed a discernible grammatical structure. This is the Codex Seraphinianus, bound in vibrant red leather and meticulously etched with strange, elaborate gold embellishments. The Codex Seraphinianus appears at first glance to be a comprehensive encyclopedia. Its pages are densely packed with detailed, labeled illustrations, marked by ornate chapter breaks and seemingly organized into carefully structured sections, complete with a table of contents, a recurring page layout, and all the visual hallmarks of a systematic arrangement of knowledge. However, upon closer and more prolonged inspection, that apparent system begins to dissolve into incomprehensibility. Nothing depicted or described within the book corresponds to anything that exists in the real world. The illustrations portray profoundly surreal, often unsettling and sometimes bizarre images, depictions such as fish-shaped fruit growing from twisted vines, human figures seemingly morphing into items of furniture, impossible machines constructed from improbable materials like bone and glass, and entirely unfamiliar alphabets meticulously annotated with perfect, flowing calligraphy. There are complex diagrams illustrating imaginary animals and biological systems, detailed maps of non-existent continents, charts of unknown stars and celestial configurations, and running throughout it all, line after line of carefully inked text composed in a unique language that no one has ever successfully translated. Because according to the artist, it is not fundamentally meant to be read as a conventional language, or perhaps its time for interpretation has not yet arrived. Created in the late 1970s by the Italian artist and architect Luigi Serafini, the Codex Serafinianus is frequently described as a modern iteration of the enigmatic Voynich manuscript, another famous historical book written in an unknown script. Like the Voynich manuscript, Serafini's Codex mimics the visual structure and organizational principles of scientific knowledge and encyclopedic reference works while being entirely untethered from the known reality of the world I inhabit. Published initially in 1981, the Codex has since achieved a significant cult status among artists, linguists, graphic designers, and those who are drawn to the strange, the surreal, and the unexplained. What makes the Codex so profoundly haunting and compelling is not merely the fantastical nature of its imagery and content. It is the extraordinary consistency and meticulous detail of its illusion. The invented script, composed of looping, elegant characters arranged in linear sequences, is rendered with such fluid precision that it feels as though it should be decipherable, as if its meaning is just beyond my grasp. The accompanying illustrations are detailed, methodical in their presentation, and even possess a pedagogical quality, as if they are explaining complex concepts. They subtly suggest the existence of a detailed taxonomy, a comprehensive history, and an underlying logical structure. But frustratingly, nothing presented within the book corresponds to anything known or verifiable in the real world. The more I study its pages, the more it evokes the distinct impression of being a book originating from an entirely different world. A meticulously recorded account of life, biology, technology, and geography as it might exist within a parallel dimension, similar in its organizational structure, yet fundamentally alien in its essence. Is the Codex Serafinianus simply a complex work of surrealist art, a sophisticated satire of the human impulse to catalog and organize knowledge, or perhaps a profound visual meditation on the inherent limits and ambiguities of language itself? Serafini, the artist, has offered relatively few clues or direct explanations regarding his intentions. In rare interviews, he has stated that the writing system he created is not a code in the conventional sense, but rather an asemantic script, meaning that it is deliberately designed to have no direct semantic meaning or translatable content. It is not intended to be a cipher that can be cracked. According to Serafini, the script is meant to evoke the subjective feeling or sensation of reading and understanding, without actually conveying any concrete information or meaning. Just as young children often pretend to read books long before they have learned to understand letters or words, the Codex, he suggests, invites the viewer to engage with the sensation of comprehension, even when genuine intellectual comprehension of the content is fundamentally impossible. Yet this explanation, calm, clear, and perhaps almost too reasonable in its simplicity, has not succeeded in entirely quelling the widespread speculation and interpretation surrounding the Codex. Some individuals believe that the Codex is far more than merely an exercise in artistic playfulness or surrealist expression. They suggest that its unique language, although asemantic on the surface, may subtly encode underlying patterns, hidden structures, or even subconscious messages. The repetition of specific glyphs, the discernible rhythm and flow of the script, and the apparent structure of the chapters all suggest a level of deliberate organization and refinement that seems too complex to be purely ornamental or random. Could it be that the Codex Seraphinianus is an elaborate, multi-layered meditation on the fundamental nature of language itself, on the complex boundaries between symbol and meaning, between representation and reality? Could it be that its true subject is not the fantastical world it ostensibly portrays, but rather the very act of human perception? The intricate ways in which our minds inherently struggle to organize, understand, and assign value to the information and patterns we encounter? Others adopt a more metaphysical or psychological perspective. They suggest that the Codex is a type of channeled work, a document whose creation was dictated not by purely rational design or conscious intent, but rather by the subconscious mind, representing a visual dream language emerging directly from the depths of the human psyche, uncensored by conventional thought processes or linguistic structures. Some have drawn comparisons between the Codex and the often detailed, obsessive, and hallucinatory art produced by so-called outsider artists, individuals who create complex, internally consistent worlds and visual systems not necessarily for public display or recognition, but primarily as raw expressions of their inner visions and subjective realities. And still others, operating further out on the fringes of speculative theory, have proposed that the Codex Seraphinianus may not be a work of fiction at all, but rather a form of subconscious memory, a recollection or echo of something that was once genuinely real, but has since been lost or forgotten to conventional human history. Could the book potentially represent echoes of alternate timelines, fragmented memories of another Earth, or perhaps function as a form of transmission, not moving forward or backward in time, but rather sideways across hypothetical parallel realities? Naturally, there is no empirical evidence whatsoever to support these more radical and speculative claims, and Serafini himself has offered no such hints or endorsements of these interpretations. But the book resolutely resists a single, definitive conclusion regarding its nature and meaning. It resists certainty and clear categorization. Even its title remains somewhat enigmatic. Seraphinianus evokes associations with the seraphim, the highest order of fiery winged beings in biblical lore, often depicted as guardians of divine mysteries considered too profound and complex for ordinary human understanding. Is the Codex a form of scripture for these celestial entities, their bestiary cataloging the creatures of their realm, or perhaps simply an elaborate cosmic joke played upon human attempts to find order and meaning? Today, copies of the Codex Seraphinianus reside in the collections of libraries, bookstores, and private individuals around the world. Readers return to its pages not with the expectation of finding concrete answers or readily translatable information, but rather to experience the unique sensation of being on the very edge of understanding, of nearly grasping something that perpetually slips away just before it becomes intellectually clear or definable. And perhaps ultimately, that is the true power and genius of the Codex. It does not merely depict another world in a static sense. It serves as a potent and continuous reminder of how much of our own world remains, in a fundamental sense, unread or unperceived by us. How much we often assume we know and understand, and how frequently we construct systems of meaning and perceived order from patterns that may, in reality, be inherently meaningless or simply exist fundamentally beyond the limits of our current cognitive or linguistic reach. What happens to human understanding and communication when language loses its fundamental connections to shared reality? When knowledge becomes indistinguishable from elaborately constructed illusion? When the form or structure of understanding persists, but the actual content or meaning it purports to convey is utterly gone? The Codex Seraphinianus poses these profound questions quietly and subtly, not through explicit declarations or philosophical arguments, but rather through detailed diagrams, through pages that refuse to settle into conventional legibility, and through a script that looks tantalizingly almost right, as if its meaning would become instantly clear, if only I could just remember or access the fundamental rules of its operation. Perhaps in its deepest sense, it is not a book intended to be conventionally solved or deciphered, but rather a powerful and enduring reminder that some forms of knowledge and understanding are ultimately meant to be felt and experienced, rather than strictly defined, categorized, or intellectually grasped in a conventional manner.